Chapter 1051, The Mammoth. Fukin's words earned him a side-eye from Xia Fei. He had no idea as to the reason why, but when Fukin learned about the bad blood between Xia Fei and an unknown woman, whom he had yet to meet, the elder became quite excited. He did not ask for Xia Fei's opinion, either, and immediately made the decision to head for the Tarot Galaxy where the Aurora clan was located. It might be because he realized that he had been too abrupt, but Fukin chuckled and explained, "Don't be mistaken. It just so happens that I'm heading for the Tarot Galaxy, too. I figured that we could go there together. Aren't you interested in taking a look at the clan your grandfather hailed from?" The Aurora clan is famous for its gracious and gentlemanly conduct. Besides, the Tarot Galaxy is different from this region where the Golden Eagle 19 is. It's a realm of powerhouses that you can barely imagine. Be it your desire to treat your injuries or to keep cultivating, the conditions there are more conducive for both. Hearing that they were about to return to the Tarot Galaxy, Radix popped out from the fiendish blade, Nirvana. He seemed to be waiting for Xia Fei's decision. Having been away from home for a really long time, Radix was truly hoping that he could go back. Xia Fei frowned slightly. No matter the reason for Fukin's sudden decision to head to the Tarot Galaxy, the two conditions laid out were not things he could refuse. For starters, he could not leave Fukin just yet. Reality had proven that relying on food supplements to recuperate was a miraculous yet effective treatment, and there were countless injuries that Xia Fei had sustained on his body from fighting since day one. If he failed to treat them once and for all, there might come a day in the future where these injuries would all accumulate, reaching past the limit that Xia Fei could manage and endanger his life. Besides, the Tarot Galaxy was in the Alpha Universe's core region, where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest. To a warrior like Xia Fei, cultivating and training were not the only things he needed. He required first-rate guidance and first-rate opponents, too. Only then could he rapidly advance and promote. While being a spiritualist was great, being a warrior was still Xia Fei's real calling. Once his injuries were fully healed, he hoped that he could make progress with both his law of speed and law of primal chaos. Especially with the double light speed that Grand Ancestor Xia Guoqin had demonstrated. Xia Fei was really looking forward to achieving that overwhelming combat strength himself. Xia Fei said with a smile, "The journey will be very long, so having a companion for the trip isn't a bad idea, but the inverse's encirclement." Fu Chen did not think anything about it. The inverse are very powerful, but you're just one person right now. Are you planning to seek death by throwing yourself at them? Besides, since the cosmic gate has already been sealed, there's no way for the inverse to break it in a short time no matter how strong they may be. The people whom you care about are safe, rather, they'd have been more in trouble if you had brought them along. After all, the Alpha Universe isn't paradise, so letting them stay home is more ideal. Xia Fei nodded. He did have such concerns, but now that he had thought about it, the state of the cosmic gate being sealed was for the best. The Alpha Universe's soul arts were simply too strong, and the lower realm was still not ready to join a universe fraught with danger. All right, then. We shall be on our way early tomorrow morning, Xia Fei nodded. Radix waved his arms wildly, evidently very thrilled over this development. Returning to his room, Fukin sighed. He sat down on the sofa and chewed a flavorless plant seed. A gourmand like himself needed to clean his mouth and teeth constantly to ensure that his sense of taste was in peak condition. This seed did precisely that, and Fukin would always be chewing one whenever he had the time. "You don't seem to be composed today," echoed a voice. Fukin wore a delicate bracelet on his left hand, and an old man like him wearing such a thing could puzzle anyone, but Fukin was a spiritualist, and that bracelet was a soul weapon. As for the voice that had just spoken, it belonged to none other than the immortal soul residing inside that bracelet. Just like Radix who lived in Xia Fei's nirvana, Fukin had his own dedicated soul, able to assert control over the soul weapon at critical junctures. Investigation, combat, they were capable of doing all. Any spiritualist or soul practitioner enjoyed having this kind of do-it-all weapon at hand, though it was not easy to obtain a loyal yet strong soul. Fukin pouted and stated solemnly, "There's no way that you can remain calm, either. You've witnessed Xia Fei's potential yourself, he's a healer. Ever since that old coot died, I haven't come across another orthodox spiritualist of healing even once." The voice responded after a pause, "Because Xia Fei is an orthodox spiritualist of healing, you don't want someone enacting demonic arts on him? That still doesn't make sense. Unless you have the desire to take him in as your disciple, there's no reason for you to take such a huge risk and help him. To think that after remaining incognito for so many years, you still can't discard the customs of taking in a last and favorite disciple. Weren't you planning to impart those things to Basalt and Ling Xing? Fukin replied, while it's true that Basalt and Ling Xing are my good disciples, I don't know where either of them is right now. As for Xia Fei's issue, I guess that it's best to take it as it comes. The young man is proud, with a dislike for taking the conventional route. Even if I want to accept him as a disciple, he may not agree. That voice said, Xia Fei is quite the monster, a monstrous way of doing things matched by his monstrous potential. So you've taken a liking to him, too? Asked Fukin with a glint in his eyes. That voice became hesitant. Like, but I can't make sense of him. Only a ghost can tell just what he's capable of achieving. Fukin smiled. Don't forget, you're a ghost. Alpha Universe, Super Express ship, the Mammoth. This was no warship but rather a luxury liner, which traveled to various parts of the universe. This enormous vessel, with its wide deck, was as large as a mothership, able to accommodate tens of thousands of passengers at the same time while affording them a great view of the stars and some of the best-tasting food. Xia Fei and Fukin were rather lucky, for they were just in time to board this luxury liner, which cruised all across the universe. The Mammoth circled the entire Alpha universe, and each trip would take at least 3 years and 6 months. This time, it just so happened to be docked on Golden Eagle 19 for replenishment. The two hurriedly bought tickets and got on board. Pointing to this gigantic white liner in the distance, Fukin was thrilled. The Mammoth isn't fast, but it provides a first-class dining experience, as it caters to the cosmic elite. Countless immaculate delicacies from all across the universe can be found here. We're in for a treat by taking this ship for our trip to the Tarot Galaxy. Xia Fei surreptitiously rubbed his spatial ring. Eating delicacies meant faster recovery, but it also came at a price, an expenditure of astronomical proportions. The 20 million pearls that Xiang Biyang and Fei Xingyi had given him was not a small sum by any means, but after this period of feasting, he had actually spent 3.4 million pearls already. Xia Fei was afraid that if this carried on until they reached Tarot Galaxy, he would end up penniless. Though Fukin had never once spent a pearl, he was not in the least bit hesitant about spending Xia Fei's. Without missing a beat, he went ahead and booked not just the Duke's suite, a room decked out and furnished lavishly as if it were a palace, costing 15,000 pearls a day. This meant that the accommodations for boarding the Mammoth, which would take 3 months to reach the Tarot Galaxy, would cost Xia Fei 1.35 million pearls. He felt quite pained when he understood this. Checking in a super luxurious suite, of course, meant they would be in for quite an opulent experience. Xia Fei and Fukin clambered on board via the VIP channel, an entire row of beautiful ladies bowing to them as they passed by, each with eyes full of eagerness and expectation, hoping for them to catch these VIP passengers' eyes. Originally, these ladies working in this sort of luxury liner did not plan on having this sparrow to phoenix transformation, though really, they often turned into chickens rather than phoenixes. After tipping the staff who led the way 100 pearls, Xia Fei closed the door and examined the room. He had seen plenty of rooms as luxurious as palaces before, so he did not find anything special about this one. Isn't it fine to just book a normal room? If we had saved money on this front, we could have eaten more food. Why stay in a deluxe suite? Xia Fei shrugged in inquiry. Fukin chuckled and reclined on the soft yet ample couch, explaining, of course, it's important for us to eat good food, but I have my reasons for booking a luxury suite. There are many things that money can't buy. Going by Fukin's style of doing things, he would often prioritize eating whenever he was somewhere new. Not only would he dine, he even picked only the most expensive and best-tasting food for consumption. Perhaps Fukin was ill at ease to eat minus table etiquette in front of others, so he had requested for Xia Fei to book them a private room instead of heading to the open-air restaurant, which could accommodate several tens of thousands of people all at once. Under the shocked gaze of the staff, Xia Fei and Fukin completed the first big meal of the day with seafood. From over a meter-long black crystal lobsters to super small catfish soup, made with 10,000 tiny catfish, the meal they had was extremely decadent. Even the bottle of sherry served with the food cost 70,000 pearls. Of course, this meant that Xia Fei's purse was reduced by a corresponding 610,000 pearls. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and sighed. I say, eating like this will have us starving even before we reach the Tarot Galaxy. Fukin used a white ivory toothpick and rebuked disapprovingly, with me around, there's nothing to fear. Wait till I bring you to see what's fun around this ship, then you'll know why it's worth it to spend so much. This is just chump change, don't worry about it. Besides, these are all beneficial to your body. Xia Fei was speechless. Though he had wasted a lot of money eating with Fukin like this, the fact of the matter remained that his injury had been recovering quickly. It seemed like they were just blindly eating everything when, really, it had been Fukin's sophisticated arrangement. What to eat, how many, what first, and what next. Each aspect of their gourmet journey was specially tailored for Xia Fei's healing process, and it was anything but simple. This was why whenever Fukin mentioned that what they ate was good for his recovery, Xia Fei would always be hard-pressed to refute him. Exiting the restaurant, Xia Fei and Fukin visited the casino and the nightclub, and then they went down a parlor, which offered a full-body massage, lightening Xia Fei's purse by thousands of pearls. Food benefits the body, but what has gambling got to do with it? Asked Xia Fei, dissatisfied. Fukin maintained his disapproving attitude. This is all preparatory work. Relax. You'll be joining the most interesting game in the Alpha universe. Xia Fei pouted. They feasted and had a massage. Now, Fukin wanted to start playing a game? He had never led such a debaucherous life, and he was doing it all at once today. Helplessly, he followed Fukin to a spacious hall and was instantly rooted to the spot. What he saw was a large battle simulation hall, with plenty of semicircle structures like small rooms. Warriors would enter and connect to the simulation system, allowing them to fight one another. In the middle of this hall were even screens showing the ongoing battles of these warriors, with the largest displaying the most interesting fight. Brilliant colors flooded the screens, as these fights were carried out with great intensity. All sorts of strange combat techniques and arts were being used. It was a dazzling array of displays that nearly left Xia Fei feeling spellbound. This, Xia Fei croaked. That's right. It's the legendary soul battle, declared Fukin with a glimmer in his eyes. Chapter 1052, Soul Battle System. The Mammoth, which was just like a mid-sized city, ferried hundreds of thousands of passengers. Even if only 1,000th of them could be considered warriors, that would still be at least several thousand, which was why the Soul Battle Training Hall was so lively. Most of the warriors spent their time participating in simulated fights while aboard this ship. Old Fukin smiled. The greatest benefit that comes from this simulation system is that one doesn't need to use soul power, yet they'll still gain precious soul battle experience. Your style of combat before focused on law power, but now that you're in the Alpha universe, you'll be experiencing a whole new battlefield, which is mainly centered on soul fights. As such, facing soul practitioners will be very beneficial to you, as they fight completely differently from law warriors. Since you're still injured, you might as well forget about advancing in the meantime, even cultivating won't do you any good. Before you make a full recovery, I suggest that you engage in simulation battles, as it's the most productive thing you can do at the moment, helping you become familiar with the rules and tricks of combat here in the Alpha universe. Xia Fei nodded. His eyes trained on the screen. Because the power system used in soul battles was different, shadow and light swayed, which gave the shown fights even greater depths of excitement and brilliance. Watching such was way more thrilling than watching a movie. It was as if an entirely new world had opened up to Xia Fei. In Alpha universe, there were actually many uses for law powers, and a lot of soul practitioners did use it here as well, but the point was that, on top of traditional combat using laws, many high-level warriors utilized soul power. Thus, regardless if it was law power or soul art, it was imperative for warriors to master both. Xia Fei was ultimately a beginner, having just activated his soul mark, so the soul battles he had witnessed were just those fought at the Cosmic Gate. As a warrior, experience and strength were equally important, and neither should be neglected. Now that there was this soul battle system, which seemed to be tailor-made for him, it was in his best interest to study and learn everything it could offer. What a wonderful soul battle system! I truly look forward to giving it a shot. Xia Fei clenched his fists as he said this. It had been a long time since he traded blows with another. Xia Fei could feel himself itching just that. Fukin smiled and then pointed to the thousands of spectators in the grand hall. Look over there. Most of the passengers are holding number plates. They want to participate in the soul battles, yet the Mammoth only has 1,600 simulation cabins, so there's a need to queue. When it's your turn, you're only allowed to use one of those simulation cabins for 3 hours. Even if you don't get your fill, the staff will still usher you out. Xia Fei furrowed his brows as he carefully examined the crowd. Sure enough, many of them were holding number plates as they stood there in the hall, watching the others fight, awaiting their turn. Their faces glowed with excitement and anticipation, he could even see an elderly gentleman with a head full of silver hair and a child no older than 8. Well, that's troublesome. Who knows when it'll be my turn if we join the queue? Xia Fei said. Do that old man and child also have soul power? Why am I not sensing any energy from them? Fukin chuckled. You forgot. The simulation system doesn't require one to possess cultivation, so even the common folk who wants to experience combat can only do so through this. That's the reason why so many people are lining up here to try this. Xia Fei nodded. No wonder there were so many regular people with number plates. It was not a sin for them to seek the thrill of combat, but their action had delayed what Xia Fei wanted to do. He could not help but be somewhat annoyed by this. Fukin said after a pause, there are many types of soul battle simulations, with the largest network capable of reaching the most elite warriors across the universe. This sort of training method, which won't result in any injury yet lets one gain combat experience, is very popular. The Mammoth's soul battle system happens to be capable of connecting to even faraway networks. Unfortunately, one must accumulate a certain number of points, obtain an ID, before they can join the higher ranking system. Xia Fei sighed. What use is there even if you tell me how good it is? I'll go get a number first. Perhaps I'll get to play for 3 hours later tonight. Just as he was about to approach the counter, Fukin reached out to stop him, a big grin on his face. No need for all that hassle. The reason why I booked the Duke Suite is that the room has a simulation system inside. There's no need to line up there, nor is there any time limit to using it. What about it? Now? Isn't this elder very thoughtful? Xia Fei was surprised. So this was why Fukin had urged him to book the Duke Suite. Well, that's good. Let's return to our room so that we can fight to our heart's content, exclaimed Xia Fei excitedly. Aside from the 2 bedrooms in the Duke Suite, there was a library, a gymnasium, and a guest room. The soul battle system was inside the gym. Xia Fei pushed a button on the wall, and that wall turned, revealing the small simulation cabin behind it. Xia Fei was extremely vigilant and had the habit of inspecting the room wherever he stayed, but because this cabin had been cleverly hidden in the wall, Xia Fei had no knowledge of its existence. Go ahead and try it. Fukin pointed at the egg-shaped simulation cabin with a smile. Xia Fei entered the cabin. Inside was a sports chair, which Xia Fei hurriedly cocooned himself. The seat was wide and a lot more comfortable than an actual sports chair. Inserting his room key and then turning it on, the simulation cabin began running. After a 5-second countdown, an image appeared in front of him. Xia Fei and Fukin, who were now both wearing the simulation glasses, found a row of words showing up. Please choose, alias or real name. Xia Fei softly repeated the words that had appeared. Fukin said, this is also one of the benefits that come with a luxury suite. Some VIPs don't like others knowing their names, so the option for using an alias is offered. Xia Fei did not spare a moment to think and immediately chose to use an alias. Humans feared fame like pigs feared bulking up. This was something Xia Fei subscribed to, so whatever the results of his upcoming simulated fights, he would never let others learn his identity. Being low-key was the way. Since he would not be using his real name, Xia Fei had to come up with a nickname. He simply keyed in Xia Fei, a relatively common name he often used whenever he needed a fake identity. He had used it several times in the lore realm before, too. After setting up a password, an incognito account with the alias Xia Fei was born. The next option would be the model. Fukin said, you can choose yourself as the model, and the system will emulate your body and recreate your current condition, but I advise that you don't do that. After all, you're an orthodox spiritualist, and if word gets out, it'll likely attract plenty of trouble to you. The Mammoth is too public a site right now, but you can make your own model and avoid being identified in the future once you get your hands on your own simulation cabin. Xia Fei nodded. Of course, having his own body as his model would be great, as he could then use his combat techniques, meaning that it would be no different from being in battle himself. After choosing to use another model, warriors of all shapes and sizes appeared in front of Xia Fei. Every warrior had their name and dimensions, what sort of power system they possessed, and everything was described in detail. Fukin commented, these warriors are all copies made from real warriors' data. You're a newly registered account, so all you can choose now are rank 1 models. Wait till your win rate is high enough and you've ranked up, then you can fight with stronger characters. Rank 1 warrior models were very weak, and at best, they would be newly promoted warriors with 1 soul mark. The law power that they possessed was also fairly average, with nothing particularly outstanding. Xia Fei spent some time browsing, only to realize that finding a warrior model similar to him from the many was very difficult. In truth, even if he carefully read through all their descriptions, there was no way he would be able to find someone just like him. This was because his experience was truly too unique, and he had learned plenty of things. Quite possibly, no one was quite like him in this universe. Since there was no model similar to him, Xia Fei decided to let the system choose for him and ended up with a warrior model called Xiao Xing. Xiao Fei, Xiao Xing, that's quite an amusing combination. Fukin chuckled from the sidelines. However, when Fukin looked at the data of Xiao Xing, his expression changed. He began muttering to himself, "Is this fate? Xia Fei actually drew that jinx. Forget it. I'll just wait and see how this plays out." BZZT. With the neurotransmitter helmet activated, Xia Fei's brain was directly connected to the system. From this point on, Xiao Xing's every move would be in accordance with Xia Fei's will, and any injury that the warrior model received would be sent to Xia Fei's nervous system. Of course, this was just a simulated sensation and would not actually deal actual damage to Xia Fei's real body. The system guided Xia Fei to the main program, where he could choose his opponent. He could also create a battlefield and let others choose to fight him, instead. Xia Fei pondered for a moment before saying, "System, I want to have the battlefield set as Blizzard Valley. Accept any challenges." Affirmative. The Blizzard Valley battlefield has been set. Beginning to accept the invitation now. Zib. Xia Fei's vision blurred, and when it cleared again, he saw that he was now in an icy arena. He was right in the basin of the valley between two mountains. The landscape was covered in snow, and a chilly wind was blowing. This was when the system prompted, "Someone has challenged you. Will you accept?" "Display the warrior's data," Xia Fei stated casually. Victory could be assured when one knew both themselves and their enemy. Xia Fei was not afraid of who he might face, but understanding the opponent was something a warrior should do at all times, so it had become a habit of his by now. He did not expect to see a row of words and images. He had no idea what those were, but it seemed that more than 100 individuals had sought to challenge him at the same time. Xia Fei casually opened one and saw that it was an account with a real name. It was a youth around 12 of age, looking scholarly and decent with his spectacles. Because Xia Fei was not using his real name, all the opponent could see was a virtual avatar, while all the information regarding Xia Fei's age and sex was all left blank. "You're seeking death. I dare to bet that you won't last even a round in my hands." "Humph. You're dead meat." Xia Fei was speechless. These challenges from these individuals were more vicious than the last. All of them swore to murder Xia Fei. In the blink of an eye, 318 individuals had issued a challenge to him. Who knew what was wrong with them, but they all decided to challenge him. Together? Xia Fei frowned, wondering, how strange. Did these people eat gunpowder for lunch? Fukin smiled wordlessly, thinking to himself, the only one you can blame is yourself for choosing Xiao Xing as your model. If not you, who else would they choose to challenge? This was when a scene no one had expected occurred. Xia Fei merely raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, "System, accept all these challenges for me." Chapter 1053, The Jinx. Exodus Tales. Fukin was slightly startled. He had not expected that Xia Fei would be crazy enough to accept all these challenges. The system faithfully did as Xia Fei ordered, and soon enough, all the challenge requests of these 318 people turned green, and they were subsequently transported to Xia Fei's simulated arena in chronological order, with the number 1 challenger coming in first and so on. "Quickly come look. Some fool has accepted all the challenge requests," someone in the Great Hall said as he chortled. Where? What model is he using? What's his win rate?" The models used in simulation battles were very important. As each model was based on a real warrior, using a powerful warrior could of course give the user an advantage, making it easier to win against opponents. Meanwhile, the win rate also had a certain referential value. Who do you think is the worst warrior model in the Soul Battle system? Do you have to ask? Of course, it's that Jinx. Everybody knows that. No, wait. You're not telling me that this person is using that Jinx. They actually accepted 318 challenges with that Jinx, the man blurted out after having a good look on the screen. He must be crazy or a masochist. No one is foolish enough to choose that Jinx, and no one actually dares to use it to challenge everyone. A model with only a 0.03% win rate. This universe sure is crazy. Whatever. There's no way for us to stop him if he gets enjoyment from his suffering. Too bad I sent my challenge a little late and got queued in the 200. I wonder if he can last till it's my turn to give him a vicious trashing, a pockmarked girl said with a hand over her mouth. Xia Fei's decision had immediately created quite the stir on the mammoth. Fortunately, most of the people who used the battle simulation system were regular folks, who were looking for entertainment. As for the intermediate and up warriors, they would hardly notice the commotion happening with the novice system. On the simulated battlefield, Blizzard Valley, Xia Fei was no longer in his half-transparent state. The system had been in the process of rendering his model, and by the time it was done, Xia Fei examined the state he was in and frowned. Why do I have just one arm? Fukin's beard was already crooked from laughing raucously. Well, you're the one who chose the jinx. This model you got is historically the one with the lowest win rate in the entire Soul Battle Simulation Company, not even 3 of 1,000th. It essentially means that only 3 in every 10,000 users can use this model to win against someone else. Xia Fei was speechless. It seemed like he had really gotten unlucky this time. He had picked the worst model, not to mention that he only had one arm. The body was also in a terrible state, and this model hardly seemed like someone who had a soul mark. If Xia Fei knew of Xiao Xing's past, he would probably understand why this model was in such a terrible shape. As a former genius, Xiao Xing naturally had his time of glory, having transcended to the founder tier and established his first soul mark at the tender age of 21, which was even earlier than Xia Fei. Still, Xia Fei and Xiao Xing were in different environments. Xia Fei was in the low realm, which was a level lower than the Alpha universe, making it that much harder for him to advance. Just as Xiao Xing was complacently preparing to climb greater heights, misfortune struck. An expert whom he could not defeat attacked him and crippled him for good. In the Alpha universe, the statement of experts being immortal had been rewritten. No matter how powerful their seeds of life might be, they were still incapable of withstanding a soul attack. A blow from a powerful expert could destroy the soul, and even an immortal arhat would be unable to recover from that. Xiao Xing suffered from precisely such a soul attack, but the miracle was that, while a good half of Xiao Xing's soul had been destroyed, he survived. This could be considered a gift from the heavens, and after many years of hard work, Xiao Xing ultimately failed to return to his peak state, so when Xia Fei accepted Xiao Xing's model, he quickly felt that he had been conned. This mode's cultivation was so unsatisfactory that it was completely outside of Xia Fei's expectations. The Soul Battle Simulation Company would never neglect to collect the data of every unique warrior, so Xiao Xing was put in their records as someone who had suffered a soul attack and lived to tell the tale. The pouting Xia Fei took 2 steps forward while he rotated this model's only arm, muttering, "Given how things have panned out, all I can do is get used to this as best as I can. Hopefully, this model can keep up with the tempo of my attack." Tempo was crucial to a speed-type warrior like Xia Fei, and they would often unleash a series of impossible-to-predict punches before their enemy could get ready. This was why people claiming that speed was the most heaven-defying ability in the universe could not be deemed as an exaggeration. Swish! This was when the virtual warrior across him appeared. It was that insolent and bespectacled youth, looking rather refined as he exuded arrogance. He was no warrior and was just playing this game purely for entertainment. Regular people would say they were experiencing the joy of combat, but they were ultimately just mortals who had no cultivation to speak of. They knew nothing about how to attack or how to receive an attack, so how could they call it combat? This youth had been abused like crazy in his previous simulated fights. Practically everyone knew that Xiao Xing was a lousy model, and those who used him would always end up losing, with not even a 0.03% win rate. The victory anyone could achieve while using it was purely an accident. This was also why this youth had locked onto Xia Fei, hoping to claw back some face through him. Having been stomped on by everyone, it's now my turn to do the stomping, must be what this youth was thinking inside. Pointing at Xia Fei, just as the youth planned to begin his tirade, the indicator light, which showed when they could begin the fight, turned green. It won't. Crunch. Just as the refined youth said those 2 words, Xia Fei moved. While his model lacked the reaction time and speed that Xia Fei inherently possessed, he still had the experience from the hundreds of battles he had been in. Without wasting another breath, the first second the indicator lights turned green, Xia Fei charged forward and slapped that talkative youth across his face and, with a lift of his right leg, kicked that youth in his crotch. He immediately followed this up by unsheathing his short sword and plunging it upward, right into that youth's heart. Squelch! The virtual effects were very realistic, and well over a meter blood spurted out from that unlucky youth, killing him right on the spot. Want? Want what? You should shut the FCK up. Xia Fei wiped the blade on his pants and scoffed offhandedly. It had something to do with experience, the gulf between their experience. To Xia Fei, this was not a virtual battle but rather a struggle between life and death. The youth attempting to utter some cutting words was the perfect chance for Xia Fei to deliver the killing blow. Regardless of how powerful a model warrior anyone controlled, the price for underestimating an opponent was still death. What more since the opponent, in this case, was the devious and crafty Xia Fei. In the hall, alone, miserable-looking youth slowly walked out of a simulation cabin. His two legs were closed tightly, while his face was all green. Xia Fei's attack had been truly brutal. In order for everyone to experience the joy of killing, no armor was worn in simulated battles. Xia Fei's kick connected with his nether region. It was already a good thing that the youth did not pass out there and then. After all, this was not a common point, and the unpleasantness was far greater than a stab. Mom! A scream echoed in the hall and that youth collapsed on the ground, the pain so overwhelming he now lay curled on the floor in a fetal position. Those who had watched the fight were shocked, no matter if they were cultivators or not. After all, the win rate of Xiao Xing was there for all to see. Few could win with that model, yet Xia Fei managed to shock the audience the moment he made his move. It was a lethal blow that had been achieved with the notorious Jinx. It was a sinister insta-kill. Xia Fei raised the curtain to this battle with a swift kick to the groin, and the system reacted just as quickly. The second opponent appeared instantly, not giving Xia Fei any breathing time. A cold gaze from Xia Fei. He had used the most basic moves when he closed the distance and insta-killed the youth, but unfortunately, this model of Xiao Xing was simply too poor. Xia Fei's heart rate increased as he sensed a slight numbing in his left arm. Not good. This body is too lousy, I'll need to be creative with it, Xia Fei thought. His second opponent was a middle-aged man with a face full of fat. He was not particularly old, yet the ravages of alcohol had already gripped him. Well dressed, the person seemed to be a businessman. Businessmen had their unique shrewdness, and having seen how the youth from before had been beaten, he took careful note of the mistake. He did not spare any words and adopted a defensive stance right from the get-go. Though Xia Fei had demonstrated a very strong desire to fight just then, the businessman had responded with great professionalism. He believed that, though he had no cultivation to speak of, he had experienced simulated battles from his many years of playing the game. As long as he did not make many mistakes and played defensively, he was convinced that he could find the path to victory. Ding! The indicator light tuned green, and the battle began. Let's see what you can do with me not taking the initiative. If you take the initiative, then I'll just face you head-on. After all, your model is much weaker and even lacks an arm, the middle-aged man thought, gingerly shifting his steps as he maintained his distance from Xia Fei. Alas, while he was playing it safe, Xia Fei had already acted aggressively. Only after a second of observation, Xia Fei had made his move. He charged right at the middle-aged man and revealed numerous flaws. Here's my chance! The man excitedly cheered inwardly. With a single thrust, he unleashed a soul shade. As someone who had participated in so many soul battles over the years, this businessman could be considered as having a modicum of awareness. Crafty approach. Xia Fei changed his pace, his two legs moving in a crisscross direction, and very nimbly evaded that soul shade. He then appeared at that fat man's side and brandished his short sword. The fatty used the weapon in his other hand to block the attack, but the edge of Xia Fei's short sword suddenly turned downward, and it slashed at his calf, instead. With his calf injured, he lost his balance. The fatty went pale as his body toppled over, Xia Fei's short sword brushed across his neck thereafter. Squelch! The fighting continued, with everyone simply unable to believe that Xia Fei had actually used Xiao Xing to get 17 consecutive wins. These virtual opponents of Xia Fei fell one by one, with one being worse off than the last. Fukin dumbfoundedly watched this, asking the ghost in his soul weapon, "Have you seen someone kill like this before?" Not at all. The methods Xia Fei used are too insidious. No matter what, his blade will always be targeting the most private areas, replied the immortal spirit while gulping. You're right. Xia Fei is really insidious. Those people are sure likely in great pain from his attacks. Fukin subconsciously reached to touch his crotch as he said this. Just then, the 18th challenger fell after having received a tragic blow from Xia Fei. Xia Fei did not care if the methods he employed were sinister or otherwise. As long as he could kill his enemies, then it was good enough for him. In order to achieve his goal, he was willing to use everything and anything within his means. Oh, my! That's 18 consecutive wins for you. The people in the hall had already doubled in number. Watching Xia Fei's 18th kill, the crowd clamored in extreme shock. Having used the weakest model, Xiao Xing, to achieve 18 consecutive wins, this was worthy of being a record. Xia Fei sheathed his short sword, all along feeling the least bit proud of what he had done. Instead, he was in deep thought. How interesting, it seems that this model is a special case. Xia Fei stroked his chin while he mulled this over. After a series of grueling battles, Xia Fei eventually got used to this model, acknowledged by many as the worst in the history of this soul battle simulation system. Chapter 1054, 101 Kills. Xia Fei's Xiao Xing model was widely acknowledged as the trashiest model in the entire soul battle simulation networks. Though Xia Fei had managed to win 18 challenges using this worst model through his rich battle experience, all of them were not easy wins. After all, Xiao Xing's model was truly very trashy with only one arm. While using the model, though he mainly relied on his leg strength, being one-armed severely hampered his balance. This was why, when Xia Fei habitually did his high-speed charge at the beginning, he had difficulty executing it. Xia Fei kept feeling like something was amiss. However, as he spent more time fighting with this Xiao Xing model, Xia Fei slowly realized that there was a hidden potential to it. Every time he used sly thrust and its dazzling footwork, the unsteadiness of his body would not, by any means, be a burden but would, instead, provide him unrestrained movement. It was almost as if the Xiao Xing model had this unique control over unbalanced movement, granting Xia Fei a level of agility akin to that of a butterfly, easy and flighty. Xia Fei's greatest trait was his ability to lure and utilize anything and everything that benefited him. Soon, he had adapted his crafty approach toward this unsteadiness. Given how crafty approach focused on extreme twists and evasive movements while extremely unbalanced, and with how his body had changed now, Xia Fei made it even nimbler and more peculiar, which greatly enhanced the flightiness of his movements. Whoosh! Everyone saw Xia Fei twist at his position, and in 3 steps, he had actually managed to appear in front of his opponent, raised his arm, and stabbed the target's heart with cold precision. Fukin frowned. This footwork is simply too erratic. There doesn't seem to be any pattern to it, and so it's extraordinarily unpredictable. Who said that Xiao Xing is trashy and the worst model? If I could achieve such whimsical footwork after losing an arm, I'd gladly trade mine for it, too. Not just the secular Fukin, even the average warrior could tell just how frightening this footwork of Xia Fei was. He could practically appear beside his enemy in just a few steps and deal a lethal blow on them. With Xia Fei controlling it, Xiao Xing was like a different model. He exploded with a combat strength that frightened people. Warriors could see the change in Xiao Xing through Xia Fei's demonstration, but it was too bad that these commoners had no way of knowing just what he had done to achieve that. Most opponents he faced treated this as merely a game, and when he did face a real warrior, Xia Fei naturally outclassed them in terms of combat experience, not to mention when Xia Fei used crafty approach to enhance Xiao Xing's movements. Hence, this rarely seen challenge quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Squelch! Lives were taken with every raise of his sword. From the start till this point, Xia Fei had not used a single soul art and had solely relied on his physical agility to kill everyone. In the blink of an eye, 37 people lay dead on the ground. Those watching the fights and those who had challenged him were all dumbfounded. None of them expected that the garbage Xiao Xing model could actually turn into a one-armed killer. Xia Fei had forcibly turned this garbage model into an awesome evildoer. His immense learning capabilities could finally be used once more. Because of his many injuries, Xia Fei had no way of participating in actual combat, but he was able to find new enjoyment from these simulated battles. Crafty approach was constantly changing, and ever since Phantom taught this assassin sect footwork to Xia Fei, he had never stopped improving on this technique. If any assassin sect warrior were with Xia Fei right now, they would surely fail to recognize this as the crafty approach, which had originated from them. This was because, under Xia Fei's constant improvement of it, this technique had long transcended the limit of what was humanly possible, becoming as ephemeral as the shadow of a ghost. His erratic footwork still continued, and another opponent fell without any suspense, collapsing into a pool of virtual blood. Flicking his short sword to one side with a bit of force, droplets of fresh blood fell off its blade. Xia Fei shook his head and called, "Next." The feminine voice of the system sounded, "There are presently no challengers. Please wait patiently." Xia Fei was surprised. He clearly remembered accepting over 300 challenges, so how come he had run out of opponents after fighting only about 100 or so of them? Not one of them had taken notice of a young man with strange purple hair walking past the hall. He was about 14 or 13 years old, yet this young man gave off quite an aura. Two skinny elders were behind him, it was easy to tell that neither of their cultivation was weak. Seeing how packed the hall was, this young man frowned slightly. He then lightly gestured with his hand, and one of the two elders quickly stepped forward and waited for his instructions, appearing very respectful. "Go and find out what has happened," said the young man coldly. In no time at all, the elder returned to the young man's side after a quick trip in the crowd. The commotion was caused by someone using Xiao Xing's model, for they achieved a 100% win rate for his 101 battles. Xiao Xing's model, the young shrugged as he muttered. "What rank is that from? Why don't I recall it?" The elder smiled. Xiao Xing is by no means a powerful character, but because he's a cripple, his model has an outrageously low win rate, and that's also why it's called a jinx. No matter who that person is, it's no easy feat to win 101 matches with the Xiao Xing model. The young man got curious. "Do either of you think that I can achieve a similar win rate as him if I use that model?" The elders chuckled. Young Master Xiao Xiao sure knows how to crack a joke. Xiao Xing is a rank 1 soul battle model. You're not really thinking of using him to mess with those average rank 1 warriors, are you? Let's not talk about whether I'll do it or not. I want to take a look at the model first. The young man called Xiao Xiao spoke earnestly. "Let's go. We'll head back to the room right now." The two elders behind him shrugged helplessly. It could not be helped. This was the serious side of young Master Xiao. Duke Sweet. Xia Fei lit himself a cigarette after he logged out from the system and was now deep in thought. "Hat. Looks like you gained something from that experience, hey?" asked Fukin with a smile. Xia Fei nodded. "That's right. The Xiao Xing model isn't actually garbage. He also has a hidden potential, it just hasn't been explored." Fukin thought about what Xia Fei had just said and commented, "That's not exactly impossible, it's just that Xiao Xing is quite low ranked, so no one is willing to waste time uncovering his potential. That's also why that cripple model has long been forgotten by the people." After a pause, Fukin asked, "What do you think will happen if you use that amazing footwork on yourself?" Xia Fei answered, "I'm also wondering about that very question myself. It's just unfortunate that I can't cultivate or do real training right now, so there's no way for me to test out what I've just gained." Fukin said, "Well, since you've already experienced it, you should of course test it out immediately, or else you might eventually forget it. At such a time, the benefit of occupying a Duke suite is once more apparent. Come with me." The two exited the room, and Fukin led Xia Fei to the top floor of the ship. The Duke suite and other luxury rooms were all in the same zone, so both did not face any impediment as they made their way over to their destination. They easily entered the VIP training room for the Mammoth's elite clients like them. If Xia Fei were not in this zone, there would be no way for him to access this place at all. "What's that?" Xia Fei inquisitively pointed to the largest machinery in the training room. Chapter 1055, Xiao Xiao. "What's that?" Xia Fei asked inquisitively as he pointed to the largest machinery in the training room. Fukin giddily introduced, "This is a simulation training center. What you've seen before is called the combat simulation cabin, while this here is the AL-powered virtual battle machine. You'll be able to fight using it even without an opponent. More importantly, this thing can simulate you, so if you want to try working with that footwork of yours, you can do so right here, and there won't be a single discrepancy. Every action you make would be mimicked through sophisticated logic calculations, so if it's something you can achieve inside the simulation training center, then you can do it anywhere else." Xia Fei was surprised. Exact active imitation had always been a difficult problem in the technology sphere. He truly did not expect that the Alpha Universe had not only solved this issue but had also even successfully put it into practice. This would be a great help to him. If he wanted to experiment with some new combat techniques, he could do so completely inside the simulation cabin. Through this, he could determine the pros and cons of the techniques without losing energy. It was pretty much a solution that killed two birds with one stone. This simulation training center costs as much as 100 billion, but the benefits are numerous. If you didn't have this type of ticket, you wouldn't have the chance to use this machine at all. Now, you know why I had you spend a lot just to book a Duke suite. Well, while no one is around, why don't you give it a try? It won't be good if someone else sees you doing it, after all, Fukin suggested after looking around. Xia Fei froze and then asked curiously, a ticket that cost me 1.35 million pearls isn't enough to grant me access to this training center. Isn't that a bit too ridiculous? Fukin thought nothing of it. What? There are plenty of things out there that money can't buy. Take this simulation training center for instance, it's been specially prepared for important figures, so only individuals with substantial statuses can use it. I've boarded the Mammoth before, I learned that the Duke Suite has corridors connecting to the VIP area. Because they're all in the same zone, there's no security in place. We can take advantage of that right now. Xia Fei nodded. He pushed open the door and stepped into the center. This training center was round in shape and had no windows. This was why no one outside could tell that Xia Fei was currently inside, making it quite a secluded place. Turning on the system, Xia Fei began his combat simulation training. Fukin slowly made his way back via the same path he had come in, heading to the dining hall so that he could sample delicacies. Naturally, it was still Xia Fei who would pay for whatever he ate. The Mammoth, inside an opulent palatial suite. Aboard this express liner, which shuttled across the vast emptiness of space, were a total of 4 secret rooms. They were different from the royal suites or the Duke suite that Xia Fei and Fukin were currently occupying, as these were secret rooms that no one knew existed on the ship, nor could they be booked through conventional means like visiting the reservation counter. This was because these accommodations were reserved for important figures. The company would rather leave these rooms empty than let someone unqualified use them. Xiao Xiao was staying in one of the 4 hidden rooms, and the 2 elders were still following him dutifully. These 2 old men looked quite alike to each other, both having grown about a meter-long grey beard. Today, Xiao Xiao heard that someone had managed to achieve 101 consecutive wins using the Xiao Xing model, and out of curiosity, the young man returned to his room, found the recording of the fights, and watched each of them. In the end, what he saw shocked him greatly. Xia Fei had managed to use the handicapped Xiao Xing to twist, turn, and evade with much deftness. Each action he did, be it attacking or defending, was executed with such dynamics Xiao Xiao could not help but be perplexed. This was especially the case for the movement technique he demonstrated, which looked as illusory as a ghost. Both of you, come look, said Xiao Xiao in a grave tone. Do either of you know which clan this technique originated from? The 2 carefully inspected the recording before finally saying, neither of us has seen something like it before. It's quite similar to the Bei clan's movement technique, yet it seems to be far more cunning than that. That's right, it's cunning. Not only is this person's movement technique impressive, it is also very sinister. He would be a very troublesome opponent to face if he managed to get into close combat with anyone. Xiao Xiao arched his eyebrow. The most important fact is that he's achieved it while using a body with a very poor sense of balance. Since he could execute that technique while handicapped, he'll likely not just be a troublesome opponent to those who face him under normal circumstances. The elder with the more pointed face laughed. What the young master said makes sense. Any warrior who fails to understand their enemy during battle will surely suffer, but ultimately, it's still just a movement technique. More often than not, a clash between soul practitioners will only be decided by soul power. Just a movement technique alone may not always secure the victory. It's important for us to consider this from every angle. Xiaoxiao's surname was Xiao, but this young master was not someone who would laugh at all. In fact, his expression had remained emotionless from start up to this moment, appearing to be very stern. He was a world of difference from Xia Fei, who often smiled and would even joke around outside of battle. The somewhat disheartened young master walked with his hands behind his back and headed out while thinking deeply. Rumble. Having not eaten food the entire night, Xiaoxiao's stomach could not help but grow. Pitifully. Turning his head, he spied a clean plate set on the table. It seemed like it had been prepared for him by the Zhang clan's 2 brothers. In the past, whenever Xiao Xiao went to train, they would never forget leaving his favorite biscuits outside the room, but for some reason, all there was left for him today was an empty plate. Slightly furrowing his brows, Xiao Xiao continued his way forward. His head was lowered as he succumbed to endless annoyance. Everyone knew that the 7th young master was a genius seen only once in a generation. Right now, This genius had actually been at a loss on how Xia Fei had managed to control the Xiao Xing model, and this made him feel greatly disheartened. Bump! Xiao failed to notice that there was a 15 to 16-year-old girl in front of him, and they collided, causing both to grimace at the same time. The brown-skinned man behind the young girl abruptly stood in front of her, glaring at Xiao. Xiao let out a cold snort and left, expressionless. Meanwhile, the young girl massaged her right arm with a frown. When Xiao just walked fast without apologizing, the girl felt unhappy. What a weird man. The young girl wrinkled her nose and huffed in her soft voice. Miss, it's best if you don't take his rudeness to heart. It seems like he has quite a lot on his mind, said that stout man. The two reached the training center. The young girl happened to open the room Xia Fei had just used, and she entered with her companion. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with her two hands, her eyes filled with shock. How powerful! He actually got 91 points with his movement technique training. She could not help but look over, staring at Xiaoxiu's departing back. Miss, I know that person, said the stout man. Who is he? He actually scored 91 points. The girl tilted her head, feeling curious. Her shiny black hair swung along with her movement. That's 7th Master Xiao, answered the man with a frown, seemingly disliking that person. Miss, when it comes to the Xiao clan, it's best that you don't. The young girl paid no heed to his warning. So what if he's from the Xiao clan? Since he could get over 90 points with this system, then he should be someone amazing. Of course, there was no way for her to know that this was the score Xia Fei had achieved. As for the machine that Xiao had used, it only displayed a very embarrassing 57 points, which was not even a passing score. Miss, let's hurry up and start. The Xiaos aren't a clan that gets along well with others, warned the stout man calmly. The young girl nodded in agreement to her companion and proceeded to enter the training room proper. Chapter 1056, A Series of Misunderstanding. This world was full of misunderstandings. Ever since Xiao saw the erratic footwork Xia Fei used when he controlled Xiao Xing, he had been misled into thinking that he had come across some peerless expert, while the young lady thought that it was Xiao who had mastered crafty approach after seeing Xia Fei's training score. Having mistakenly taken Xiao as that user of the one-armed Xiao Xing who massacred 101 combatants, her heart was filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the one who started all this, Xia Fei, was still in the dark about everything that had just transpired. Right now, his head was full of thoughts about his recent training. Humans would always need adversity in order to grow. Speaking of disadvantages, what could be even more disadvantageous than having to control Xiao Xing's model? Since Xia Fei could control even a handicapped model like fish in water, then no matter what trouble he might face from this point on, he could deal with it with great composure. This was a point that Xia Fei was well aware of. Exiting the training center, Xiao let out a cold snort. He recalled the young girl's awkward smile from before and began to feel very annoyed. Did she hear the grumbling of my stomach, perhaps? What a detestable woman! She shouldn't have shown up then. Xiao viciously hissed as a chilling light flashed across his eyes. People who did not understand Xiao would never understand why he had such a personality, vicious and murderous. It could not be helped, as the talented 7th master, and the clan's apple of the eye for being the only male heir, Xiao had a pampered upbringing surrounded by brocade clothes and fine food. His pride had always been unbearable even from a very young age, and not once had anyone registered in his eyes. Anyone who made him even the tiniest bit unhappy would be killed. Returning to his suite, he saw that 3rd and 4th Zheng were dozing off on the sofa as per usual. The Zheng clan had 6 tigers, and the 6 brothers were all decent soul practitioners. In order for the Xiao clan to ensure their cherished Xiaoxiu's safety, they did not spare any expense and hired all 6 tigers of the Zheng clan, with the 6 men splitting into 3 shifts to protect Xiao 24/7. Seeing that their young master had returned, 3rd Zheng and 4th Zheng hurriedly got to their feet and received him, only for Xiao to show them an ugly expression. Do you two know who that detestable woman on board the Mammoth is? The 2 brothers were slightly taken aback. The fact that Xiao would ask them about her meant that she was no ordinary woman but someone of significance who was staying in a secret suite, too. 3rd Zheng frowned. Young Master Xiao, the young miss from the Venus of Eternal Night occupies the suite right next to us, but Xia Night is only 14. I doubt that she's that detestable woman you're talking about. Xia Night? From the Venus of Eternal Night? Xiao clarified disapprovingly. 3rd Zheng answered, Yes. She's the youngest lady from the clan known as the Venus of Eternal Night. She's precisely who I'm talking about. Xiao Xiao snorted in derision. How unlucky for me to have bumped into such a detestable woman. The Zheng brothers attended to him, even as they wondered just how Xia Knight had annoyed Xiao Xiao. It could not be helped, the seventh young master was a petty individual, he would always blame or vent on others for his unhappiness whenever he was feeling down. These two men had long been used to this. In the training center, Xia Knight looked like a naive girl as she stared at the shocking data Xia Fei had achieved. She held her head precariously with one hand. Young miss, it's about time. Today's lesson, the stout man, who was waiting outside, called in a severe tone. Though he did not enter the training room, he could still use the monitoring system to observe her every move. Xia twisted her lips and very reluctantly pushed the reset button, which promptly wiped away Xia Fei's results from the screen. Xia sighed, seemingly very unwilling to do so. A score of 91 points. To think that Xiao Xiao would have such an impressive movement technique. Xia thought inwardly. Achoo! All of a sudden, Xia sneezed wildly. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her nose as she mumbled, strange. Just who is talking about me? The mammoth, in the dining hall. It was not yet the time for breakfast, so hardly anyone was in the dining hall. Xia Fei and Fukin sat in a corner, around them were a few early birds. What? Are you still thinking of your simulation training last night? Old Fukin asked with a smile when he saw that Xia Fei was still preoccupied with his thoughts. Xia Fei nodded. Yet. A movement technique is still just a movement technique, but most of the time, soul power is the main focus of a battle, so I was thinking. If I encounter a truly powerful opponent, I'll probably have difficulty emerging victorious with just my movement technique. I'll need to uncover Xiao Xing's soul battle potential. Fukin was surprised, asking, I thought you're only playing around with Xiao Xing's model. What, are you thinking of using it today, too? Xia Fei shrugged. What's so bad about it? This is no different from doing long jumps with sandbags tied to your legs. The moment I remove the limitations, I'll of course end up jumping even further and higher. If I use a powerful model, I won't experience such an elevation. Fukin beamed. He very much admired Xia Fei's personality of taking challenges head-on. Originally, he had planned to find a weak model for Xia Fei's use, but this young man had coincidentally ended up with the weakest model, Xiao Xing. As such, the difficulty of the challenges he had to face were even greater than what Fukin had initially envisioned. Given how Xia Fei did not intend on giving up despite the setback, it was clear that there was a heart that would not admit defeat beneath Xia Fei's innocent look. That's fine, too. If you can master the Xiao Xing model, it'll definitely benefit your movement technique and soul arts, but there's no need to force yourself. After all, that model is really too weak and hardly has any potential to speak of, remarked Fukin softly as he took a sip of tea. After they were done with breakfast, the two retired to their room. Xia Fei jumped into the soul battle simulation cabin without another word, and connected right into the mammoth soul battle hub. A quick glance and Xia Fei was stunned. He had no idea what had happened, but overnight, several more people had started using Xiao Xing's model, and they were all participating in fights. The only difference was that these users of the model had weak cultivation, so they only made a mess by using the one-armed Xiao Xing, a model that required overwhelming control. Fukin burst out laughing. These people saw you using Xiao Xing, and so they're now copying you. What a joke, don't they know just how difficult it is to use that model? Quickly look. The one-armed Xiao Xing has appeared. A voice in the Great Hall echoed about. Very soon, everyone's gaze focused on the large screen as they watched a skinny figure with only a left arm appear. Honestly speaking, though Xiao Xing was not a good model to use, its appearance was rather good-looking. With its thin body and sharp eyes, he looked like a legendary one-armed phantom. As someone who had managed to survive after being severely injured by a soul art, the tenacity inherent in Xiao Xing's bones were apparent for all to see, and this made him quite similar to Xia Fei. Would anyone challenge him? I didn't think so. As reality has already proven it, of all the rank 1 soul battle system users, there's no one who can win against Xia Fei. Sure enough, in the 3 minutes since Xia Fei sent out that signal of him being open for challenge, not a single request had been sent his way. Xia Fei shrugged. He was about to let the system assign him an opponent when a challenge request in faint yellow color appeared in front of him. Xia Fei opened it and saw that it was actually a cross-rank challenger. Oh, this is interesting, to think that a rank 2 opponent would seek to challenge you. This person has a 63% win rate and should be a professional warrior. Xia Fei, do you plan on accepting their challenge? Asked Fukin with a smile. A rank 2 challenging a rank 1 just showed that Xia Fei's amazing achievement yesterday was very impactful. Now, no one in rank 1 who dared to take him on, and even rank 2 warriors were beginning to show interest in Xia Fei's one-armed Xiao Xing. Xia Fei did not reply to that. Instead, he pointed to the series of numbers below the challenge message and asked, "What's up with the money and points stated here?" Fukin answered, "They are rank 2. Since they're challenging someone lower ranked, it's necessary for them to put a wager. This is in the rules so as to prevent high-level combatants from picking on those weaker than them." Xia Fei frowned. "If I lose, do I have to pay according to their wager?" Fukin shook his head. "No, that's not necessary. They're a higher-ranked combatant challenging someone lower-ranked. If you lose, you don't have to give a single point to them, and the system will even take away 100 points from them and give those to you. If you win, the wager of 100,000 pearls, as well as 1,000 points, will be awarded to you." Xia Fei nodded. It turned out that he would not be taking a loss whatever the outcome of the fight might be. It was the other party who would lose at least 100 points just for challenging him. It looked like this would be profitable for him. Without thinking much, Xia Fei straightforwardly accepted this challenge from a rank 2 combatant. He accepted it. Xia Fei has accepted a rank 2 combatant's challenge. That's a rank 2 expert we're talking about. Can Xia Fei beat him? The entire hall erupted into raucous cheers. Countless spectators began to frantically connect to the Soul Battle Hub, all of them eager to see if Xia Fei could win against a rank 2 expert while controlling the historically acknowledged trash model, Xiao Xing. "Young master, that Xiao Fei, whom you paid close attention to, has just accepted a cross-rank challenge," Third Zheng, who was standing outside the bathroom, informed. Xiao Xiao was in the middle of taking a bath when he received this shocking news. He quickly turned on the smart TV inside the bathroom and connected to the Soul Battle Hub. He easily located the video of Xia Fei's fight, for it was highlighted in eye-catching red, having received the most attention. "Twanna see if you're really as capable as you seem. If you can win against a rank 2 warrior with that Xiao Xing model, I'll chop my head off and present it to you." Xiao Xiao scoffed coldly. He picked up a cup of coffee beside his bathtub and took a sip, ready to enjoy the scene of Xia Fei getting bullied. In the training center, Xia Knight was also anything but calm while training. This was because the data on the side of the screen had just indicated that a fight was about to occur between the one-armed Xiao Xing and a rank 2 combatant. People who were in the middle of their battles paused and connected to the broadcast hub, while those who were idling by had already done so. Everyone was curiously waiting to see the fight unfold. After all, a rank 2 combatant taking the initiative to challenge a rank 1 combatant was very rare, not to mention when one was using the one-armed Xiao Xing. These two factors put together were enough to attract plenty of eyes to this fight. With her slender fingers, Xia tapped on the screen to connect. This was when a knock came at the door. "Young miss, you're not done with your training for today." Xia bit her lower lip and replied in a soft voice, "Uncle Sivitu, this is a crucial fight. Let me rest for a bit, please." Her voice was soft, the stout man Sivitu was somewhat taken aback by it. As her distant uncle, his strictness to the girl was swallowed by his deep concern for her well-being. Seeing how pitiful she looked and the showdown that was being broadcasted on the screen, Sivitu sighed. "Okay, deal. No other exceptions." "Thank you, uncle." Xia was delighted as she quickly adjusted the screen maximum. "Wow, the 7th Master Xiao looks so cool." Xia raised an eyebrow livelily, her eyes glistening in awe. What a silly lady, to have mistaken Xia Fei for Xiao Xiao. Chapter 1057, Soul Battle and a Shocking Change. "Wow, 7th Master Xiao looks so cool." Xia Knight raised her eyebrow livelily, her eyes glistening in awe. Sivitu, who was now standing next to her, frowned. "That may not be Xiao Xiao. The Xiaos are famous for being soul eaters. I've never heard of them having an ultimate movement technique like this. Besides, soul practitioner clans mostly focus on ranged battles, and the Xiao clan is no exception. I don't think they're the sort to spend a lot of time practicing close combat." Xia continued to watch foolishly as Xia Fei controlled Xiao Xing, absolutely unconvinced. Every major clan out there will always have some hidden secrets, and who's to say that the Xiao clan doesn't have a secret movement technique? Not any random person has access to this training center, so who else could it be aside from Xiao Xiao? Civita decided not to make any further comments. He had a vague feeling that something was off here, but because he lacked any evidence to refute Zisir's assumption, he decided that it was best to just keep quiet. I's about to begin. I've always viewed close combat fighting as the coolest. To twist and turn in a small space, killing people without any trace, that's just cool beyond cool, Zisir gushed excitedly. Just like how women on Earth enjoyed chasing after stars, the Alpha Universe's ladies liked warriors with unusual potential, choosing to obsess over weapons rather than clothes. Zisir was no exception, though what she enjoyed the most was close combat. A tall and strapping warrior appeared across Xia Fei. This time, he did not launch a surprise attack. Using the same move too many times would reduce its effectiveness. Since this person had willingly paid 100 points just to challenge Xia Fei, he must have studied the battle logs of Xia Fei's fights yesterday, so he had to use some new tricks today. From his opponent's data, Xia Fei learned that this challenger was also an incognito account under the alias Qiandu and was currently using a rank 2 model. Qiandu was slightly startled. He seemed not to have expected Xia Fei to remain so composed, neither taking the initiative to attack nor adopting a defensive stance. Instead, Xia Fei stuffed his hands in his pockets, staring at him with innocent-looking eyes. Fight already! Don't tell me that you think you can't beat me, so you're planning to admit defeat and just take the points? Qiandu demanded. Xia Fei shrugged, unbothered. Is that a bad thing? Earning 100 points by losing to someone once isn't a bad trade. That's improbable. I won't let you have it that easy. Qiandu cried inwardly, a stern expression on his face. Those who watched Xia Fei's battles yesterday would know that this smiling young man was actually a very sinister person. All 101 opponents had been killed by his hand, yet he was showing no signs of a will to fight today. There was surely a scheme afoot. Qiandu could not help but feel nervous, wondering just what sort of tricks Xia Fei would pull to deal with him. Suddenly, he looked at the countdown timer on his display and saw that there were only 2 minutes left. At the exact moment when he raised his head, Xia Fei struck. Indeed, time was money. It was Qiandu who had challenged a lower-ranked combatant, so if he failed to kill Xia Fei within 3 minutes, it would be considered his loss. Xia Fei had simply been stalling for time. Since Qiandu had uncovered Xia Fei's ploy, there was no sense for Xia Fei to keep on waiting anymore, which was why he leveraged on the moment when Qiandu was distracted and made his sudden move. Dragged slash. Swish. His steps were light and strange. Xia Fei only took 2 steps and miraculously appeared in front of Qiandu. The sword's position in his hand made it seem like he was about to sweep past Qiandu's head. Instead, Xia Fei did a nimble flip in the air, then slashed at his opponent's calf, and shrank his form like a civet cat. 7th Master Xiao sure is cunning. Zisir was surprised. She cheered. First, he tried to stall for time. It'd be great if the enemy fell for it, but the moment it failed and while the opponent was distracted, he struck without warning. It's really quite the comprehensive calculation. Zisir Knight cheered, but even more people had the color draining from their faces. They were shocked to see Xia Fei's speedy transition from calmly standing on one spot to launching a powerful attack. It was truly difficult to guard against this sort of surprise attack. It was a typical style of cunning, which meant that a fatal blow could be delivered any time and any place. Well struck! Qiandu bellowed. Soul extinguishing light. Swoosh! A circular arc of light suddenly soared upward, enveloping Qiandu and everything around him at that moment. This was soul extinguishing light, and Qiandu's model right now was not a soul hunter but an even stronger soul eater, instead. Xia Fei furrowed his brows slightly. There was no way for him to continue in the trajectory of his cleave anymore because his opponent had just unleashed soul extinguishing light. Given how his sword was not a soul weapon, the best he could do was injure Qiandu. There was no way for him to ensure his death. His mind raced at superhuman speeds. Xia Fei barely had hundredths of seconds to think, for that was the time it would take for the soul extinguishing light to explode. This move was not so simple as protecting Qiandu. Using one-armed Xiao Xing, there would be no way for Xia Fei to block this large AoE attack, nor would it be possible for him to escape by relying on speed. The situation was not looking good for him. Suddenly, the comers of Xia Fei's lips curved into a slight smirk. He then ducked to Qiandu's back, reached out with his model's left arm, and actually inserted it into Qiandu's soul extinguishing light. Oh, no! Xia Fei's arm is doomed. The spectators gasped in horror. Xiao Xiao tightened his eyebrows as he continued to soak in the bathtub. Meanwhile, Xia in the training room held her mouth with both hands in her fright. This was when something inexplicable happened. Xia Fei's left arm, which was deep in the soul-extinguishing light, unleashed its own attack, and it was none other than the common soul art of soul hunters, Soul Shade. Rumble. A half-soul shade came out and directly penetrated Qiandu's body. Meanwhile, the only left arm of Xia Fei's model turned into ash thereafter. Still, though Xia Fei's model had lost his only arm, he had managed to exchange it for Qiandu's life. Xia Fei was drenched in sweat. Soul-extinguishing light lived up to its name, all right. Forget the physical pain he felt from losing an arm, it even wounded Xia Fei's soul deeply. Thud. That sturdy body loudly collapsed on the ground, with a final shout escaping Qiandu's lips. How? How could it be? The entire exchange had lasted no more than a second before the match was over. Hurrah! The great hall erupted into tumultuous cheering. Those who knew what to look understood that Xia Fei had gambled with his life to secure the victory, while those who were none the wiser had still joined the buzz. No matter what, Xia Fei had still used the historically most useless model, Xiao Xing, to beat a rank 2 Soul Eater combatant. It was something worthy of celebration nonetheless. It was just that no one had expected that the sinister and cunning Xia Fei from yesterday could actually be so steel-hearted and wild. Bang! In the bathroom, the expensive marble bathtub had been smashed into pieces by Xiao Xiao, and water streamed all over the place. He leaped up with a livid expression and shouted, "No way! I wish to experiment with it more. How was he able to use that trash Xiao Xing to beat a rank 2 warrior, while I couldn't even master it? I'm unconvinced. I simply won't resign myself to it." On the other side, Xia was first stunned before she cheerfully beamed. How cool! Xiao Xiao is so cool! Xia Knight's uncle Sivitu, her chief bodyguard, was nowhere as excited as Xia. He was thinking, that's not like him at all. I really couldn't tell that Xiao Xiao would be such a vicious person. Don't most young masters of major clans cherish their lives a lot? To have put his life on the light without any thought, how was that 7th Master Xiao's style? Have I really misjudged him? Those who had watched the fight reacted differently, some showed skepticism, others cheered, while the rest could not move on from their shock. As for the main protagonist, he was currently deep in thought. Xia Fei tilted his head slightly, seemingly unaware of his surroundings. Speaking of shock, Xia Fei was far more shocked than others. This was because a voice had just sounded in his head right now, the Tier 1 soul chain has been unlocked. Now entering the advancement process. Immediately after, Xia Fei sensed his Xiao Xing model undergoing a surprising change. His originally injured body was being repaired, bit by bit. Furthermore, it seemed to have started transferring some power into his 7th brain region. Though this was just a simulation, the realism of it made Xia Fei tongue-tied. May I know why I lost? Could you give me an honest answer? While Xia Fei was preoccupied, his body and Qiandu's had already been restored to their original forms. Qiandu, who was sitting on the ground in his chagrin, had just asked for input with his head down. Xia Fei came back to his senses, and seeing how sincere this man acted and how he was genuinely asking for advice, Xia Fei smiled and replied, "Because your instincts were geared toward defense." Qiandu was surprised at first, and then he asked solemnly, "Geared toward defense?" "That's right." Xia Fei affirmed confidently. "When I attacked you, you could have used soul-extinguishing light to counterattack. That way, even with my ability or technique, you'd still be able to eliminate me without fail. Unfortunately, you're not me. I dislike defending and often choose to prioritize attacking, so you're the one who died." Xia Fei had stated that with great sincerity, and the man who went by the name of Qiandu shuddered. Indeed, that was truly his instinctive response. When Xia Fei attacked, Qiandu instinctively chose to defend himself, and the more devious Xia Fei, who favored attacking, immediately chose to sacrifice his remaining arm just to unleash a powerful attack. That was why he had lost. With that said, Xia Fei moved to leave. This was because the changes in Xiao Xing were beginning to implicate his actual body, and that was both shocking and a pleasant surprise. "Wait a minute!" Qiandu shouted for him to stop as he asked loudly, "This is a simulated soul battle, if it were a real fight, would you still be as reckless with your life and attempt such a crazy attack?" With a smirk, Xia Fei answered softly, "To me, there's no such thing as a simulated battle. As long as it's a fight, then it's to the death." Whoosh! After saying that line, Xia Fei immediately exited the system, leaving Qiandu and the spectators of this match mulling over his parting words. As long as it's a fight, then it's to the death? Xia Fei is really strong. What an indomitable spirit! Well said. None of us should treat these soul battles as mere simulations but should think of them as actual combat. The entire great hall was ebullient. All of the mammoth was ebullient. What did it mean to be a warrior with steel running through their veins? What did it mean to be crazy? That was it. In the training center, Zisir had sat on a chair and cheered loudly. So cool. 7th Master Xiao has such a distinct temperament. He's the best. Everyone was greatly affected by Xia Fei's steel-blooded mentality, but it was too bad that the instigator himself heard none of it. Even after he had exited the soul battle simulation system, Xia Fei was still frowning. He hurried into his room and shut the door behind him. Fukin had no idea what was going on and merely looked on, dumbfounded. Advancement complete. Proceeding with binding now. He had already left the soul battle system, yet its mechanical voice still echoed in his mind. This was simply inconceivable. Xia Fei's expression slowly got more serious. Chapter 1058, 1.5 Soul Marks. Model serial number EDC 992345654 and Soul Battle ID 3418FF9750 successfully bound. That cool, mechanical voice said this in Xia Fei's head. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and wondered, just what is going on here? Did the system forcefully bind me to the one-armed Xiao Xing? Xia Fei hurriedly exited the room and returned to the soul battle simulation cabin. Fukin curiously joined him to watch, and even Radix poked his head out despite his dislike for the gourmand. There was also that unknown immortal soul in Fukin's soul weapon, it also looked at Xia Fei. Turning on the system, Xia Fei discovered that his simulation cabin had a display of Xiao Xing's model. He hurriedly chose to take control of Xiao Xing, only to discover that this Xiao Xing was different from the Xiao Xing he had chosen at rank 1, at the very least, this model did not appear to be as frail and skinny as the one before. Xiao Xing got promoted, exclaimed Fukin. Xia Fei shook his head. How would I know? To think that the Soul Battle Simulation Company has such a design, where there are special conditions that can let the models get promoted. Fukin nodded. The Soul Battle Simulation Company is rather secretive, its strength unfathomable. Perhaps it secretly designed such a process. It might be due to no one ever succeeding in activating this function of Xiao Xing before that no one has learned of it yet. This is an opportunity. The Xiao Xing model is hard to use, but the more difficult it is, the more beneficial it is for your training. From my observation, the first soul mark in your brain region is already very stable and mature. So while your body has yet to recover fully, making it impossible for you to fight with others, this won't affect your upcoming spiritual training. This soul mark you have serves as a solid foundation for your cultivation. Whether you're training the soul path or spirit path, your first soul mark is the most important, as it will determine your future trajectory. A stable soul mark is no different from having a solid foundation, giving you more room for growth and advancement in the future. Honestly speaking, the degree of stability that you have with your soul mark is shocking. After all, orthodox spiritualists like us have unrestricted soul spirits, the type that allows us to make high-speed corrections and adjustments while being used. The more stable the foundation we have, the faster we can use it, and the greater the effect. Fukin went on in great detail, all just to emphasize the importance of having a stable foundation and the benefits of Xiao Xing's model to Xia Fei. What Fukin said isn't wrong. The first soul mark is indeed very important. Also, this Xiao Xing model must have some hidden capabilities. Why don't you carry on with using him? Find out just what hidden tricks it has and what degree you can improve it to. It had been days, and this was actually the first time Radix spoke in favor of Fukin. As time passed, it seemed like both parties' distaste for each other was slowly fading. Actually being able to improve his soul mark through the soul battle simulation? This was like training to Xia Fei, except that this type of training was fairly amusing. Xia Fei was truly very fond of it. His body's cultivation was still lacking the completion of the two important laws of speed and primal chaos. While he was recuperating from his injuries, focusing on training his spirit for now did not seem like a bad idea. However, Xia Fei simply could not fathom just why the Soul Battle Simulation Company's system had hidden a model capable of advancement, and the requisites had been triggered by him, too. Was everything a matter of coincidence or was it fate? In the Great Hall, those Soul Battle aficionados were still waiting. Xia Fei's immediate disappearance after dealing that lethal blow on Qiandu had vexed everyone greatly. They were still keen to watch Xia Fei continue his exhilarating performance. The screen displayed more than a dozen challenge requests, all of them from rank 2 experts. After watching Xia Fei fight Qiandu, many more were raring for a chance to go up against him. To have slain a rank 2 soul eater using the trashiest rank 1 model Xiao crossing was inexplicable to most. Thus, those who originally had no desire to watch a rank 1 warrior engage in simulated soul battles had also begun to show interest in Xia Fei. Xia Fei isn't going to stay offline, is he? That's hard to say. To be challenged by over a dozen rank 2 experts, anyone in his shoes would likely think about it. After all, there's a whole rank difference here, and the model he's using is the trash Xiao Xing, too. The way I see it, Xia Fei has already retired, so there's no reason for us to wait foolishly for his return here anymore. Retired? Whatever do you mean? Just think about it. He was able to keep a 100% win rate in his 101 rank 1 fights, and he even managed to kill a rank 2 expert. He's already considered a legend with what he has achieved so far, why would he log back in again? He's already caught everyone's attention. If he shows up again, he may not be able to keep a 100% win rate. That makes sense. Xia Fei must be afraid of logging back in. Suddenly, just as everyone was having this discussion, the one-armed Xiao Xing had appeared in all its glory once more. The moment he did, he immediately accepted all the rank 2 challenge requests. He's crazy. To think there'd be someone so crazy in this universe. This Xiao Fei really has no fear of death, someone in the Great Hall shouted. Fear of death. Xia Fei had no idea what those 3 words meant. After learning that the soul battle simulation could help him improve, Xia Fei's 2 eyes instantly turned red. This was a great opportunity. How could he miss out on training and real combat? Whoosh! The system quickly sent him his first opponent, and just as this person moved to greet Xia Fei, Xiao Xing's only arm pointed right at him, an imposing aura radiating. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, even a fool could tell that Xia Fei was being extremely serious. He was determined to have a fight to the death with his opponent. The light turned green and the battle commenced. Xia Fei did not hesitate in the least and went charging out, demonstrating his either you die or I live attitude. Lore Realm. Avril and Xiao Yu arrived in the dark space under the protection of the Skywing clan's Xia Guanghai. They were here to visit Xia Fei's exclusive demon chrysalis, Little Goldie. Ever since Xia Fei went to the Alpha Universe, Little Goldie had begun ramming his head at the node between the dark space and Alpha Universe, which was also sealed like the conventional space. There was a similar energy web in this dark space. Avril knew that Little Goldie was Xia Fei's friend, so she felt worried that this silly creature would do something outrageous. Compared to the crafty Furball, Little Goldie was evidently a simple-minded creature, perhaps it was this reason that made the demon chrysalis even more endearing. Little Goldie sure is loyal. It hasn't eaten or drunk properly ever since Brother Xia departed from the Lore Realm. It's also gradually becoming smaller. Xiao Yu furrowed her eyebrows. Seeing Little Goldie no longer as large as before caused her to think that it was going on a hunger strike, and that made her feel worried. Xia Guanghai laughed. I don't think that that's the case. While it's true that Little Goldie is smaller than how it used to be, it's become sturdier. Ramming against the energy web seems to have become a form of training for it. This might actually do it good long term. What a pity. Hoso said that the barrier in the dark space is different from the cosmic gate. Forget Little Goldie, even Hoso couldn't open it. No matter how hard the demon chrysalis works, there's no way for it to break through and find Xia Fei. Xiao Yu's eyebrows drooped, sighing. I wonder how Brother Xia Fei is doing. That person is good in every way, except for his bad habit of disappearing, leaving me and big sister Avril worrying ourselves to death. Avril kept silent, merely pulling Xiao Yu's 2 hands to hers. The two, who had known each other for a long time, got along quite well. At the moment, the two were as close as real sisters. Xia Guanghai pouted. What use is there for you two to worry about Xia Fei? He's already a founder and has a seed of life. There's no way for him to die. We currently don't have any news of him, which means that he's still alive and well. Perhaps, in the future, Xia Fei will just pop up in front of us, bringing with him a whole load of peculiar toys and trinkets, giving everyone a fright. Xia Guanghai said this as he made an exaggerated gesture, causing Avril and Xiao Yu to giggle. However, what none of them knew was that Xia Fei was an orthodox spiritualist, meaning that he would never have a seed of life. In order for Hosa to avoid everyone from worrying, he had decided not to share this fact. Where did little Goldie go? Xia Guanghai was momentarily stunned, and then he blurted this out. All he could see was the emptiness around the energy barrier. Where was little Goldie? Let's go look for it, said Xia Guanghai to the clan warriors who had accompanied him. Whoosh! The Skywing wolf pack spread out fast to search in the dark space for little Goldie. Very soon, Xia Guanghai and Avril received news that little Goldie was no longer anywhere nearby. This caused Xiang Guanhai to shrug helplessly. Perhaps it left for somewhere else after realizing that this path wouldn't lead it anywhere. Avril knitted her brows and muttered, little Goldie isn't smart, but it's as stubborn as a child. I only hope that nothing bad happened to it. Xia Guanghai was startled. What Avril had said was true. While little Goldie was a bit foolish, possessing a level of intelligence that worried others, it still had its stubborn streak. Besides, he had not been in the dark space for just a day or two, so there was no reason why it would suddenly disappear today. Don't panic. Let's leave this place first. We'll inform our comrades in the demon race to come search with their demon chrysalises. They're the true kings of dark space, so they should be able to pick up traces of little Goldie's aura, Xia Guanghai said after some thought. Half a soul mark. You've actually obtained half a soul mark. Fukin looked at Xia Fei incredulously. As an orthodox spiritualist, he had a way of seeing through Xia Fei's sealed seventh brain region. Today, when Xia Fei left the soul battle simulation cabin, Fukin noticed this shocking change in the other's body. Without saying another word, Xia Fei sat on the floor and began regulating his breathing. Some time passed before he opened his eyes and said, I have no idea what happened, but after those battles ended, the system informed me that the one-armed Xiao Xing had opened its second layer of soul chain. My brain began forming a soul mark immediately after. Unfortunately, this soul mark is still too indistinct. Fukin swallowed audibly. That's fine. When a soul mark first forms, it'll always be a little blurry. As one improves their cultivation, it will gradually improve and become clearer till it's complete. We call this state half-soul mark. Don't underestimate it just because it's only a half-soul mark, as it's a sign that you're on the brink of breaking through. From here onward, you can utilize level 2 soul and spirit arts. That's a huge improvement. Xia Fei scratched his head and said, I feel really tired. I need to return to my room and rest a bit. Watching Xia Fei enter his room, Fukin could not help but plop down on the couch and sigh repeatedly. Half a mark in 7 days. How was this possible? Chapter 1059, Abduction, Lying, Stealing? A spiritualist of healing, who had activated his second soul mark in just 7 days, was selected by the Soul Battle Simulation Company. These things floated around old Fukin's head for quite some time, and the more he thought about it, the happier he became. Very soon, several hours had passed. Xia Fei, who had slept well, felt this indescribable comfort when he woke up. Slightly startled, he found Radix sitting beside him with both a thrilled and an indecipherable expression. Radix, what's going on with you? Asked Xia Fei curiously. TM happy. Elated even, exclaimed Radix. The Aurora clan finally has its very own spiritualist and orthodox spiritualist at that. When you reach the clan, it'll be a great boon to everyone there, for the clan will no longer need to pay court to spiritualists anymore. On top of that, you managed to obtain your second soul mark in a matter of days. We're sure to avenge the young master at this rate, and those abominable inverse will surely be wiped out from the face of the universe, too. Radix flailed his fists wildly in his excitement, almost nearly bursting into tears from the overwhelming emotions. Xia Fei shrugged and stated matter-of-factly, honestly, I'm not really keen on returning to the clan. Though I have their blood running through my veins, that's a clan I've not seen even once before. To me, I'm still an earthling. Besides, my grandfather was exiled by the Aurora clan. It'll be great if they acknowledge me upon my return, but I won't beat myself up if they don't. I think that it's best if we forget about this matter for now. I'll use the time that the Lore Realm is still safe to improve myself. Be it the siege of the inverse or that mysterious woman, I may not lose to either if I'm given enough time. It's better to ask of oneself than ask of others, no matter how powerful the Aurora clan may be, that's really none of my business. Xia Fei had always been an independent person, and he was nowhere as naive as Radix. If the Aurorines really did have the guts, they would not have exiled his grandfather all those years back, and so Xia Fei was a little leery toward Radix's suggestion. However, who knew that Radix would begin to cry, sputtering semi-belligerently in front of Xia Fei about how the Aurora clan had only done so after being left with no choice but to eject his grandfather, resulting in the endless trouble that Xia Fei experienced. This was when he heard Fukin's voice coming from outside. He was an orthodox spiritualist, so the conversation between the two had of course not escaped his ears. Radix is right. I think that you should pay your clan a visit. Go as your true identity and forget about getting back to the clan for now. If their attitude is satisfactory, it won't be a bad thing for you to acknowledge the blood relation. That way, you can resolve the inverse's encirclement easily. Xia Fei was surprised. Even ignoring all the other points, just being able to get rid of the looming threat of the inverse was a huge temptation to him. He would be lying if he said that he did not miss Avril, his other Earthling friends and the Skywing clan. Truth was, Xia Fei wished that he could just meet Avril right away. Fukin was not in the least bit courteous, either, promptly opening the door and letting himself into Xia Fei's room, taking a seat in a corner. Xia Fei chuckled helplessly. Your suggestion is really tempting, but you should know, too, that there's that enemy who won't ever let me off. The moment I show my face, I'll simply be jumping out of the frying pan and straight into the fire. Fukin did not seem to be bothered by it. So what are you going to do? Hide from that woman your whole life? Of course not, Xia Fei retorted grimly. I can hide for now, but I can't hide forever. There'll come a day when I come knocking on her door to seek redress. Xia Fei was serious about this. Though he did not believe in curses, there were simply too many strange occurrences and people in this world. There was no telling if his enemy had a method that could harm him and Avril. It was fine if only he suffered from misfortune and was harmed, but there was no way he could bear it if Avril got implicated, too. This was why, no matter what, that mysterious woman must die. It was just that Xia Fei lacked the ability to vanquish her right now. Fukin laughed. Who knows how many years that will take? Tell you what, I have a solution right here, which will guarantee that you can sit back and relax. Xia Fei was taken aback, and he hurriedly asked, what solution? Fukin calmly stated, the solution's very simple, as an orthodox spiritualist of healing, you're certainly able to make plenty of soul weapons that have soothing and healing properties. Right now, the number of spiritualists in the universe is on the decline, even I here can't produce healing-type soul weapons. Honestly speaking, I came across your enemy in the past, so this old man will deign to help you deal with her. As for the price, out of all the soul weapons you will produce in the future, I ask for 30% of them. Xia Fei wrinkled his brows. That percentage meant that, for every 10 soul weapons he made, Fukin would take 3. It was not exactly a heavy price to pay if that was all it would take to alleviate the siege on the Low Realm. Deal, Xia Fei agreed readily. Fukin appeared to be extremely delighted. Smiling, he took out a metal manual from his spatial ring and handed it over to Xia Fei. What is this? Asked Xia Fei curiously. Oh. These are just some foundational arts for us orthodox spiritualists. Learn them properly, and in the future, if you are unable to produce high-grade soul weapons, then this elder will just take it as my loss. Anyway, starting today, don't participate in any virtual soul battles, just focus on studying these foundational arts, and you can still cultivate your body. If you feel the need to try it out for real, head over to the training center, instead. At the end of the day, the Mammoth is a public arena, you've already caused quite the commotion, so it's best to let your Xia Fei pseudonym disappear for several months at least. Xia Fei pursed his lips. There was no free lunch in this universe, and talking business with Fukin was not the issue but rather that he had to be subjected to all sorts of restrictions. Out of nowhere, the name Xia Fei had suddenly disappeared in the public's eye, such that people had a hard time adjusting to this. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed, and the Mammoth had arrived at the border of the Tarot Galaxy. 2 days from this moment, the long voyage of Xia Fei and Fukin would officially come to an end. In these 3 months, Xia Fei had spent most of his time studying. Though he had not risen in level, he did manage to learn plenty of spiritualist techniques. More importantly, Xia Fei's body had not only fully recovered but had even managed to become stronger than ever. As always, Xia Fei came to the training center. Opening the door and stepping in, he would first check the screen. All he saw was a line of message that had been left for him, "You're really amazing. You've nearly perfected your movement technique in these 3 months, to score 97 points. There's also your neural reaction speed, it's so fast it's impossible to imagine. Still, I don't understand why you're only doing foundation training. Are you perhaps afraid of letting me know that your soul power is very weak? The tone was as cheeky as always, and there was even an image of a little duckling drawn, sticking a tongue out at Xia Fei. This message was left by Xia Knight. That girl had been coming to the training center every day to check on yesterday's records, and as Xia Fei gradually recovered, she ended up getting shocked by the improvements. The pure-hearted girl that she was ended up leaving Xia Fei messages through the system, and on the occasional days when Xia Fei did not train, the girl would ask about his physical wellness. From time to time, Xia Fei would reply with statements like "I'm fine, I was busy yesterday, so I didn't come," and so on. Xia Fei helplessly shrugged this time, muttering under his breath, "What do you mean that my soul power is weak? What I cultivate is spirit energy, all right." With a smirk, Xia Fei casually left his reply, "Soul power? No idea." Leaving his hands off the screen, Xia Fei suddenly realized that there was a sparkling earring on the floor, most likely something Xia had forgotten behind. Thinking for a moment, Xia Fei indifferently stored the earring in his spatial ring. Early that morning, just as Xia Fei turned to leave, Xia Knight arrived at the training center. The two happened to walk by each other this time when neither had run into each other even once in these 3 months. Xia read the message left on the screen and checked to see if the earring she intentionally tossed on the ground yesterday was still around. She covered her mouth and snickered playfully. Well well well. 7th Master Xiao, to think you'd steal someone's belongings. Xia's cheeks blushed red as she thought. How was she supposed to know that 7th Master Xiao had been feeling depressed these whole 3 months and had not returned to the training center at all? He had still been obstinately attempting to master the one-armed Xiao Xing the entire time, and the one who had been replying to her messages was Xia Fei. Waiting outside, Sivita could only sigh. Of course, he knew about the little show Xia had put on, but he showed no intention to stop it from happening. Instead, he just looked at her with pity-filled eyes. At around the same time, Xia Fei arrived at the dining hall and ordered a big table worth of delicacies for him to feast on with old Fukin. However, the amount of food they had before them today appeared to be even more abundant than usual. Fukin even requested for more food to be taken away. "We'll be leaving soon," said Fukin as he munched on his food with gusto. Xia Fei was slightly surprised, and then he asked, "We have yet to reach the Tarot Galaxy proper, though, aren't we perhaps leaving a bit too soon?" Fukin thought nothing of Xia Fei's query as he pointed to a piece of dark grey asteroid belt beyond, saying, "I happen to know of a nearby place that has a cornucopia of spirit energy, perfect for creating soul weapons. We'll be heading there later, and all the takeouts will be in preparation for that journey ahead of us. We won't be able to have plenty of scrumptious gourmet food for quite some time once we disembark from the Mammoth. Besides, we have to leave even if we don't want to. By the time we arrive at the final stop, and it's time to settle the bill, are you sure that you can pay everything?" Cough. Xia Fei nearly spat out his tea after hearing this. At the end of the day, Fukin was just trying to run away without footing the bill. The term sly old man suited Fukin's character perfectly. After eating and drinking freely for 3 months, the two would actually be stealing a life vessel and absconding. No one stopped them along the way, for none of the ship's crew had expected them to dine and dash. Not only did Fukin know the life vessel's debarkation code, he even had a ready route for them to take, which showed that this plan had long been cooked up. The small life vessel gingerly landed on a green planet. From what Xia Fei could see from inside the life vessel, this planet was quite scenic. Xia Fei took a deep breath of fresh air after he stepped out of the vessel and immediately felt energized. Spirit energy is in great abundance here. Just how did you find such a place? Fukin was still holding that expression of disregard as he answered with a chuckle, "What's so difficult about that? Many well-known spiritualists will often search for such planets and then seal those away for later use. All one has to do is learn and steal the logbook that such people carry around all the time, and they'll be able to find places like this one." Zing! Xia Fei was abruptly rendered speechless. They had just dined and dashed, yet Fukin was already planning to steal someone else's spirit energy reservoir. How could anyone even find the right words to say anything upon hearing this? People can discover us if we stay here for too long. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and begin. Fukin looked at Xia Fei and urged him. Xia Fei shrugged. Though this place is good, I don't have any suitable items that I can turn into soul weapons. I won't be able to create anything even with all this spirit energy. Fukin flashed him a mysterious smile. Don't forget that soul marks have a very powerful function, and that's storing spirit energy. Who's asking you to produce soul weapons here? Gather all this spirit energy first, and then we'll head to the next location. Chapter 1060, Killing Foes and Stealing Souls. A soul mark rose, almost like the descent of ghosts. What had once been a bright sky suddenly became a lot dimmer. Black clouds gathered, and there was even an inexplicable red glow amid these black clouds, creating a very strange scene. Even more amazing was the two soul marks in Xia Fei's brain region suddenly appearing and rapidly rising from the top of his head. Soon, they reached the height of about 100 meters, with one as distinct as a rendered sculpture and the other a bit less defined and even somewhat blurry. Fukin sighed while he stood from afar, muttering, "This is what it means to be a genius. I did forbid Xia Fei from participating in any simulated soul battles for 3 months, yet that second soul mark has kept developing, and now it's even nearing completion. Look, it's even starting to emit a soft glow. I suppose that the moment Xia Fei devotes himself to cultivation, he'll be making an even greater leap." Swoosh! This was the first time that the unnamed immortal soul in Fukin's soul weapon poked his head out. He had such a savage face, but if anyone judged him from his voice alone, they would likely not believe that old Fukin's exclusive soul servant actually had such a fierce appearance. Furthermore, he only had one eye. It was similar to a cobra's black pupil, and it even seemed like anyone who met his one eye would be reduced into ash. Lightly eyeing Xia Fei's soul mark, the immortal soul smiled and went back into the soul weapon, saying gravely, "Indeed, he's not bad. While you mind the immediate changes to Xia Fei's soul mark, I'm more taken by its sample of darkness." The immortal soul actually licked his lips after saying that. He sounded like a hungry wolf savoring the taste of flesh after it consumed its prey. Fukin frowned and used an extremely severe tone to wham the ghost. "Wraith, you've crossed the line." "Wraith? What a strange name." The immortal soul wavered a little before proceeding to lower his head and to reply gravely, "My mistake." Old Fukin gently twisted his bracelet twice, and Wraith's face turned pale. He let out a low moan, an agonized look on his face. "Don't say things you shouldn't be saying," Fukin said passively after giving Wraith a little lesson. Evidently, unlike Xia Fei and Radix, Fukin and his exclusive soul did not share a harmonious relationship. The two would often be laughing, even using occasional words that would agitate the other. Normally, Fukin was a capable expert, someone whom Xia Fei could not comprehend. Why would he choose an immortal soul that was not 100% loyal to him? If Xia Fei were in his shoes, this would never happen. Because in his eyes, any strength must be built upon the premise of loyalty. There was no way Xia Fei would accept someone disloyal as a companion, no matter how strong they might be. Very soon, Xia Fei's two soul marks began spinning rapidly, one clear and distinct while the other somewhat blurry, and these two make for a very peculiar sight. After several seconds, the patterns inside the soul marks also began spinning, and as these soul marks spinning accelerated, the pace that this planet's spirit energy got absorbed by his soul marks increased as well. What a powerful suctioning force! Xia Fei is like a huge sponge, taking in all this spirit energy. This is the benefit of having a solid foundation. Xia Fei's base has been very firm right from the very start, so his future is bound to be limitless. Seeing light fill up the sky with spirit energy, Fukin became even more excited. A glint even shone in his eyes. In just 4 minutes and 15 seconds, all the spirit energy in the entire planet had been absorbed by Xia Fei. To be precise, all of it was now contained in Xia Fei's soul marks. Marvelous! Absolutely marvelous! Xia Fei is practically a very greedy vampire. This rate of absorption is simply too shocking. Wraith could not help but give this comment. Fukin did not reply but merely nodded slightly. Wheeze! Xia Fei panted hard. This was not out of fatigue but because he was bursting with energy. When Xia Fei retrieved his soul marks, he felt like he was filled to bursting. Too much spirit energy was now resting in his brain, and it seemed like they were having a lively party inside. This feeling was different from when Nirvana slew an enemy and absorbed their energy and soul. It was of such purity that words failed to describe it. Furball's eyes were trained on Xia Fei as he drooled heavily. As a holy beast that subsisted off energy, Furball loved it. When he first discovered that Xia Fei had soul power, saliva had immediately pooled in his mouth, and now that Xia Fei could also take in and store spirit energy in his brain region, Furball's ravenous appetite only got worse. Whoosh! Fukin appeared beside Xia Fei, a big grin on his face. How is it? The first time having spirit energy feels great, right? Xia Fei nodded. Honestly speaking, for a brief moment just then, I felt that there's nothing I couldn't do. Fukin was startled but soon burst out laughing. How crazy! I like it. To tell you the truth, there are no more than 100 orthodox spiritualists in the Alpha universe put together. There's definitely a cause for you to be proud, and you definitely have the right to be arrogant, too. Haha. Haha. It must be because Fukin felt that Xia Fei was a young man with a promising future, but even he showed an uncharacteristic boldness, looking at the world at large with scorn. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and then confided, still, when my soul marks rose then, for a moment, I had this strong desire to unleash my inner demon, causing everything to turn dark. It felt very oppressive. Fukin was surprised at first before he asked softly, inner demon? You've received inner demon training before? Oh, yes. I did. Where from? Fukin asked firmly. In the other universe, with the Skywing clan, Xia Fei answered truthfully. Fukin shook his head. Skywing? I've never heard of them before. Tossing his head back, Fukin started laughing again. Forget it. It's very common for one to receive inner demon training. The basic inner demon training will let warriors enter battle state in the shortest time possible. It's only natural there will be some clans out there that have grasped this technique. Still, let me say this first, you got heavily injured, first, because of the toxins that have accumulated in your body and, second, because of your studies that have been far too convoluted, causing everything to conflict with one another. Right now, you're treading the orthodox spiritualist path. This and law, force, which is the power of the physical body, don't clash with each other. Still, they conflict quite a bit with your inner demon, so do as you will with this knowledge. Xia Fei answered, I understand. I won't be improving on my inner demon for the time being. Fukin nodded his head in satisfaction before saying loudly, let's go. I'd like to see just how much spirit energy you could contain in you. I've prepared a total of 13 locations, and this is just the first. Whoosh! The mammoth's life vessel that they stole set off once more. Fortunately, they were already not too far away from the Taro Galaxy, so even though Xia Fei and Fukin went on a stealing spree of spirit energy everywhere, it would not take them long to arrive at their destination. Xia Fei was good at piloting warships and also enjoyed doing so immensely. This was why, after Fukin gave Xia Fei the coordinates to the second location, the old man retreated to his room while balancing a cup of tea in his hand. Do you hate us fiends so much? There's clearly no harm in Xia Fei continuing his inner demon training, so why did you have him abandon it? Wraith, who could not hold it in any more, poked his head out to ask this. Fukin smiled, the corners of his lips curling into a strange smirk as he replied, Xia Fei is already plenty fiendish, even if he doesn't continue improving his inner demon. If he were to keep training it, I'm afraid that this plane wouldn't be able to contain a monstrous maverick like him. You're truly a monster. Fukin blurted out, his brows wrinkled. He was currently standing with bewildered-looking eyes on the 13th planet, which used to be full of spirit energy, not until Xia Fei absorbed all of it into his brain region. Though the spirit energy in all the 13 planets couldn't be considered top grade, they all still added up to about 70 standard spirit energy units. You have just 1.5 soul marks, how could you absorb everything? I simply can't make sense of that. Xia Fei shrugged, replying nonchalantly, if you're asking me this question, who should I look to for an answer? Honestly, I think that I can still take in 70 more units if needed. Careful you don't bloat yourself to death. Fukin rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. Fukin had carefully selected locations brimming with spirit energy, and it was his original plan to replenish his spirit energy a little, too, just in case. In the end, Xia Fei absorbed all of them, not even leaving a drop for Fukin. Fukin heaved a long sigh. Forget it. Since your soul marks are so powerful, then you can develop them as you please. Remember, this type of soul absorption art can only be used in places that are uninhabited. Don't ever let out your soul marks in bustling places, or else you'll be in big trouble if an enemy launches a sneak attack on you. Xia Fei's releasing of his soul marks in this manner to absorb nature's spirit energy was actually very dangerous. He would find himself in tremendous danger if his soul marks ended up attacked by someone else. The other method was to use his body as a conduit, sending spirit energy into his 7th brain region. Though the rate of channeling would not be as fast as the method he had used earlier, it would at least be a lot safer. Because they were on an uninhabited planet, Fukin had no qualms with having Xia Fei use soul absorption art. Let's go. You've already gotten 70 standard units of spirit energy, which can be considered a big reserve in the small circle of spiritualists. If you trade this spirit energy to other spiritualists, every standard unit can fetch you at least 1 billion pearls, Fukin explained. Xia Fei, who was slightly taken aback at this new information, hurriedly asked, "Spirit energy can be traded?" Fukin answered, "Of course, it can. It's very popular for people in the spiritualist circle to trade spirit energy for items. After all, there's a limit to the amount of spirit energy in the universe, and not only will spiritualists waste time searching for them all over, there's not even a guarantee that they can find it despite putting in the effort. That's why many powerful spiritualists don't wish to do it themselves and will use soul weapons to exchange for spirit energy from their fellows, saving quite a lot of time in the process. You'll understand this after you start interacting with the community in the future. The real fun things out there that money can't buy can be traded with spirit energy. You have a large reserve in your brain right now, and it's akin to carrying a bank around with you. It's very convenient." Xia Fei anxiously nodded his head as he did some quick mental math. If every unit of spirit energy was really worth 1 billion pearls, as Fukin had just told him, then this meant that he had 70 billion pearls in his brain. To think in just a few days, Xia Fei had gathered spirit energy that was worth 70 billion pearls. It looked like this was a profession that had quite a profitable future. All of a sudden, a small warship rapidly landed, and before the ship even came to a full halt, a black figure descended in haste, yelling, "Who are you people that dared to steal my spirit energy? I'll have it out with you too." Fukin frowned. Boom! An impressive glow of light surged from Fukin's body, which was as splendid as a supernova. Scram! Fukin yelled with a stern expression on his face. The newcomer was evidently another spiritualist, but he could not imagine that he would cross paths with an ancestor orthodox spiritualist. This was a figure whom he could not even dream of meeting. The moment Fukin displayed his cultivation, it rooted this man to the spot. Thinking of making them pay, he was already so awashed with fear that all he could do was to tremble severely. Squelch! The fiendish blade, Nirvana, came cleaving from above and split that spiritualist into two. Furball and Peacock Blue moved in unison right after and destroyed that warship instantly, tearing it apart. Everything happened over several seconds. Fukin didn't kill the spiritualist, but Xia Fei did. "Oh, crap! Why did you kill him? At the end of the day, he's still a fellow spiritualist." Fukin furrowed his brows and exclaimed in a measure of annoyance. Xia Fei pointed at the spot where the spiritualist had disappeared and indifferently stated, "He had spirit energy in him, So you just killed him?" Fukin was even more astonished upon hearing this explanation. "No, I stole them," Xia Fei corrected earnestly. Chapter 1061, A Clan in Decline. In most circumstances, spiritualists won't kill spiritualists. After all, we're all in the same profession, and we need to give one another some face. The exception is when someone else provokes your wrath, explained Fukin with knitted eyebrows. Xia Fei, who was now in the middle of collecting his spoils, said, "First, that man saw our real faces, so who could say that he's not the type to hold grudges when fleeced off like this? What if he was covertly doing something clandestine? Any threat needs to be eliminated as soon as possible, or it'll just become a stumbling block. Second, this isn't the usual circumstance. We're on an inhabited planet right now, which is perfect to kill and ensure their silence." Fukin was speechless. He felt that Xia Fei was simply trying to justify his actions with unreasonable arguments. "I'm afraid that the main reason why you did what you did is that you had your eye on the spiritualist's spirit energy in him, no?" Fukin said. "True, but that's not all. He was simply eliminating the snake in the grass," Xia Fei corrected matter-of-factly. Whatever the case might be, the person in question was already dead, so all Fukin could do was shrug helplessly, but Xia Fei's ruthlessness had left quite a deep impression on him. Xia Fei, who had been ill up until recently, could not fight, so Fukin had overlooked his capabilities as a warrior. Now that Xia Fei was fully recovered, he no longer needed to be timid. As long as he felt the existence of a threat, he would not hesitate to strike and kill. It was very chaotic in his brain. Having just slain a spiritualist, he felt quite different from earlier. The information Nirvana had fed to him proved that his latest kill had both soul power and spirit energy. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and sat on the ground as he attempted to comb through two types of energy. Meanwhile, Fukin stood at the side and smiled wordlessly. At first, Xia Fei truly had no idea where he should begin the sorting and assimilation. Soul power and spirit energy were too intertwined, inseparable even. After all, Nirvana was not some sentient being, so it was incapable of sending both types of energy separately. As such, it sent everything to Xia Fei's brain without filtering, regardless of what it was or how much was obtained. Of course, Nirvana would always save a portion for itself. As time went by, Xia Fei began to sort through the clues and managed to find a way to comb through the two types of energy. This was akin to solving a maze, combing through and sorting out the bundled up chaotic energies. Xia Fei's frightening control over energy reared its head again. Not only did he very quickly sort out and stabilize both types of energy, he even managed to convert them. Fukin was stunned. Looking incredulously at Xia Fei, Wraith also expressed his astonishment. No way! Is Xia Fei attempting energy conversion right now, but he's just obtained his 1.5 soul marks recently. Isn't this too powerful? Fukin nodded repeatedly as he grimly remarked, just let him try his hand at it. If anything goes awry, I can just pull him out. Having the guts to try in the first place is ultimately a good thing. Going forward means falling down time and again, only to get up after. Wraith nodded. Indeed. Letting Xia Fei endure some struggles is also a good thing. He's the one bold enough to attempt energy conversion despite only having 1.5 soul marks. This so-called energy conversion was, of course, the act of converting different types of energy into one. Cosmic origin energy, soul power, and spirit energy could all be considered energy, yet they were all of different nature. Origin was physical energy, while soul power was physical essence and spirit energy was the essence in all things. They could be classified from high to low, and the effect each granted naturally varied. For instance, between two warriors of the same rank and possibly even the same cultivation, with one using soul power and the other spirit energy, the warrior using spirit energy would likely emerge victorious. After all, spirit energy was the essence in all things, pure and mighty. At the moment, what Xia Fei was doing was consolidating all the various types of energy in his brain region and having them all become spirit energy. This was, of course, a very difficult feat, and there was no way to achieve this without any special training on the matter or through a powerful soul mark. Fukin was well aware of Xia Fei's amazing talent, but he still believed that there was no way for Xia Fei to succeed. This was because Xia Fei had not accepted a word of his advice in these past 3 months of study. Moreover, at best, all he gave were mere pointers here and there. However, as Xia Fei truly started converting the different kinds of energy, Fukin began to lose his composure. Apparently, the young man could turn soul power into spirit energy. He had succeeded in his first try. It must be noted that, though Fukin claimed that the metal manual he had handed over to Xia Fei was just a common technique, it actually contained the essence of the orthodox spiritualist line. It described spiritualists in the most unpretentious language and complete records of the required courses for the most powerful profession in this universe. In 3 months' time, Xia Fei had memorized every word and experienced everything written. His astonishing comprehension and analytical skills let him learn without a teacher. Xia Fei had memorized the entire manual and then grasped it. Memorization was never a difficult endeavor, and even a 3-year-old who could recite 1,000 verses of poems was not that amazing. The key was in Xia Fei's comprehension and analytical ability, which transformed those dry words into discernible ideas. 12 hours or so later, Xia Fei finally opened his eyes. Tired. Though he had managed to finish the energy conversion, Xia Fei felt extremely exhausted afterward. He was only holding on through sheer willpower. It was important to give credit where credit was due, this was all thanks to Fukin's dietary treatment. Indubitably, his food nourishment method was fairly potent. In fact, it was better than those medicinal ingredients, which were dubbed as heavenly treasures. There would be no accumulation of toxins, on top of the recovery speed not being slower, when one went through the route of eating food supplements, thereby providing a strong and solid foundation. Xia Fei had not only managed to recover fully, he was even stronger than before. His strong body was also a factor as to why Xia Fei had managed to endure the process of energy conversion and could not be disregarded. Lonely managed to convert about 2 standard units of spirit energy. Isn't the rate a little too low? Xia Fei frowned as he wondered out loud. Fukin pursed his lips. That's your ignorance talking. That's spirit energy, the most high-end energy type in existence. Be it for combat or for the creation of soul weapons, spirit energy is always the best choice. Everything in the universe has energy as the base, what you have now is the purest form of energy. Besides, you have just 1.5 soul marks. To have accomplished energy conversion on your first try is already a remarkable feat. Don't belittle yourself. As time goes by, your rate of conversion will also increase. Xia Fei nodded. He had converted all the accumulated soul power and origin energy in him from killing tens of thousands of inverse, but all it gave him were 2 units of spirit energy. Thus, it could be seen just how precious the existing spirit energy in the universe was. No wonder that spiritualist had seen red the moment he arrived, willing to take on Xia Fei and Fukin at the risk of dying. Fukin narrowed his eyes and muttered, Aurora clan. To think the legendary clan of gentlemen had actually given birth to such a monster, that's a first-rate joke that the universe cracked. Though he said it like so, Fukin still found Xia Fei more and more pleasing to the eye. While Xia Fei was very unreasonable, ruthless, and peculiar in his style, that was all to those he deemed as his enemies. A warrior was not only right in being ruthless to their enemies, it was even imperative for them to have that quality. As for Xia Fei's tendency to get rid of his enemies' roots and all at the drop of a hat, Fukin understood that as him being very cautious. Many times, this was how it should be. Fukin found Xia Fei pleasing to the eye, so he could justify the latter's every action. There was no reason for it at all. Getting up, Xia Fei looked on the horizon. Are we heading to the Tarot Galaxy now? Speaking of the Tarot Galaxy's Aurora clan, Xia Fei could not help but be somewhat expectant. Hearing Hosuo and Radix talk about the Aurora clan so much, including the fact that his grandfather was an Aurorine by birth, it was impossible for Xia Fei not to have any expectations. At the very least, there would be no harm in Xia Fei taking the trip to such a prosperous place in the Alpha universe. Fukin thought about it and replied, since you're fully recovered, why don't we find a place for you to strengthen your body's cultivation first? At the end of the day, you're a spiritualist, so your physical cultivation needs to be perfected as soon as possible. Also, I think that your holy beast is on the cusp of advancement, too. If you feed him some spirit energy, 2 units at most, he'll be ready to advance. Furball seemed to have understood what Fukin had just said, for he turned to stare at Xia Fei with pitiful-looking eyes. Though he did not say a word, seeing Peacock Blue's completed form had deeply provoked him. Furball was also hoping that he could reach his final form as soon as possible to measure up to Peacock Blue once more. Having obtained 70 units of spirit energy from nature and converted 2 more units, Xia Fei presently had a total of 72 standard units of spirit energy, truly an impressive number. It was not impossible for Xia Fei to give Furball 2 units so that the holy beast could get promoted. After all, he had been a loyal pet all this while, the beast improving would be a great help to Xia Fei, too. With his mind made up, Xia Fei nodded. Okay, I'll do as you suggested. When we enter the Tarot Galaxy, it'll go into seclusion. Whoosh! The life vessel arrived at an uninhabited planet covered in a deep blue sea and misty waves, with countless islands dotting the surface. Xia Fei chose a medium-sized island, which had the shape of a whale, and landed the ship on it. Fukin looked around and nodded. Not bad. There's a mountain, a sea, and plenty of exotic animals. There's an abundance of fresh water nearby, too, so we won't have to worry about food and drink if we stay here. Xia Fei pouted. Truly, food was something that was always mentioned in every other statement of Fukin. Xia Fei had not chosen the planet for all those aforementioned reasons but because it was secluded and unobtrusive. Like this, no one would bother him. Visually speaking, things that were too strange, too large, or too small were very eye-catching. This island he had chosen looked absolutely mundane, as it was neither too large nor too small. It had no unique trait to speak of, thereby perfect for hiding while cultivating. Okay, you can cultivate here. I still have other matters to take care of, I'll come and find you once I'm done. Fukin departed on the ship after saying that, leaving Xia Fei to begin his 3-month-long cultivation in total isolation. Fresh. Everything felt very refreshing. Walking on the streets of one planet in the Tarot Galaxy, Xia Fei was dazzled by everything he saw around him. We frequently visited this diner with the young lord back then, to think it would still be around. This is the Star Horse firm. The best local exotic beast trading company. Even the Roamer's tea house is still around. If I weren't in my current state, I'd really love to head in and ask for a pot of good tea to be enjoyed right now. Radix prattled on in his excitement. Every time he spotted a familiar place, he would be practically crying. After all, it had been a very long time since he was last here, now that he was truly back, it was a pity that he had no corporeal form, and that made him feel a flood of emotions. 2 more streets down and we'll arrive at the Aurora clan's old base. There's a pair of 9-faced green dragon beast statues at the entrance. It's very stylish. Radix pointed into the distance and exclaimed. Xia Fei shrugged. Without any hurry, he made his way to the front gates of the Aurora clan. He could not help but raise an eyebrow. Oh, heavens! How has my distinguished Aurora clan fallen into such a dismal state? Radix clutched his head with both his hands and yelled in misery. Where has the pair of 9-faced green dragon beasts gone to? What about the 8 open doorposts made of purple gold glass? Is this still my Aurora clan? Chapter 1062, A Compound of Hooligans. After Xia Fei ended his 3 months of cultivation and arrived at the Aurora clan's base in the Tarot Galaxy, never did he expect that he would be seeing such a state. The colorful glazed glass walls were proof that the Aurora clan had truly had its glory days, with a proud family history. It was just that the colorful walls had since become mottled, and though it had been cleaned, the decline of the clan could not be denied. Radix looked like he was on the verge of losing it. Not even in his wildest dream could he imagine that, after his arduous journey, he would make it back to his clan that had become so desolate. Xia Fei did not immediately enter the courtyard. Instead, he turned to the tea house right across the property and sat at a table near a window on the 5th floor. He ordered a pot of tea and snacks as he looked at the quiet courtyard. Very soon, a servant with a red birthmark came over while carrying tea and snacks. Xia Fei smiled and gave him a few pearls, asking, "Friend, may I ask you about something? Is that place across from here the Aurora clan's base?" The servant was, of course, smiling widely after receiving that money. He served the tea to Xia Fei as he answered, "You're right. That place across from here does belong to the Aurora clan." Xia Fei unhurriedly followed up with his next question. "I heard my elders say that the Aurora clan can be considered a major clan in the universe. Doesn't that place look a little dismal?" The servant sighed and placed his tablecloth over his shoulder. "Well, the decline of the Aurora clan isn't something recent. You must have heard about the early years. Honestly, ever since I got here, the Aurora clan has been on the decline, year after year. Heard from some of the shop's older patrons that the Aurora clan is filled with honest and good people. They are polite when dealing with people and hardly get into an altercation with other clans. Even if they're faced with any friction, they'll just laugh all it off and turn the other cheek. Unfortunately, while they're kind-hearted, others are anything but. Many years ago, someone cheated out the Aurora clan of a whole lot. Some great spiritualist claimed that he'd help organize their ancestral soul weapons. Given how friendly the Aurorine is, forget a spiritualist, even any common man who has nowhere to go can come away with gifts after visiting them. As expected, the Aurora clan invited that spiritualist into their home and treated him with reverence. None of them suspected that the person was actually a swindler, and soon he took off with all that clan's soul weapons. Though the Aurorine disliked getting into conflict with others, they're still a warrior clan, so how could they survive without soul weapons? They had no choice but to use their clan's reserves, purchasing a new batch of arsenals, but they ended up falling for yet another scam, for all the soul weapons they bought turned out to be fake. It's really hard to say. I've never seen a clan as unlucky as this one. This went on for some time, turning a major clan into what it is today. Truly, success comes at the hands of soul weapons, but so does failure. The servant ended up speaking for quite some length, and it was simply the sordid tale of how the Aurora clan fell from grace after a series of unfortunate events. He was a servant at a tea house, after all, so though he knew plenty, it was not very detailed. Xia Fei felt that he had more or less understood the situation, and so he waved his hand to dismiss the server. When did that server mean when he said that success comes at the hands of soul weapons, but so does failure? Xia Fei asked. Radix sighed. Warriors naturally need soul weapons, of course, they'll have to buy more when they should, even more so if they lose all their ancestral soul weapons, or else what will the warriors of the clan use? Forget the fact that soul weapons can turn out to be fake, those of poor quality will need to be repaired after some time, and that requires a lot of money. Spiritualists are the sort who will eat their customers alive. What good could come to the Aurora clan that had fallen into a spiritualist's scheme? Xia Fei shrugged. How about not equipping some of the clansmen with soul weapons? Won't there be no expenditure that way? Since the clan still has a reserve, why hang on to it so desperately? Radix replied, That's easy for you to say. The Aurora clan isn't just some nouveau riche, it's a clan with a rich heritage. It's renowned. How could a clan like that not equip their warriors with soul weapons? How would they have the face to walk down the streets at that rate? Xia Fei slowly understood. It turned out that the Aurorine had an arsenal of top-grade soul weapons, which were passed down from one generation to another. Once the older generation retired, their soul weapons would be handed down to their descendants, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, their stocks of soul weapons got stolen by a spiritualist. Going to the market to buy a new stock afterward, when there were already fewer and fewer spiritualists, with the high-ranking spiritualists even being rare as phoenix feathers. How would there be any readily available soul weapons that could be bought? More often than not, soul weapons were something that money could not buy. Using the clan's fortune to buy batch after batch of fake or lousy soul weapons, buying a new one if they turned out to be fake, inviting spiritualists to repair their newly bought weapons of poor quality, how could they not end up burning through their money like that? Since it had gone on for quite some time, the distinguished Aurora clan's fortunes ended up getting drained by the hateful spiritualists, resulting in the clan's steady decline. No wonder Fukin despises the average spiritualist so much. Turns out that those people are actually so greedy. Xia Fei took a sip of his tea and commented. Radix was feeling miserable. Of course, they are. In fact, they're practically vampires. Even getting them to repair a level 1 soul weapon will cost several million pearls. In addition, they will often not repair the soul weapons fully in order to keep coming back, cheating the clients of their money. A soul weapon breaking again after several months, of course, it'll continue to cost money. No matter how large a clan might be, that's the fate it would inevitably have to keep going back and forth with. Xia Fei was rendered speechless. Equipment and money were the two lifelines of every warrior. Which warrior out there was not made with real money? There was the old saying, the poor are rich in martial arts. The warrior's path had always been the license of the rich. The Aurora clan, which originally had its inherited fortune, was not in any danger of running out. Now, this monetary backing was gone, so of course, there would be no way for them to carry on their huge clan's business anymore. Radix stared at Xia Fei with pitiful-looking eyes, causing the latter to feel very uncomfortable. The meaning of this gaze could not be any plainer. Xia Fei was a spiritualist, one of the orthodox spiritualists that numbered no more than 100 across the Alpha universe to boot. Since the Aurora clan had declined, Radix was really hoping that Xia Fei could do something to revitalize it. Forget it. Let's first think of a way to get into the Aurora clan, and then we'll decide after, said Xia Fei as he lit a cigarette. After 3 months of grueling cultivation, Fukin dropped Xia Fei off at the Tarot Galaxy and left. He instructed him repeatedly not to act recklessly. In the event that his nemesis saw through his identity, he would be in great danger. Everything would have to be put on hold until his return. This was why Xia Fei could not return to the clan with great fanfare, shouting his identity as the grandson of Wistful Valley. In order for him to return to the clan, he must find another method. He would first get into the clan and understand the situation before doing anything else. Radix thought about it and said, there's an external compound in the clan, specifically designated as a place for distant relatives to stay when they come over to visit. You can make up an identity and go live there, but I don't know if this external compound is still there given the dire straits that the clan is in. Inquiring from the tea house servant, it turned out that the external compound was still around. As such, Xia Fei footed his bill and headed to the West City along a long stretch of street. Standing outside the door, this residence was actually even more glamorous than the Aurora clan's base. Quite a few people also came and went, a very lively place indeed. Are these people all relatives of the Aurora clan? Asked Xia Fei in his puzzlement. There were actually several good-for-nothings among the crowd, yelling and drinking as they entered the premises, each with a flushed face, looking like they were living the good life. Radix sighed and replied in a morose tone, the Aurora clan has always followed the gentleman's way when treating others. Actually, more than 90% of the people who stay here aren't actually related to us, they're only hanging around just to eat and drink on our bill. A large part of the clan's expenditure is actually coming from these people. If you call spiritualists vampires, then these people are the bloodsuckers' accomplices. Many of these rogues even drag their families in to stay, never leaving. Xia Fei found this to be hilarious. How could this be considered the gentleman's way? This was more like the way of a cuckold. Not one stopped him from entering the courtyard. The place was crowded with people. Some were enjoying the shades of trees while drinking tea, some were enjoying wine by the lake. There were even people who brought in prostitutes in the broad daylight. It was practically heaven for ne'er-do-wells. He headed to the chamberlain's house and casually uttered the name that the tea-house servant had inquired for him. A kindly old chamberlain gave Xia Fei a key and said courteously, "This is the key to the number 9 house. There are too many people, so all the good houses have been taken. If any of them free up in the next few days, I'll be sure to help you make arrangements again." Xia Fei furrowed his brows as he took the key. No wonder the Aurora clan was in decline. All he had to do was claim that he was a distant relative, and he could come to the external compound to eat and drink his fill at the clan's expense. It would be a heavenly miracle if such a clan did not fall into destitution. The old chamberlain saw Xia Fei furrowing his brows and thought that he was displeased, so he hurriedly said, "Though number 9 house is a little old, it's very secluded. The other places are very noisy, and the people who stay there are." The chamberlain fell silent upon reaching that point, a pained expression on his face. By the rules of the clan, everybody who came was a guest, and he could not make the decisions. He could only watch as this compound, which the clan had reserved to receive friends and relatives, got occupied by those louts, and he was powerless to stop it. Xia Fei smiled. "Old one, no need to be nervous. I've always preferred solitude, so staying in number 9 house works fine for me." This was when he saw a group of drunken louts walk in. In the lead was a burly man. He began scolding the old chamberlain immediately after entering. "Is this how the Wists treat their guests? My brothers and I were happily drinking when the kitchen told us that your clan had run out of wine." "No wine? Do you expect us to drink our piss?" "That's right. This is the Aurora clan, isn't it? Had I known this, I would have dissuaded my cousin from marrying into the clan. Not to provide wine, what kind of relative is this?" Well, these louts were actually trying to overpower the host, demanding that they be provided wine. Xia Fei was frowning the entire time as he watched this scene unfold. Radix was even madder with rage, his eyes seeing red. If Xia Fei sent out Nirvana to kill them, Radix would gladly do so at once. The old chamberlain still had those kind eyes as he hurriedly explained, "Everyone is an important guest of the Aurora clan. How could we neglect you all? I'll go right away and hurry people to purchase more, so please wait patiently." "That's more like it. Yours truly wants to drink Kui Baixuan's clear wine, so don't you dare to try and trick me with cheap goods." The group of drunkards left, and the old chamberlain very awkwardly looked at Xia Fei and said, "We are all relatives, so if there's a need that can be satisfied, we'll do the best we can." Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei departed without a word. He did not walk far for him to hear the old chamberlain sighing. "We can't go on like this. The expenses of the compound are already astronomical, yet these people actually still want wine from Kui Baixuan." Chapter 1063, A Vicious Relative. Xia Fei arrived at number 9 house and saw that it was situated at a remote location. Though the conditions were not shabby, it was still fairly simple. Aside from the 2 empty rooms, the rest were filled with people. Xia Fei could count almost 1,000 of them in the courtyard. After looking at the rooms once, Xia Fei left and walked along the long corridor to inspect the place. What he saw as he strolled around was not any different from what he saw from the compound outside. These were all people living off the hospitality of the Aurorine, making a din everywhere. Taking a corner, Xia Fei arrived by a plot of land filled with grape trellises. This place was far more serene than anywhere else. There was an old man seated under one of the grape trellises, helping himself to the produce. He lifted his head, and the two noticed each other's presence at the same time. It turned out that this old man was the chamberlain of this house, Wist View. Every old servant of the Aurora clan would have the Wist added to their name, to show that there was no distinction between them. Wist View had been with the clan for many years, so he also had Wist in his name. Smiling at Xia Fei, Wist View waved his hand. "Come sit with me. This is where the people who work here live. How did you end up here? Did you get lost because of how unfamiliar the compound is?" Xia Fei did not stand on ceremony and took a seat across from Wist View. "I didn't exactly lose my way. The place I'm supposed to stay is too noisy, I was a little bothered by it, so I went elsewhere to look." Xia Fei's appearance was that of someone who meant no harm, a slight smile always plastered on his face. Old Wist View saw how young and polite Xia Fei was, and he took a slight liking to him. With a sigh, he poured Xia Fei a glass of wine and apologized, I'm very sorry. This compound wasn't originally like this. It's this household's goodwill that regardless if someone is truly a relative or not, as long as they're willing, they can stay here. In fact, no locals truly come here to cause a disturbance. After all, the Aurora clan's reputation is evident. If locals do come in to eat free food, if word gets out, nobody from around will find it amenable. Unfortunately, since the start of last year, for some reason, a huge group of foreign wastrels have come to live in the external compound, feasting at our expense. They caused so much mess that the actual relatives, who had come to seek refuge, didn't dare to stay anymore, and they now live somewhere outside. Xia Fei was surprised and asked inquisitively, "Did you say that all these people had just suddenly arrived together?" "Yes. About 3 years ago, more than 10,000 of them appeared here. The place almost exploded from overcrowding. Forget about them being lazy and good for nothing, they even often gather to brawl after getting drunk. Even the neighbors were affected, all of them choosing to relocate. This household felt bad for them, so we offered compensation to those who decided to move. Those neighbors knew of the clan's financial difficulty, so not many of them actually took us up on the offer. It was quite apparent that those people presently occupying the external compound had come from a distant planet, and it was an organized move at that. Could the Aurora clan really not see that?" Xia Fei wrinkled his eyebrows when he thought of this. After a brief pause, Westview continued speaking. This external compound was built during the Aurora clan's golden era. Aside from the kitchen, the entertainment area, garden, and ancillary facilities, there are 9 houses, able to accommodate more than 10,000 people at the same time. When the clan was prosperous, it wouldn't be a problem even if they played host to over 10,000 guests. After all, the cost of food and lodging is nothing compared to soul weapons, cultivation, and all the necessary courses for warriors. They're cheaper by a whole lot. Alas, in recent years, as the clan gradually declines, having to feed so many mouths is becoming a serious problem. Westview was heartbroken as he listed off all the troubles the clan was facing. However, upon seeing Xia Fei's displeased expression, he quickly added, "Oh, this is my fault for venting my frustrations on you. Forget it. You can rest easy while staying here. Though these wastrels and drunkards are a mess, they're not the sort who can cause any real trouble. With Little Shot keeping an eye on the place, you'll be fine as long as you don't provoke them. As for the issues of brawling, that's also just their infighting, otherwise, Little Shot won't let them off." From the way he spoke, Little Shot seemed like a young man whom Westview was rather fond of, and so Xia Fei asked, "Who is Little Shot?" Chuckling, old Westview hinted to him, "I told you that the Aurora clan is filled with good people, upright and genuine, but Little Shot isn't like that. His eyes are sharp, and the moment these freeloaders overstep, Little Shot will rush out. This year alone, 3 miscreants have already been taught a lesson by him." Westview sounded very excited after saying this, but all Xia Fei felt was a headache. This external compound was ultimately a property of the West family, and the clan would send a few of their disciples on occasion to keep an eye on it. Little Shot was in charge of this place, but it seemed like the young man's character was not completely in line with the kind elders. He followed the rules, and anyone who went against it would get his boot. However, in a year's time, only 3 of the hooligans had been chased out of the place, which showed that Little Shot was not exactly any better. Given Xia Fei's temper, he would have booted out all these louts on the very first day. Setting down his glass of wine, Westview smiled and asked, "Young lad, you're not really here to visit your relatives, are you?" Xia Fei did not deny and answered calmly, "That's right. I don't have any relatives in the Aurora clan. I just happen to have no money on me right now. As I was passing by, I heard that I can eat for free here, so I came over in hopes of finding a temporary lodging." Suddenly, Xia Fei heard a voice, which still sounded young, call, "How could you do something like that? It's not appropriate." He did not sound like he was rebuking Xia Fei, rather, he seemed to have spoken out of pity. Xia Fei turned around and saw a short, well-dressed young man standing at the compound entrance. He had 2 thick sword-like eyebrows, giving him a very heroic appearance. "Young Master Shot, you're here." Westview hurriedly got up to greet the young man. It turned out that the newcomer was Little Shot, the one in charge of the external compound. Little Shot jogged over in 2 steps. He showed a respectful attitude that made it seem like he was Westview's grandson. The 3 sat back down, and Little Shot told Xia Fei, since you didn't deny your identity, it means that you're not bad, unlike those drunkards. I have some money here, you can have it first. I'll help you think of other solutions if that's not enough. With that, Little Shot actually handed Xia Fei a deerskin pouch filled with pearls. Xia Fei weighed the pouch and estimated that there were at least 100 or so pearls inside. Xia Fei smilingly placed the pouch into his pocket, thinking, silly boy, it's 1 month's worth of allowance for you, isn't it? Xia Fei did not expect Little Shot to hand over money to him without any heartache. The latter even asked for more details about the difficulties he was facing, showing plenty of concern. Xia Fei pouted as he told Radix, this is the most atypical member of the Aurora clan? I think that this clan of my grandfather can't ever be saved. It's as the old saying goes, ripe persimmons are soft when picked. Honest people are ripe targets for bullying. The Aurorine are all pushovers. There's no need to pluck them, for they're already ripe. Radix hated that he could not make a personal statement and sighed. Well, that can't be helped. This is the attitude and characteristic of everyone in the clan. Your grandfather is even kinder than Little Shot here. If he heard your words, he wouldn't openly tackle the topic but would, instead, very secretly put the money under your pillow. That's to avoid making you feel awkward. Xia Fei was speechless. Did such people really exist? From the way Little Shot spoke, though he was a very kind soul, he could not be considered a fool. There was no way for Xia Fei to extract any relevant information from him, and he just ended up arousing the young man's vigilance. Well, at least he's not a complete fool. It means that he can still be saved. Xia Fei mused. The sky gradually darkened. Little Shot mentioned that it was time for him to depart, so he bid old Wistview farewell and left the external compound by himself. Xia Fei trailed after him. What are you following me for? Asked Little Shot curiously. Though we, Aurorines, dislike attacking others, that doesn't mean that we are afraid of anyone, either. There are rules in the clan, and we're allowed to retaliate if attacked. What nonsense! If you can't retaliate when attacked, aren't you just waiting to die? Xia Fei rolled his eyes and scoffed. You! How could you say that? Why couldn't I? Come with me, I have something to discuss with you. Xia Fei did not even care to reason with him, leaving Little Shot livid as he glared at Xia Fei. Why are you just looking at me? Don't you understand what I'm saying when I ask you to come? Demanded Xia Fei. TM not going. You have ill intentions. Little Shot finally replied with this after some time. Xia Fei did not care to waste any more time, so he immediately said in a low voice, 9 nights for the sun, a peaceful river against the currents, a majestic river in the valley, a mysterious green rainbow. Xia Fei had just uttered lines from the Aurora clan's secret soul art, which would be impossible to know if someone was an outsider. Little Shot was first stunned when heard those words before he asked hurriedly, just who are you? Why do you know the precepts only known to us, Aurorines? Xia Fei smiled and spoke in a serious tone. In a way, you can really call us relatives, but as for who I am, there's no need for you to know that. Little Shot was young and hardly had any experience of the world. Xia Fei's words had piqued his interest, and so he followed him all the way to a rather luxurious restaurant on a street. Xia Fei ordered a table of dishes, and Little Shot sat there awkwardly. He had given all his money to Xia Fei, and right now he did not even have a pearl on him. What would he do if they had to settle the bill later? This meal is my treat. Have this back. Xia Fei proceeded to return Little Shot his money, who was absolutely floored by this as he took it back. He simply could not fathom what he should make of Xia Fei. No questions. Xia Fei quickly waved his hand dismissively before Little Shot could open his mouth. People who were too kind tended to be pedantic, and Xia Fei had no desire to waste time getting him to understand. TL just ask you one thing, do you wish to chase away all the wastrels staying in the external compound? Asked Xia Fei. Little Shot was silent for a good while before answering, I do, but there are rules in the clan. Slap. Xia Fei reached out and stopped him again. Don't mention rules to me. Yours truly here has never once cared about rules my entire life. Let me ask you, of the hooligans living in the compound, who's the leader? Someone called Laszlo, answered Little Shot. Xia Fei nodded. I see. Wait here for a few minutes. With that, Xia Fei swaggered out the door and left Little Shot all alone in the restaurant. Xia Fei soon returned. With a swift brush of his finger over his spatial ring, he took out a bio-storage container. Inside was neither an animal nor a plant but a still living and breathing human being. It was none other than Laszlo, whom Little Shot had just mentioned. Taking a sip of tea, Xia Fei opened the container and fished Laszlo out as if he were grabbing a kitten. Without a word, Xia Fei used force right between Laszlo's legs a few times. Crunch crunch. This sound of bones breaking filled the room. Regardless of any clarifications, Xia Fei had instantly broken the bones of this man. Little Shot watched this with cold sweat trickling on his back. Xia Fei's ability to recite the Aurora clan's secret soul art meant that he was a member of it. Never in his wildest dream did he even imagine that someone from his clan could do something so ruthless. Chapter 1064, Buying Basic Soul Vessels. Extreme torture had always been Xia Fei's forte, but today, this performance was not for him but rather for Little Shot, a young man who had a modicum of potential in the entire Aurora clan. Xia Fei proceeded to place asparagus in his mouth as if nothing had happened, his eyes trained on Little Shot, who was seated across from him. He saw the young man trembling so badly that a good third of the wine in his glass, which he had raised to his lips to sip, had spilled. Actually, most men have a fatal spot, which is their crotch area. Even if you break all the bones of cowardly men, they won't spit out a word, but if you break their family jewels, making it impossible for them to continue their bloodline, then even the hardiest man won't be able to take it, explained Xia Fei softly. This was all his experience talking. When it came to being ruthless, he would definitely be like the devil from hell. Witnessing Laszlo get tortured had given Little Shot quite the shock and fright. After all, this was his first time bearing witness to such a thing, and it had been through the most sinister means, too. I really can't believe that the Laz clan is behind all this. Little Shot said fiercely and then downed his glass of wine. Laszlo explained that he was actually a distant relative of another major local clan, the Laz. 3 years ago, the Laz clan came looking for him and got him to gather a gang of hooligans to cause trouble at the Aurora clan's territory. Aside from the free food and drinks that they got to enjoy from the Aurora clan, the Laz clan even paid them regularly for their work. How would anyone not participate in something so good? As such, these people stayed for a whole 3 years. Not only did the Aurora clan's remaining fortune dwindle under this large group of parasites' incessant mooching off, more importantly, even its reputation was affected after housing them. Xia Fei asked Sen's missing a beat, how much do you know about the Laz clan? Little Shot heaved a sigh. The Tarot Galaxy is vast, and plenty of famous warrior clans are based in it. On this planet, there are 3 major clans, the Laz, the Ping, and the Aurora West. Our strength is about the same, though the Aurorine people are a bit more famous. We seldom have contact with the Lazes on normal occasions, really couldn't fathom why they'd do something like this. Xia Fei laughed. There's no such thing as hate for no reason, so perhaps the Aurorine people have already made an enemy out of the Laz clan without even knowing it. Little Shot refuted this. That's unlikely. Even if there's bad blood between us, there shouldn't be any reason for them to use such a clumsy method to get back at us. Though our clan has declined in recent times, we shouldn't have any problems holding onto an external compound. There's no way that they expect these people's consumption to drain our clan's funds completely. Xia Fei scoffed. You dummy! Do you think that they intend to bring down the clan? Even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, don't you understand this saying? Don't forget. We're talking about a bunch of wastrels, and their stay on Aurorine land is just to bring down the clan's reputation, causing trouble at its expense. Don't you know that many of the people living around the compound have already moved away? It's all thanks to these drunkard louts and their shenanigans. Xia Fei implied with his words that the emptying of the clan coffers was not caused by those moochers in the compound but rather by the Aurorine spending an astronomical sum just to purchase soul weapons. Hence, the Laz clan's goal was not to bankrupt the Aurora clan but to sully its good name. Instead, because of the accumulated goodwill over the many years that the Aurora clan had existed, many of the locals had yet to bear a grudge against it, but if these hooligans continued with their ruckus, how would the clan's reputation be in 10 years, 100? The Lazes are really vicious. Aren't they simply kicking us while we are down? Plus, they're trying to ruin the good reputation that our ancestors and elders have accumulated all this time. Little Shot abruptly got up from his chair, his expression grim. The moment the conversation went to the clan's reputation, it was as if someone had stabbed his back despite being one of the youngest members. There was a drastic change in his mood. Xia Fei yawned out of boredom. While the Aurorine were deeply concerned with reputation, Xia Fei did not care much about it. In his view, it did not matter whether someone was a good or bad person. What mattered was that his enemies were all dead and that he and those people he loved would be able to lead good lives. With how the chips have fallen, it doesn't matter how much you complain. What matters now is how to get everything back, Xia Fei said softly. Okay, I'll go find the elders of the clan and explain the situation, said Little Shot with clenched fists. Xia Fei laughed in amusement. What can those old people do even if you tell them about this? Will they set aside their face and eliminate the Liz clan? Besides, what proof do you have? His words were a little provocative. Little Shot had instantly looked stumped. Indeed, the Aurora clan cared too much about its reputation and was too kind for its own good. Telling those elders about this matter would at most elicit a smile from them as they turned their other cheek. Then what do I do? Asked Little Shot. Xia Fei thought for a moment and smirked. If you're unwilling to be bullied by others, then come find me tonight at midnight. Remember, you mustn't say a word about what has happened today. I'm not an Aurorine. My surname is Xia Fei. Little Shot was no fool. Though he had no idea what Xia Fei was thinking, he knew that there were some things that could not be done with too much noise. As such, he nodded. However, Xia Fei being able to recite the Aurora clan's secret precepts clearly meant that he was one of them. Little Shot simply could not make sense why he would be unwilling to admit to this. Exiting the restaurant, Xia Fei stood on the main street and looked around. He then asked, Radix, where's the largest local trading company? I have to prepare some things in advance before tonight's operation. Radix gave it some thought and answered, the 4 biggest firms in the Alpha universe have branches on this planet. Any of them is impressive in its own right, it all depends on what you are looking to buy. Xia Fei replied, items that can be used for making soul weapons. Radix was momentarily stunned, stating, Fisher, Heavenly Treasure, Inu, and Lifeng are the 4 leading trading firms in the Alpha universe. If what you need is embryonic vessels to turn into soul weapons, I suggest that you visit Heavenly Treasure. Heavenly Treasure Firm. The storefront was not too ostentatious, but the compound covered a wide area. Xia Fei stood at the entrance for a while to look. Radix commented, the 4 leading trading firms all have deep heritage. No matter where you find a Heavenly Treasure branch, the architectural design will always be the same. The various shops act as front. All the transactions are actually conducted internally, while the physical shops only provide consultation, not services. Xia Fei nodded and entered the shop. Sure enough, there were no products on display inside, only smiling staff, who patiently guided clients where they should head for their trades and where the catalogs could be found. The one that greeted Xia Fei was a fairly attractive woman with slender eyes and monolid. She had a professional smile on her face. Sir, is there anything that I can help you with? Inquired the young lady. Xia Fei queried, I need to purchase some basic soul goods. Any idea where I should look to buy them? The young lady froze. Anyone who heard what Xia Fei had just said would naturally freeze up. Several eyes darted to Xia Fei. Basic soul goods? You mean basic soul vessels? Is this young man a spiritualist? That can't be, right? He's so young. Xia Fei felt very awkward. What both Radix and he did not understand was that, while something like a basic soul vessel was sold by these firms, there had never been anyone who would come swaggering in to buy them. This was because only a spiritualist could use basic soul vessels, and as spiritualists were the precious profession in this universe, how could they so easily appear in public like this? Sir, are you a spiritualist? Asked the young lady, her eyes sparkling in excitement. Xia Fei shook his head. No, these are just something someone else asked me to purchase for them. Under everyone's gaze, Xia Fei followed the lady deeper into the compound. They arrived at a fairly secluded but luxurious area. As per usual, good tea and fruit were served, and a middle-aged man swiftly entered the room, calling for all the other staff to leave it before looking at Xia Fei smilingly. This one is called Kira, I'm the president of Heavenly Treasure Firm's Guard 83's planetary branch. May I know how I shall address you? Xia Fei. See. I heard that you are interested in purchasing basic soul vessels. Yes. I see. Honestly, Guard 83 is Heavenly Treasure's only shop on this planet. You may be unable to buy basic soul vessels if you go to any other trading firms. This is our inventory, please take a look. Kira handed over a thin booklet to Xia Fei, who proceeded to peruse it without a word, while Kira sat watching at the side. These are all the stocks that our branch has. If you're dissatisfied, I can help you request the full catalog from the headquarters, though I'm uncertain if you plan to use these items yourself, or, Kira courteously ventured, purchasing these for someone else. As for that full catalog, there's no need for that. What's needed now isn't much, and the items that I see in this booklet are enough. Still, I have no way of clearly distinguishing what I need through the images and descriptions provided. Do you mind taking these items out for me to look at in person? Asked Xia Fei as he closed the booklet. Yes, of course. Please wait here a moment. I'll immediately have someone bring over what you want. With that said, Kira got up to take his leave. He instructed his subordinates with a few words and went into the next room. A young girl was seated inside this room, with a silver-haired kitten on her lap. She was looking at a screen, and displayed on it was Xia Fei, who was sipping tea while he smoked a stick. Kira said nothing and quietly stood beside the girl. The girl, meanwhile, simply kept stroking the kitten as she watched Xia Fei. Very soon, someone brought 16 basic soul vessels into the room, and the two saw Xia Fei lightly touch each with a finger, and then he no longer did anything else. The entire process only took a few minutes. Young miss, what are your thoughts? Asked Kira somberly. The young girl placed the kitten on the floor and lightly tapped the image with Xia Fei on it. This person is at least a spiritualist's disciple if he's not one himself. Kira was slightly shocked. Was he a spiritualist or a spiritualist's disciple? Considering how rare a spiritualist was in the Alpha universe, either possibility was enough to have Xia Fei to be on the cutting edge. Given how young he is and how his body lacks any energy pulses, are you certain that you did not make a mistake? He already said so himself, he's just buying basic soul vessels on behalf of someone else, said Kira hesitantly. It's not possible. Basic soul vessels are necessary for the creation of soul weapons. Someone who isn't in the circle will never be able to determine how good or bad the soul vessels. This Xia Fei merely used a few minutes to choose what he needed. That's a level of eyesight that I can't achieve, nor can you. For neither of us has undergone professional training of that kind. The young girl turned off the screen and lifted the kitten into her arms again. She said in a low voice to Kira, since this is related to spiritualists, we'll do everything the old-fashioned way. On top of that, be sure to leave my card with him. Chapter 1065, Soul Array. Kira returned to the room and apologized, I'm truly sorry, but some other business came up. I wonder if those basic soul vessels are what you need. Xia Fei nodded. He casually tapped on 6 basic soul vessels and said, I want these 6. Please tell me how much they cost. Aside from a very rare white usnea stone, the other items were all very terrible. As for if they could be made into soul weapons, none of them qualified. Fortunately, Xia Fei's intent for these was not to turn them into soul weapons but rather to construct a soul array. This was why he could accept such inferior goods. Kira smiled. Sir, since you have chosen to do business with the Heavenly Treasure firm, you're showing us a lot of face. How about this, we'll give 30% off on all the items you chose, bringing the total to 70,000 pearls. Additionally, we're giving you a gold card recognized throughout the universe, so no matter which branch of Heavenly Treasure firm you patronize, there will always be a big discount for everything that you purchase or sell. Xia Fei nodded. Then I'll respectfully accept this largesse. Kira carefully sized up this customer and realized that his calmness was not an act. He quietly approved of Xia Fei's identity. Wherever they were, a spiritualist would always be a figure whom no one could afford to offend. Heavenly Treasure firm was no different. The so-called discount and respect were no more than the face they showed to spiritualists. After they were done packaging his purchase, Xia Fei paid the bill and Kira handed him a golden card. Aside from that, he was given a white name card, with the words Suzu Treasure, Heavenly Treasure firm written on it. The characters were graceful, and there was even a faint fragrance that lingered on the card. Kira spoke. This is the name card of our young miss. Suppose sir has something important he needs to make arrangements for, you can contact her with this. Xia Fei shrugged. Giving him a woman's name card right before he left, Xia Fei simply could not understand just what they were trying to achieve. Xia Fei did not make any comment in front of Kira, and so he exited the Heavenly Treasure firm quite cordially, but after turning a corner, he casually tossed that name card away before continuing on his way. Just as Xia Fei departed, someone picked up that card with Suzu Treasure's name on it, frowned, and then continued following Xia Fei. The external compound of the Aurora clan. Xia Fei shut the door behind him when he entered the room upon his return. He then took out the 6 items he had just bought, placed them in his hands, and slowly began cultivating them with his spirit energy. Radix grew curious. Are you making soul weapons? Xia Fei replied nonchalantly, they're not exactly soul weapons. Just a little trick. I'm just setting up a little fun soul array, that's all. Though Xia Fei had said so with ease, Radix knew well just how devastating a soul array was. Spiritualists were different from soul practitioners. As long as they were willing, they could absolutely kill without leaving any traces, and a soul array was naturally able to take lives without needing the spiritualist to do anything. The moment it was activated, anyone within the array would likely have their souls dissipated. Radix cried in excitement, I knew you'd do something. You're going to use a soul array and kill all those hooligans. However, after Radix said that, he froze suddenly and asked, if you use a soul array to kill people, won't the Chamberlain in charge of the compound, Westview, and the innocent staff be killed as well? That's no good, is it? Xia Fei laughed. You make the soul arrays sound far more amazing than they really are. I've only started preparing it tonight, so how could I manage to create such a large array in this short time? Do you take me for a god? Even if I have such capabilities, didn't you see the basic soul vessels that I bought earlier today? How can they withstand the strength of a massive array that you're expecting? Honestly, I don't plan on killing them. They still have other uses, so I'm keeping them alive for now. These 4 exotic beast bones will serve as the skeleton, the small purple gold pot as the eye of the array, and the Usnia stone as the protective charm of Westview and the others. After rattling off for a bit, Xia Fei patted his head and chuckled. What use is there for me to tell you all this? It's not like you'll understand. Forget it. Just watch. I'll give you a good show soon enough. Heavenly Treasure Firm, Suzu Treasure's dwelling. Miss Treasure was still caressing that kitten. Across her stood a man, who was that individual whom they had sent to follow Xia Fei earlier today. He tossed my name card the moment he left our premises, asked Suzu somewhat angrily. As someone from the Treasure family, Lady Suzu did not readily give her name card to just anyone. If Xia Fei brought that name card to any branch office of Heavenly Treasure, he would definitely be received as a very important customer. Unfortunately, Xia Fei did not seem to care for Suzu's regard at all. What else after? She asked. Afterward, he entered the Aurora clan's external compound. I haven't seen him leave the compound until now, so I sent people to check. Apparently, Xia Fei has only started staying there this afternoon, and he may be a relative of someone in the clan. Suzu creased her forehead slightly, muttering under her breath, that's not possible. Those people staying in the Aurora clan's external compound were all sent by the Liz clan. There's no way for an actual relative to go live there. What else is there? There was a slight spirit energy pulse from the compound later. For fear of angering that spiritualist, immediately asked our men to retreat and head back. Hearing this, the expression on Suzu's face changed drastically, though she did her best to stay calm. Well done. Anything that involves spiritualists isn't something minor. Okay, let your men get some rest for now, and don't go near the Aurora clan's external compound again without my order. Understood. That person quickly withdrew, leaving Suzu and Kira, and that lazy little kitten. Miss, this is an opportunity. Kira's eyes glistened as he said this. They'll soon be choosing the chairman's new assistant. If you help locate a spiritualist for the firm, it'll definitely be a great boon to our branch's business. There's no way anyone can keep you from going up at that point. Everyone knows that the chairman looking for an assistant is just his way of letting the family's young masters and mistresses show their capabilities, for the eventual taking over of Heavenly Treasure Firm. From what I know, your siblings have been sharpening their knives for years in secret, each one attempting a grand gesture that can eclipse the others, yet you've only been sitting here in Guard 83's planetary branch, keeping too low a profile. I'm afraid that this won't leave a deep impression on the chairman, so. Suzu smiled slightly. The reason I've been keeping a low profile is that I haven't found a suitable opportunity to showcase my capability. The Treasure family has been running Heavenly Treasure Firm for many years, and money has never been an issue to my family. No matter how much money someone earns, our family will never be impressed. If one intends to win this fight for inheritance, they must accomplish a truly outstanding feat. Kira was stunned. He could not believe that these were words coming out of Miss Suzu's mouth. Indeed, with how big the Heavenly Treasure Firm was, money had never been a question. If Suzu Treasure wanted to stand out among the other family members, she would have to do something that had nothing to do with money, and it must be something that money could not buy. Miss Suzu has a limitless future ahead of her. Looks like I've chosen the right master to follow back then, Kira thought inwardly. The Treasure family had been in business for generations, and in order to prevent infighting, they sought to change the chairperson every 20 years. Now, it was that year when a change of guard was due. The rule, as always, was to have dozens of eligible heirs oversee the branch offices all across the universe for a year. Suzu Treasure got Guard 83, where the Aurora clan was based. This was both a blessing and a curse. It was a blessing because Guard 83 was a fairly thriving planet, with a decent economy, but it was a curse because the three clans of West, Luz, and Ping had kept things far too stable here. Everyone knew that a chaotic world was best to profit in, but with the three major clans mutually restraining one another, the Guard 83 had stayed stagnant, peaceful, and dull due to the lack of any extraordinary individuals. It was no better than being sent to a far-flung planet. At least there, they could engage in various illegal business dealings. That would be more dangerous but would also open to opportunity aplenty. Ever since she heard of the conflict between the West and the Luz, Suzu had been feeling fairly excited. If Guard 83 descended into chaos as a result, then that would be a chance for her. These three clans had deep heritages, and getting hold of their soul weapons would be the greatest feat she could achieve. The three clans were all in the soul hunter line. She could manipulate the desire for revenge of whichever clan lost to her advantage. Incorporating high-level warriors to improve their family's combat strength was also a worthy feat. In any case, if the planet truly descended into chaos, Suzu Treasure would be granted a huge opportunity. Unfortunately for her, a year was almost over, and there had not been a single retaliation from the Aurora clan, and Suzu was almost overcome with anxiety waiting for it to happen. It was at this time when Xia Fei had appeared from nowhere. He might be a spiritualist and could very likely drag the three major clans into further conflict. Suzu could not help but get excited when she thought about this possibility. Gradually, a smile appeared across her lips. Kira, who was standing next to her, had no idea what this sudden smile was for, saying, "Right. Miss Suzu has yet to marry, so if Xia Fei is truly a spiritualist, why don't you offer yourself to him? This way, even the family patriarch will have to look highly upon you." Midnight. Xia Fei arrived at the location he had previously set for his meeting with Little Shot. "Why did you arrive so late? I've been waiting here for an hour already." Little Shot looked impatient. Xia Fei yawned, thinking nothing of this. "What are you being so impatient for? People will only truly sleep deeply in the wee hours of the morning, it'd be no problem if we met even a bit later." With that, Xia Fei took out the 4 exotic beast bones as well as that piece of white usnea stone and handed over everything to Little Shot. "These 4 bones are to be placed in the 4 cardinal directions. Bury them in the ground just outside the compound. The usnea stone should be placed in the center of the small yard where Westview and the others are staying. Be sure to bury them well. Now go." Little Shot nodded and left with the items. He was very familiar with the surroundings, so it only took him less than half an hour to do what Xia Fei had instructed him to. "Now what do we do?" asked Little Shot inquisitively. "Sleep. Wake me up at 4 in the morning." Xia Fei stretched his body and then lay on a blue stone. He closed his eyes to conserve energy, while the anxious Little Shot stayed at his side, constantly checking the time. Finally, it was that time of dawn. Little Shot nervously woke Xia Fei up. "It's time." "Just what exactly are we doing?" asked Little Shot. He absolutely had no clue what was going on and what would happen next, so all he could do was put his trust in Xia Fei and act according to his instructions. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and waxed lyrically, "Impatient people can't accomplish big things." He said this as he pulled out a little purple gold pot from his spatial ring. Crack! Exerting force with his arm, Xia Fei embedded that purple gold pot into the blue stone, and then he lay down again and went back asleep. Little Shot was feeling rather aggrieved at the moment. He had done so many nonsensical things because Xia Fei told him that they would take care of those moochers staying in the compound, yet so far, they had not done anything that would accomplish that at all. To think that Little Shot had spent his whole night polishing his sword before leaving for this operation. Whoosh! Just as he wanted to question Xia Fei, a sudden baleful gust of wind came blowing, causing Little Shot to shiver involuntarily. A chilling wind spread in the surroundings, concentrating especially at where the array was, with the Aurora clan's external compound at its dead center. All of a sudden, spirits descended upon the place. Chapter 1066, An Array Within an Array. After Xia Fei activated that soul array he had set up, a chilling wind spread in the surroundings, concentrating especially at where the array was, with the Aurora clan's external compound at its dead center. All of a sudden, spirits descended upon the place. Little Shot was dumbfounded. He saw this inexplicable scene unfold, and he asked Xia Fei while shivering, "Why you're a spiritualist?" Xia Fei, who was lying on the bluestone, smiled. "Get some sleep. There's bound to be a wonderful show to watch tomorrow." The soul vessels that he had used to set up this soul array were not particularly powerful, and of course Xia Fei did not intend to kill those moochers with it, so when the first ray of light shone early in the morning, Xia Fei quietly collected the vessels and stopped the array. Little Shot followed Xia Fei as they walked toward the external compound. The eyes he used to look at Xia Fei were now filled with admiration. There was no doubt that Xia Fei was a spiritualist, and in the Alpha universe, a spiritualist had the right to be arrogant. There was no need for reasons. Little Shot reckoned that the reason why Xia Fei had little regard for others' lives was the status he had. Unfortunately, this was where he was mistaken. Even when Xia Fei had not yet become a spiritualist, he had already not cared for the lives of others, especially those whom he deemed as enemies. When day broke, the roads outside the external compound became extremely lively. Many of those louts were lying on the pavements, looking very frightened. Some were even wailing as they hugged their heads, a few even vomited by the roadside, almost emptying the bile in their bodies. These were actually not the worst case, for those who had truly been traumatized by what they had just experienced were still in their respective rooms, moaning in pain while they lay in bed. Little Shot tightened his fists. Dealing with these leechers had always been something that he wanted to do but had been unable to act on. Xia Fei very easily used some soul vessels, which he gathered at the last minute, and made these louts suffer so much pain that they felt like dying. Little Shot could not help but find this delightful. "Hey, friend, whatever happened to everyone here?" Xia Fei feigned concern as he asked a man by the roadside, proceeding to help him up. Little Shot shook his head disapprovingly. The spiritualist Xia Fei was different from what he had heard about spiritualists. Not only was he ruthless with his methods, he was also a great actor. "There are ghosts. There were ghosts sighted in the compound early this morning." That person showed a terrified look. "That's right. I saw them, too. When I went to the lavatory to take care of my business this morning, I felt a sudden chill, and then the sounds of wailing filled my ears. Following that, many white apparitions began floating around." Another man, who had managed to recover a bit of his strength, chimed in. Actually, all these had been their imagination. The soul array could harm a person's soul, and soul was also their source of mental energy. The moment they lost mental energy, it was hard for them not to begin conjuring wild thoughts. Very soon, news of ghosts appearing in the Aurora clan's external compound spread like wildfire. Humans were creatures that enjoyed engaging in the rumor mill. After several iterations of telling and retelling, the version of the story had become even more ridiculous. These moochers were all off-worlders, so they did not dare to stay in the compound further after experiencing that this morning. It was just that they did not have any local relatives to speak of, so all they could do was temporarily gather on the streets, discussing what had happened while they wrestled with their lingering fear. "Little Shot, you're here. There's been a major incident in the external compound today." Old Westview saw Xia Fei and Little Shot, came over hurriedly, looking distressed, and related what he had learned about the incident to the two. Xia Fei acted extremely shocked, and Little Shot mimicked him. Xia Fei observed Little Shot's expression. Though his acting skills were nothing exceptional, he was totally committed to the job, making him think that the youth had quite a future ahead of him. "Why are you two together?" asked Westview curiously. Little Shot had already prepared his answer with Xia Fei, stating that the two of them had woken up early today and coincidentally met each other while having breakfast outside. As Westview was concerned over what had happened in the external compound, he did not probe further on this. This was when a sonorous voice came from afar. "Old View, just what exactly happened here in the external compound?" Xia Fei turned around and saw an elder rushing over. He had a head of silver hair, and his benevolent eyes looked quite similar in features to him. Xia Fei, of course, did not show any expression on his face, burying the shock he felt deep inside him. Meanwhile, this elder showed sadness through his knitted eyebrows when he saw Xia Fei clearly. Radix was animated. "Xia Fei, that's your great-grandfather, wistful north gaze. He's your grandfather's father. Radix was actually in tears when he said that. Of course, he was an immortal soul, and there was only the sound of weeping, but Xia Fei could tell that this was triggered by an emotional response from deep in his heart. Shrugging, Xia Fei turned to walk into the compound. North Gaze saw Xia Fei's leaving back and inexplicably felt this wave of sorrow washing over him. He could not help but recall that incident that had caused his son to be exiled from the clan, and that sour feeling in his heart gradually moistened his eyes. The scene was in too big a mess right now, and before Wistful North Gaze had the chance to wonder why Xia Fei looked similar to Wistful Valley, he heard Wistview and Little Shot give their report of what had happened. Because Wistful Valley had caused disaster to the clan, Wistful North Gaze no longer oversaw the clan's finances but the logistics, instead. The Aurorian's external compound was one of his responsibilities, which was why he had rushed over first thing in the morning to find out what exactly had happened. Xia Fei, why did you leave? Shouldn't you at least greet your great-grandfather? Radix asked, somewhat dissatisfied. Xia Fei answered simply, his surname is Wist, and mine is Xia. Besides, there are more important matters that I need to deal with right now. Radix knew that Xia Fei was someone who clearly delineated what he loved and hated. Regarding the Aurora clan, Xia Fei did not really hold much affection for them. This time, he only acted because there were too many elements that he could not stand. It could not be helped. This was his personality, he was someone who would never trust easily even if they were his kin. Whoosh! No one noticed a bracelet, which was high on a roof, flying off after witnessing this scene play out. Just like how Xia Fei's fiendish blade, Nirvana, could be controlled by Radix, it seemed like this bracelet was also a soul weapon. Outside the city, Fukin unhurriedly orientated himself. He found a fairly isolated location and proceeded to bury a soul vessel deep in the ground. This was when the bracelet, which was under Wraith's control, returned to him. Fukin caught it with one hand and wore it back on wrist. So who set up that soul wounding array? Asked Fukin. Xia Fei. Xia Fei? He actually knows how to use the soul wounding array. Fukin wondered out loud. Wraith replied, he really did, and he controlled its effect perfectly. Out of his nearly 10,000 victims, not a single one died, but none of them had a good time, either. Fukin burst into laughter. He sure is extraordinary. A soul wounding array isn't powerful, but it's truly difficult to control. That twerp actually controlled it with a high degree of accuracy. It just shows that he has an extraordinary grasp of all types of energy. Wraith did not share his sentiment. If we could tell that he had activated a soul array, so could others. You told him to keep a low profile, but from the way everything has gone so far, he didn't seem to have understood what you meant by keep a low profile. Wraith was definitely mistaken saying this. Xia Fei having not killed all those 10,000 moochers was already his way of keeping a low profile. If this were the Xia Fei of the past, heads would be rolling in the external compound right about now. Fukin smiled. It's a good thing that I'm even faster. This soul array is just about done, if that old witch looks for Xia Fei, he'll be able to block her off with this. It turned out that Fukin had not left, rather, he had been carefully planting his very own soul formation outside the city. A plan within a plan, an array within an array. How was Xia Fei to know that Fukin had started establishing his killing array outside the city while he was setting up that little soul array of his? Wraith wondered, is there a need? To make this array, you used all your stocks of soul vessels, risking your life to fight that witch. Fukin chuckled. Hey, I'm just setting up an array, who said anything about activating it? Xia Fei's performance is still crucial. If he shows that he's capable, I don't see it as a loss for me to fight that old witch at the risk of dying. Aurora clan's external compound. The mournful wails were music to Xia Fei's ears. He returned to his room and, with a light brush across his spatial ring, pulled out the bio-storage container. What was inside it was neither an animal or a plant but rather a half-alive human being. Laszlo, that's your name, isn't it? Asked Xia Fei softly as he lit a cigarette and looked at the man lying on the floor, writhing in excruciating pain. Xia Fei had already shattered every bone in Laszlo's body, but the latter was still able to speak, and his mind was still functional. After a full day and night, Laszlo had truly been utterly cowed. Anyone who had seen torture before had probably not seen a more tortured man like this. Rather than end up in Xia Fei's hands, it was better to just smash their own heads. Laszlo nodded repeatedly, letting out a pain-filled cry. Laszlo. This one's called Laszlo. Xia Fei offered, you now have two choices, continue living this way, wishing for death, or help me by doing something. Choose the former and I guarantee that you'll feel pain 10,000 times greater than what you're feeling right now. Choose the latter and you can still lead a proper life, I'll even prepare you a tidy sum. Was there even a need to choose? Laszlo answered hurriedly, this one is willing to do anything even if I must wear this body down to dust, I won't give up even if this body does. Xia Fei smiled. He then reconnected the bones in Laszlo's body and made him drink 2 bottles of medicine. Though he felt pain all over, at the very least Laszlo could move freely again. Today, you'll bring your men back to the Liz clan, said Xia Fei. Return to the Liz clan? Laszlo asked while shaking. What do you want me to do? Xia Fei replied, since ghosts are causing trouble in the Aurora clan, none of you can continue staying here anymore. Meanwhile, the Liz clan's outer compound, which they use to host friends and relatives, is perfectly fine. What you did here in the Aurorine, go to the Liz's and do the same there. Laszlo had an ugly look on his face. The Liz clan was also a major clan, he was afraid that, if he did the same thing there, he would end up dying a terrible death. This was when he heard Xia Fei's sinister voice call, I already planted a seed in your body. If you don't do as T ask. Zing! Laszlo's expression instantly changed. That feeling of wishing for death despite being alive had returned. Laszlo went out the door, his head drooping in dejection. Some of the ruffians immediately surrounded him, asking him where he had been. No one was too surprised to find Laszlo with such a pained expression. After what occurred early this morning, all of them had been scared witless. I don't think that we can stay in the Aurora clan's external compound any longer. Shall we leave? Yeah, I have no desire to lose my life here. All of us have been here for 3 years, and many are missing home. Some leaders complained to Laszlo. This was originally a good assignment, getting paid while enjoying free food and drinks, but after that incident had occurred, none of them wished to stay in this compound any longer. Laszlo sighed. Brothers, I know that there's still a Liz clan here that can provide free food and lodging to everyone from all walks of life. Why don't we temporarily go there and ride this out, and then we'll discuss what to do next. These hooligans were originally scared witless, but when they heard that there was another place that could provide them free food and lodging, they naturally expressed their desire to leave for the place. Thus, everyone packed up their bags and headed to the Liz clan. Radix was overjoyed after seeing this unfold. Xia Fei, that's truly some top-notch execution. Repaying others exactly what they give. Now, it'll be the Liz's turn to be in Bedlam. Xia Fei smirked, saying softly, merely repaying others exactly what they give? Are you kidding me? Chapter 1067, is someone attempting to harm them in secret? The greatest danger was something unseen. Xia Fei's soul array was very effective, and after the ghost incident, no one wanted to stay in the Aurora clan. The entire compound got caught up in a storm of movement, as everyone rushed to pack their belongings and move out. Xia Fei, Little Shot and Vistview stood next to one another as they watched these moochers leave. A slight smile was on Xia Fei's face, while Little Shot and Vistview were doing what they could to persuade them to stay. Of course, this was just a superficial request on their part when, really, they could not wait to see these people gone for good. Little Shot's eyes were filled with immense gratitude as he looked at Xia Fei. His method of causing ghosts to appear had managed to get this big problem off the Aurora clan's back without them having to pull out their weapons. Furthermore, he had even managed to throw off this burden straight back at their enemy. Xia Fei smiled and gestured for Little Shot not to say a word about what had transpired. The latter quickly nodded, indicating that he would never betray the former. Actually, it's not that the Aurora clan is without merits. At the very least, the people of this clan can be trusted. It's just that I don't see eye to eye with them regarding the way we do things. In this day and age, the fact that I'm not plotting against others is me being merciful enough, Xia Fei shrugged as he said this to Radix. Radix actually agreed with Xia Fei's view of avenging every minor grievance. It was just that he did not wish to speak ill of his own clan, so he could only pretend that he had not heard him. That was when Northgaze came hurrying over all anxiously. They're staying just fine, why did they get up and leave, and why aren't you doing your best to make them stay? Little Shot replied, we tried, but the more we asked them to stay, the faster they hurried to leave. Northgaze sighed and did not say a word. Xia Fei did not wish to get involved with his Mr. Good Guy of a great-grandfather, so he turned to leave, preparing to stroll about while he had the time. He was in a new place, after all, so Xia Fei's curiosity was piqued. Young friend, what's your name? Where are you from and where are you going? Wistful North gaze reached out to stop him. Xia Fei was mildly taken aback. They were very close, so he could sense energy fluctuations coming from the other. Was he injured? Xia Fei bowed with a smile. This junior is called Xia Fei and lives in this compound. Oh, are you planning to leave, too? I don't see the need. I'm living fine here, so there's no reason for me to move out. Besides, those people claimed that there are ghosts haunting this compound, but I don't feel anything wrong with the place. Perhaps they're just imagining things, said Xia Fei offhandedly. Old man Wistview added, I feel the same as Xia Fei. There have been no strange incidents at all, so maybe these people are. North gaze froze. He could understand what Wistview was implying. He suspected that these people were intentionally moving away to spread rumors about the Aurora clan's external compound being haunted. With that, this place will fall into disuse, and no one will dare to come any longer. Old View, don't talk nonsense. We have no animosity with them, why would they seek to be against us? Xia Fei was somewhat speechless. It seemed like his great-grandfather was not the usual naive. With how the situation had played out before him, he still could not see that these people were all in it together. Frowning, after careful examination, Xia Fei realized that there was indeed something different in North Gaze's body. It was almost as if someone had injured his soul. Though it was nothing severe, it could still become an old wound if it was left untreated for too long. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei asked, Elder, are you stopping me from leaving because you've got something you require me for? An awkward smile appeared on North Gaze's face. He had no idea why, but he thought that Xia Fei looked very similar to his son, who had been exiled from the clan, so he had this favorable impression of this young man. Was something the matter? No, not really. Nothing at all. I just think that you look like that someone I knew in the past, and seeing you moved me. Ah, well. Since you've decided to stay in this compound, it means that we'll have another chance of meeting again. Old View, now that we have a lot of empty rooms, be sure to arrange somewhere. Better for Xia Fei to stay in, and make sure not to treat him poorly, instructed North Gaze softly. Wistview had a favorable impression of Xia Fei, too, so he readily agreed. This was when those few people overseeing other aspects of the Wist family came by to check on things. Several of them went to the side to talk. Xia Fei, who originally wanted to leave, ended up staying, observing those people, his gaze gradually turning cold. What's the matter? Asked Radix curiously. These Aurorine all seem to have indiscernible injuries, and they're all slow-acting, too, Xia Fei informed somberly. What? Indiscernible, slow-acting injuries? The color drained from Radix's face. He was not a spiritualist, so he could not see this peculiarity, but he completely trusted Xia Fei's judgment. TM not too sure, but Little Shot and Wistview are fine, so this is strange, Xia Fei mumbled. Waving his hand, he called Little Shot over to his side. Where do you usually stay? Asked Xia Fei. Little Shot was momentarily stunned. His face went red as he stammered awkwardly, I have a girlfriend. Recently, there hasn't been anyone in her place, so. Xia Fei chuckled. There's nothing wrong with having a girlfriend, so you don't need to feel so shy. If there's time, do bring her out so that we can all share a meal. Little Shot nodded and felt a deeper sense of kinship towards Xia Fei. The rules of the Aurora clan were strict, and it was a severe taboo for an unmarried young man like Little Shot to cohabit with his girlfriend, but Xia Fei had not reprimanded him over it and, instead, encouraged him, which quite delighted the young man. How long has it been since the two of you have been cohabiting? Asked Xia Fei. Zing. The face of Little Shot turned purple as he protested loudly, we're not cohabiting. I sleep on the couch. Xia Fei was somewhat speechless. At the end of the day, he was still an obedient child and had run to her place just to take care of her. Seeing how flustered he got from the insinuation alone, Xia Fei suspected that he had not even held the girl's hands. I started staying there on the 4th of this month, and it's been 5 days since today, Little Shot admitted quietly. Please don't tell my mother. Xia Fei was no longer in the mood to take a stroll on the streets after he learned more about the situation. Instead, he took a trip to the Aurora clan's main residence. A clan with a deep heritage like the Aurora did not just have a single compound, and the one he was seeing before him now was where all the important figures and clan members in the direct line lived. It played a vital role in the day-to-day operation of the clan. Xia Fei walked around the place. He would occasionally step close to the wall, lightly stomp on the dirt under his feet, and even disturb the soil for inspection. So, what's your conclusion? Asked Radix anxiously. Xia Fei nodded. The enemy is a spiritualist, and that person laid out a very sinister shuttle flying soul array. This array isn't that powerful, but it's very sinister. As days turn into months, it'll gradually sap the victim's soul. Wistful North gaze and the others' minor injuries originated from this array. It's a good thing that I discovered it early. If this carried on for several more months, and the soul damage seeped into their bones, then they would be in real trouble. Radix blurted out, since you know now that someone has set a clandestine trick here, what are you still standing around for? Hurry up and break the array. Xia Fei shook his head. It's easy to evade an attack done in the open but difficult to defend against a sneak attack. If I don't kill that naughty spiritualist that's doing harm to the clan, it'll only be a matter of time before they do something worse. It's best if I don't touch this array in the meantime, to avoid startling the snake hiding in the grass. Besides, the other spiritualist already melted the soul vessels, so breaking the array will be a very difficult endeavor. Xia Fei pointed down to his feet and said. Radix looked. It was evident that the soil had been disturbed. However, there was no soul vessel to be found on the spot, which meant that this was already made into a death array. The spiritualist did not have any intention of retrieving the soul vessels but directly merged them to the ground. A death array. What do we do? Radix was worried. Xia Fei remained unperturbed. Don't panic. As long as I have the right tools, I can invert this death array, then the person who created it will have to come and check again. That's when we'll make our move and capture them alive. Xia Fei suddenly realized that the situation was a lot more complicated. Another spiritualist had actually secretly been making their move on the clan. This was precisely why spiritualists were so scary. Many of those who died without ever knowing why had likely offended spiritualists. Compared to a warrior's attack, a spiritualist could resort to a myriad of tricks to kill their enemy, and it was very hard for anyone to defend against their attack. Fortunately, it had not been 2 days since this array was activated, so the people of the Aurora clan had not been harmed much by it. What Xia Fei should do right now was alter this array a bit, turning this death array into a life array. I wonder. Given the Aurorians' personality, just how have they managed to survive this long in such a cutthroat universe? Xia Fei, who was currently on his way to the Heavenly Treasure Firm, sighed. In Xia Fei's eyes, survival meant resorting to any means necessary. Just like how the Skywings were ruthless characters that had managed to survive for so long, it was simply a miracle that a group of kind-hearted Aurorine could last for generations in the vicious Alpha universe. This was his second visit to Heavenly Treasure Firm, so Xia Fei already knew his way around the place, but this time, he was brought to the very serene and quiet backyard. Xia Fei sat down, and soon, Suzu Treasure and Kira made their way over. She heard about what happened this morning in the Aurora clan's external compound, and since the incident happened today after Xia Fei bought several basic soul vessels yesterday, anyone could guess that the two things were related. Suzu was well aware of a spiritualist's value, and to her who was in the middle of a struggle for control within her family, having the backing of a spiritualist would greatly aid her prospects. Just as Suzu had been fretting over how she could build a rapport with Xia Fei, he came right to her doorstep of his accord. This young missus of a mercantile family had never been pretentious and also knew about the trade-off of interest. This was why she decided to appear in person, in hopes of probing Xia Fei to see if he was the real deal. After they were done with the introductions, Kira asked, "Brother Xia, I didn't expect for us to meet each other so soon. I wonder if there's anything you require this time." Xia Fei, who had already prepared a list of items, handed it over to Kira. He took a glimpse and frowned slightly before proceeding to pass it over to Suzu. Suzu finished reading through the list and smiled. "Prepare the things on the list as stated." "Understood. I'll get it done right away." Kira then went off to prepare the items Xia Fei requested, giving Suzu and Xia Fei a chance to be alone together. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and did not bother to engage the girl in a conversation. He was certain that this was the Treasure family's lady who had given him her name card last time, and he was not at all interested in her. Hence, he occupied himself with his thoughts of how he should launch his counterattack. After all, this was the first time Xia Fei would be facing off against a spiritualist. If a fight between warriors could be considered appalling, then a fight between spiritualists, with both truly having it out, would not simply be appalling but also fraught with danger. My name is Suzu Treasure, and here's my name card. The lady was being rather generous, returning the business card that Xia Fei had thrown away the last time, with stains and all still on it. Chapter 1068, Life Array, Death Array. A listener took heed intently while a speaker might be careless with his words. Yesterday, Kira inadvertently mentioned the issue of Suzu Treasure getting married. If Xia Fei was really a spiritualist who had yet to marry, he would make a fine choice for her. The bigger the family, the more brutal the internal struggle. Suzu was a treasure family lady, but while she was observant to the changes to people's moods and was confident in her ability to manage the family finances, her foundation was not deep enough. If she could marry a spiritualist, which was naturally of a higher status, there was no doubt that Suzu would be miles ahead of her siblings in this struggle for inheriting the family business. Thus, when Xia Fei came today, Suzu made sure to meet Xia Fei with a sincere attitude. She even humbled herself before him by giving back the same calling card Xia Fei threw away yesterday. Xia Fei knitted his brows before letting out a mirthless laugh. Miss Treasure, I, Xia Fei, shall take my leave. Zing. This was definitely a scene Suzu had not expected. She had shown much sincerity, only for Xia Fei to snob her completely, and had given him her calling card twice all for the sake of befriending him. Having taken such actions to this degree, how could Xia Fei not show even the slightest interest in a woman like her? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? The moment Suzu blurted out those words, she regretted it. Just what relevance did that statement have? Xia Fei smiled and did not even turn his head over when he gave his reply. Miss Treasure is, of course, a beauty, but you shouldn't have sent someone to tail me. See wait. It should be goodbye. Suzu was stunned, her face turning pale. Out of everything she should not have done, she should never have sent people to tail Xia Fei after learning that he threw away her calling card, for that was a big taboo to him. Suzu handing him that name card a second time, which she initially envisioned as something that would show her sincere attitude, only revealed her as the culprit. Watching Xia Fei leave, Suzu sat heavily on the chair. She was listless. Elder Sis Treasure, just who was that person? How could he treat you this way? A voice filled with dissatisfaction could be heard, as a girl in a yellow dress ran in from a side door. She was not a stranger but was actually the same girl who had crossed paths with Xia Fei on board the Mammoth, Xia Knight. The Treasure family shared a good relationship with the Ye clan, and Suzu was even close friends with Zisui. Both girls often kept in contact with each other. Xia Knight happened to have come as a guest of Suzu. The two were chatting happily when Kira turned up to say that Xia Fei had appeared. This instantly caused Suzu to become restless, excusing herself from Xia Knight to head over to the backyard. Xia Knight could tell from Xia Fei's name that he was a boy, so she wondered if he might be someone Suzu was interested in forming a relationship with. In the end, what she saw was that scene of Xia Fei dumping Suzu and leaving. Xia Knight simply could not understand it. Xia Fei was dressed so ordinarily and hardly looked like a wealthy person. There were no energy pulses coming from him, so he did not seem like a martial practitioner. Even his looks were nothing outstanding. No matter how she looked at him, he just seemed like a very ordinary man, so how could he treat the Treasure family's smartest and prettiest lady, elder sister Suzu? Xia, who felt very indignant for Suzu, pouted as she stared coldly at Xia Fei's departing back. It's not his fault, I was being a smart aleck. Suzu sighed. For some reason, even ignoring Xia Fei's mysterious identity, the way he did things differently from others was a huge attraction to her, and after having been unceremoniously punted aside by the man, Suzu actually did not feel the least bit resentful. Humph! He's such an abominable person. Xia gritted her teeth and chased after Xia Fei. Hey, you! Stop right there! Xia pointed at Xia Fei's back and shouted. Xia Fei ignored her and continued on his way. Xia became agitated. She circled around and blocked his way, raising her arms to stop him. Hey, you! Didn't you hear me? Xia Fei frowned. He quickly changed his pace and easily slipped past Xia, replying, a good dog won't block the way, it's not like I know you. Xia Knight was shocked after seeing the fluid two steps Xia Fei had just executed. Where had she seen that footwork before? Still, this was no time for her to think about it. You don't know me, but I know you. Speak. Why did you bully elder sister Suzu? Xia pouted. I don't know any Suzu, either, Xia Fei gave an even simpler reply. Xia Fei's placid tone angered Xia greatly. She considered herself a beauty, and so did Suzu Treasure, yet someone like Xia Fei did not give the two beauties any regard. What had truly irked Yezisui was probably this air of indifference. Any man out there would be mesmerized after seeing her, yet Xia Fei treated her no different from air. Xia Knight had an unconquerable spirit, and so she chased Xia Fei on the streets. Countless passers-by watched this scene in bewilderment. Seeing a pretty lady like Yezisui sweat profusely just to chase a man, people could not help but let their minds wander. Even more so, they thought poorly of Xia Fei, pegging him as someone who did not know how to treat a lady. "Hey, miss! Can you not harass me, please?" Xia Fei looked back and regarded Zisui with furrowed brows. "Trademark harassing you." Xia instantly became outraged. A smattering of laughter came from those around her, causing Xia to stomp her feet in anger and throw a fit. "I don't know you, yet you've chased me the entire way. What would you call this if not harassment?" Xia Knight had quite the character, but Xia Fei did not try to shake her off despite this. As a result, she pulled a ferocious mug and stalked Xia Fei, not making a sound the whole way. Soon, Xia Fei bought everything he needed and arrived at the Aurora clan's external compound. Xia Knight was still following him with her head lowered. Those who did not know these two could mistake them for an unhappy couple who were giving each other silent treatment. Little Shot and Wistview both stared with dumbfounded eyes at the two. Xia Fei, who had left on his own, came back with a pretty lady before noon. Plus, from how Xia was dressed and how she walked, it was self-evident that she came from a large clan. "Why haven't you gotten lost yet?" Xia Fei turned around and asked unhappily. Cough. The staff around the compound, including Wistview and Little Shot, nearly burst out laughing. Forget about even dating this pretty girl, even catching a glimpse of her was rare, yet Xia Fei had actually asked her to make herself scarce. How utterly preposterous! Xia Knight did not respond but just kept following Xia Fei till they were right outside his room. Xia Fei sighed. He felt a headache coming on after bumping into such an obstinate girl. "Come on in." Xia was surprised. Thinking that Xia Fei had admitted defeat, she somewhat happily entered Xia Fei's room. The number 9 house had the worst condition out of all the dwellings within the external compound. Xia Fei, who was currently staying in a small, corner room that no sunlight could reach, and the horrible stench permeating the air caused Xia to wrinkle her nose subconsciously. Where did he go? Only at that point did Xia realize that, though Xia Fei had entered the room, he was nowhere to be found. Deep at night, when the moon was hanging in the sky dimly and a cold wind was blowing, Xia Fei sat atop a high-level building. From here, he could observe the Aurora clan's external compound, including the Liz clans. Any major clan would have a location that their friends and relatives could stay over, with food and lodging provided for free, like what the Aurorine people had. Laszlo had led everyone to stay in the Liz's, and that had angered them quite a bit. Back then, they paid Laszlo a sizable sum of pearls for him to create trouble in the Aurora clan, but who knew that he would end up living off them while working for someone else in secret, running back to the clan to do what they did there. As a major clan, they naturally had no problems providing food and lodging. What mattered was that these hooligans abided by no rules and would constantly be tarnishing the Liz clan's reputation. Noon that day, the one in charge of the clan, Lashkart, called Laszlo over for the man to explain himself, leaving the latter between a rock and a hard place. He could not afford to offend Xia Fei or the Liz clan. This was why he decided to just fake an illness, refusing to take in any guests. Lashkart, who was now seething in so much fury that his teeth itched, could not personally look for Laszlo, either. There were already people who suspected that what had happened in the Aurora clan was the Liz clan's plot. If he went over, those rumors would become true, and so he contemplated. Before secretly sending people to Laszlo's that night to drag him out of hiding. Xia Fei seemed at ease. Radix, who felt a little impatient, asked, "You changed the array in the clan, so did it work?" Xia Fei laughed. "Of course, it did. I turned that death array into a life array, and the Aurorine living inside will no longer be harmed on top of their life expectancy expanding. Believe that it won't be more than 2 days before the perpetrator, who can no longer resist, comes over to check. As such, the following nights will be very important. We need to keep an eye on the vicinity." Radix nodded solemnly. Since the clan would be fine, he of course felt a lot more at ease. Now, it would be even better if they could catch the spiritualist who had set up the death array. Ultimately, their enemy was shrouded in darkness, so if they let them off, there was no telling if the culprit would still think of other devious schemes to target the Wist family. Radix asked again after a pause, "You also placed an array in the Liz clan, right? What's that about?" "Right now, Laszlo and his cronies are staying in the Liz's external compound, so if you want to deal with that clan, you should go to their base and set up a similar death array." Xia Fei chuckled, turning his gaze on the distant Liz clan's external compound. All of a sudden, 4 shadowy figures stealthily rushed on the streets and sneaked past the guards, using the dark backdrop to get over the walls and into the compound. "Here they come. Watch carefully. I'll show you what it means to put the blame on others," Xia Fei said without batting an eyelid. Radix saw Xia Fei suddenly clasp his 2 hands tightly. Forming a strange sign, the soul array in the distance got activated. Bang! In each corner, 5 soul vessels, which were in the center of the external compound, instantly shattered and turned into slags. A powerful wave of soul disruption began to spread indiscriminately across the chilly yard. This soul array had the capability of creating a soul wave, which could disrupt the mental strength of others. Xia Fei had blasted out with his full strength. Anyone could imagine just how deadly his one move to those moochers sleeping in the Liz clan's outer compound, especially since their mental strength at the moment was at its weakest. Cough spurt. Each one of them spat out a mouthful of blood in their dream and was killed on the spot. Only those who had good physical condition managed to survive this assault. As for the 4 figures that had been sent over to kidnap Laszlo, they directly fainted upon the array's activation. Those caught in the array that did not die immediately were all severely injured, the only exception was Laszlo. Whoosh! The bone-piercing chill caused Laszlo to jump from his bed. He turned on the lights and found that the 2 ladies in his bed were dead. Murder! Murder! Laszlo did not even care to put on clothes and just went running out the door, yelling. Those hooligans who survived this night came fleeing from their rooms, the entire place flooded with lights. Without counting, at least 7,000 out of the more than 10,000 people present had been killed. Xia Fei heard the shrill wails coming from the Liz clan's external compound and laughed. Of course, those moochers had to die, but they couldn't die in the Aurora clan's property. This was when Radix comprehended that Xia Fei's plan had been to chase those people over to the Liz clan before massacring them. This way, the Liz clan would probably never be able to wash away the guilt by association. After all, these were thousands of lives they were talking about. After accomplishing all these things, Xia Fei felt somewhat satisfied. This was when his eyes darted over to the Aurora clan's compound, and he was given a great shock. In the time he had taken his eyes off the place, someone had changed that life array back into a death array. Chapter 1069, Patriarch Wistful Hesius. The mantis stalks the cicada, aware of the aureole behind. This was the method Xia Fei often used, but this time, his enemy was the aureole, while Xia Fei, whose attention was on the Liz clan, had become the mantis, and this person took a vicious bite out of him by turning that life array he had so arduously changed into a death array again. This isn't good. I'm up against an expert. Xia Fei hissed. The entire Aurora clan has been sealed up right now. It was still the same array, except that there was now another soul vessel on top, which Xia Fei could not clearly identify. An ominous white light was swiftly released from within the Aurora clan's residence, which enveloped a 100-mile radius in the blink of an eye. The life array had been turned back into a death array with the activation of that additional soul vessel. Evidently, the spiritualist was already aware that another spiritualist had taken to defending the Aurorine, but although determined to eradicate the clan, they were willing to confront him head-on. Far away, in the darkness, Wraith asked grimly, "Should we help Xia Fei?" Fukin shook his head and replied calmly, "I already said that I intend to check if Xia Fei has potential. The Aurora clan won't be in any danger over the next hour. In that time, I want to see if Xia Fei can turn the tables on his enemy. Is he worthy of me going up against that old witch? I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed. Xia Fei only has 1.5 soul marks, while the enemy has at least 2. Also, that mass-killing soul vessel his opponent is using should be at least a grade 4. Xia Fei will likely have a hard time charging into the array and destroying it." Wraith sighed. Just as he said that, an ethereal sound rang out. Late at night, the shrill sound of the flute drifted out elegantly, mysterious and very powerful. This was completely outside of Wraith's expectations. Xia Fei did not charge into the array, instead, he pulled out his 8 tunes golden falcon from a distance. Fukin's eyes shone as he exclaimed, "What a crazy choice, using a sonic soul weapon to deal with a mass-killing soul vessel. The two are competing with their spirit energy now, and whoever withdraws first will end up losing this fight. The only choice for either combatant is to fight to the end." This unseen battle was already well underway. That spiritualist had used the mass-killing soul vessel to create an energy pulse strong enough to obliterate the clan members' souls, while Xia Fei had activated his healing sonic soul vessel to calm the energy fluctuations. This was akin to a clash of a spear and a shield, just to see who could hold on until the end. "Go find that spiritualist!" Xia Fei bellowed while he utilized the 8 tunes golden falcon. Furball and Nirvana rapidly sailed through the skies in search of the enemy within the vicinity. The benefits of having Radix and Furball as his helpers at times like this were apparent. Xia Fei was locked in a silent contest with the enemy, and he could not split himself, but Furball and Radix could. The reason why Xia Fei was recklessly devoting all his energy to this fight was his mentality that, as long as he could keep the opponent occupied, Furball and Radix could find and kill the enemy. Such a sinister enemy, to have taken advantage of the brief period when Xia Fei's attention was on the Liz clan to launch his arrow from the darkness. Furthermore, he was clearly looking to doom all the Aurorine. Xia Fei refused to let such an enemy off. "Hold on. We'll need several minutes, since a spiritualist is different from a soul warrior, it's very strenuous for us to locate him," Radix said. "You don't have to strain yourself, I'll force him out." Xia Fei bellowed. Rumble. Ollie's spirit energy came to bear. A shrill pitch could be heard from the 8 tunes golden falcon as Xia Fei's mysterious soul mark ran wild. Spirit energy, in the form of sound, enveloped the land and swept across the entire city. The enemy, who had not expected Xia Fei to devote 200% of his combat strength at that moment, felt their entire body shuddering, weakening their control over the soul vessel by quite a bit. Crack! An imperceptible sound could be heard as a minuscule crack appeared on the soul vessel's surface. Though it was a hardly noticeable crack, it was emblematic of how Xia Fei's attack could break the enemy's soul vessel. Instantly, the enemy saw a drastic drop in their attack power, and their control over the soul vessel decreased by a lot. Fukin was stunned, muttering, "The spirit sound ruined the soul vessel. Just how did Xia Fei achieve that?" That spiritualist knew that they were at a disadvantage now, so they did their best to retreat. The spirit energy backlash was shocking, and they needed to give it their all just to reduce the damage they would take from this retreat. This was when something peculiar occurred. Xia Fei gave chase after emerging victorious, while that mysterious spiritualist was now in full retreat, the two entering a stalemate. This was when a third, even more powerful energy, burst forth from the center of the Aurora clan's compound. It was not spirit energy, but soul power. Someone had struck. They were using soul power to forcibly heave away the two spiritualists' spirit energy. Soul power was inferior to spirit energy. The fact that this was a critical juncture of the fight between the two spiritualists, where spirit energy from one was looking to overwhelm the other, to push off such immense concentration of energy required that the third party's cultivation was high enough it could bring destruction to the world. However, this person from the Aurora clan did indeed possess such tremendous power. "Disperse!" Xia Fei felt his body waver as he loudly uttered his command. It was clear that the third joiner had superior strength. Even though he was a spiritualist, he could not resist the joiner completely. Though Furball and Radix did not know what had just happened, they quickly disappeared into the dark night out of their trust to Xia Fei. Retreat! Almost at the same time, Fukin rapidly withdrew from the scene. He muttered, well. The Aurora clan no doubt has soul hunter arts heritage spanning tens of thousands years, it's even hiding an old monster." Fukin was naturally not afraid, but since Xia Fei was related to the Aurora clan, it would be hard for him to explain his presence if he got discovered, so he decided to leave for now. A night with a dim moon and chilling winds. Serenity. On a bridge made of white jade stone, which ran across an artificial pond in the center of the Aurora clan's residence, an elder with long white hair and a ruddy complexion stood with his hands on his back. Puzzlement filled his eyes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Very soon, several elders arrived to flank the bridge. This included Xia Fei's great-grandfather, Wistful Northgaze. "Patriarch, is something the matter?" asked Northgaze in haste. "Earlier, an enormous pulse seemed to have exploded from our clan's residence." This elderly gentleman was the present patriarch of the Aurora clan, Wistful Hesius. Ever since the previous patriarch went on a journey many years ago, Hesius had been leading the Aurora clan. As someone who kept a low profile and had few words to say, he was very much a hidden figure. I didn't know exactly what happened, either, he just shook his head and said. Despite the Aurora clan having many warriors, with several of them being experts, none of them enjoyed lying, even a powerful figure like Wistful he just spoke plainly with his fellow clansmen, not one to ever tell lies. Everyone was taken aback. For even the old patriarch to have no idea of what had happened just showed the severity of their current situation. After a pause, he just wondered, I've been feeling off these last few days, but I can't pinpoint why or what is making me feel so out of sorts. It got a lot more complex tonight, but the uncomfortable energy pulse in the first half of the night disappeared, turning into this immeasurable warmth, but several minutes ago, the situation changed drastically again. Someone used a mass-killing spirit art to take the lives of us, Aurorine. The leaders of the clan were frightened after hearing this statement. Spirit art? That was to say, a spiritualist sought to harm their clan. That's when another spiritualist's sonic soul vessel mounted a counterattack, sending that spiritualist who tried to harm us retreating. The fight between the two greatly intensified till it crescendoed into a contest, which wouldn't end without the death of the other. Seeing as they're fighting to such a degree, I gave the matter some thought and decided to use soul power to heave off their spirit energy. Forget about that spiritualist who was trying to harm us, I'm afraid that the spiritualist who secretly helped our clan got injured, too. A spirit energy clash is far harsher than a soul power confrontation. The moment they get on, a victor will have to be decided before the fight ceases. The spiritualist on our side held the upper hand earlier, so he shouldn't be too injured by my intervention, but that spiritualist who secretly tried to harm us should have fallen victim to spiritual backlash. I reckon that they're disabled right now. Xia Fei would seriously feel annoyed if he heard all this, for if Wistful Hejus had not intervened, the enemy would have been dead by now. His two killer weapons, Furball and Nirvana, had already been sent out, and they would have located the enemy in a short while. That person would not have just ended being half crippled. Alas, Hejus was too stubborn. He thought that he had found a safe opportunity to shove the two away, without injuring their helper, but his untimely intervention only let the enemy escape Xia Fei's grasp. If Xia Fei could choose, he would rather be injured just to ensure that all the weeds, roots and all had been pulled out. When dealing with his enemies, Xia Fei never resorted to half-ass measures, nor would he give them half a leg to stand on. Patriarch, should we give chase? He just shook his head. Show mercy in everything you do so that there's a chance to meet on better terms in the future. That spiritualist who tried to harm us had already gotten the payback they deserved. Besides, none of you will be able to find that spiritualist even if you go search for them, since they've already fled. What I am more interested in is knowing just which spiritualist out there lent us a hand this time. As he spoke, he just casually raised his hand and a soul vessel floated from the bottom of the pond. It was shaped like a strange coral, with a nearly imperceptible crack right across its surface, the damage from Xia Fei's 8 tunes golden falcon. Let's keep this thing first, instructed Hejus softly. A soul vessel. That's a soul vessel, everyone exclaimed. Wistful Hejus pointed at the crack on the metal coral and said, this soul vessel was what that enemy spiritualist had been using, and this crack was created by that friendly spiritualist. To have caused a crack on the soul vessel, this just shows that they used all their strength to help us. Everyone nodded and sighed, extremely grateful to the stranger. I wonder who that esteemed spiritualist is? Why would this person help us to such an extent? We must show our gratitude to that person when we have the chance. Fear that we may not get such a chance. If that esteemed spiritualist wanted us to know their identity, they would have already revealed themselves by now. They have kept everything under wraps likely because they don't wish to have any interaction with us. They animatedly discussed this matter among themselves, commending Xia Fei's timely aid. 18 miles away, the Aurora clan's external compound. While the clan was commending his actions, Xia Fei, for his part, found the Aurora clan's Mr. Nice Guy style to be extremely unwelcome. It's truly a case of kind intention being mistaken for something sinister. I risked my life to kill the enemy, only for an old coot of the Aurora clan to screw things up. If that old man hadn't intervened, I would have succeeded in taking down that spiritualist. There's that soul vessel as well. Xia Fei huffed angrily. Whoosh! Xia Fei hopped on his bed and got under the covers, venting in his anger. Looks like the Aurora clan and me simply can't coexist, it's best if we walk our separate ways from here on out. Radix pursed his lips. Xia Fei was currently feeling frustrated, so it would be useless to try and coax him. Thus, Radix decided to keep mum. Even he was a little irked by the Aurorine constantly being the Mr. Nice Guy. The nerve-wracking confrontation between the two spiritualists had caused them to forget about the Liz clan still being in turmoil. Chapter 1070, Help from the Shadows. The next morning, Xia Fei woke up very early and was dragged off by Wistview to have breakfast. Why does the compound seem so much quieter today? Xia Fei asked curiously. Old Wistview sighed. After that haunting incident from last night got out, all of the original residents here left, including the 300-some employees the clan hired. Right now, I'm an officer without an army, and you're the compound's only resident. Xia Fei smiled. A little peace and quiet is pretty good. I don't mind, at any rate. Wistview said, I think it's best if you move into another compound. In any case, you're not doing anything, and number 9 is somewhat more dark and shady. Xia Fei nodded. All right, I'll do as you say. As they were speaking, Little Shot urgently ran in, shouting, Did you hear? Something big has happened in the Liz clan. Xia Fei was startled. The incident with the spiritualist last night had left his mind in a mess, and he did not know what had happened to the Liz clan afterward, but there was no need to worry. Even if that clan jumped into the Yellow River, there was no washing away its crimes. What happened? Wistview asked hastily. That lot of scoundrels went to the Liz clan after moving out of our place, but last night, more than 7,000 people died at one go. The Liz clan wanted to keep everything under wraps, but far too many people died, so news of it eventually got out. The entire city is in an uproar about it. Everyone is saying that the Liz clan killed them in secret, Little Shot shared nervously. Wistview was so shocked that he could not close his mouth, but Little Shot looked at Xia Fei. He suspected that Xia Fei was behind it, but he did not think that it was right to ask him directly. Looking at how indifferent Xia Fei was reacting to the news, Little Shot felt more sure of his conjecture. Someone who had kinship with the Aurora clan but was unwilling to acknowledge it, a spiritualist, a decisive killer, a vicious character. Xia Fei was basically an amalgamation of various mysterious elements. In truth, while everyone on the streets was talking about the slaughter in the Liz clan, the big clans were most concerned about that battle between spiritualists last night. One had sought to hurt the Aurora clan, while the other had sought to protect the Aurora clan, and they had battled it out. The more they looked into the matter, the more confused they became. There was also the intervention of Aurora clan patriarch Wistful Hesius, proving once again that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse, and the Aurora clan was still far being bullied around. Xia Fei simply smiled after he heard from Little Shot about the rumors circulating around. In any case, the situation was pretty good. The Liz clan probably would be unable to do anything for now, and those scoundrels who had died in the Liz clan's guest compound had not just come out of nowhere. They had good friends, and it would only be a matter of days before those friends from somewhere in the universe arrived to demand an explanation from the clan. In the Alpha universe, one's reputation was very important, and currently, everyone believed that the Liz clan people had engaged in a great massacre. They could only try and keep the peace, swallowing down their shattered teeth as they thought of a way to calm the storm. As for the spiritualists Xia Fei fought with last night, there was no need to fear them. They got injured and would need a few years to recover, so the Aurora clan would probably experience a peaceful spell. After eating breakfast, Xia Fei took a stroll on the streets and just so happened to run into Wistful Northgaze coming from the opposite direction. Wistful Northgaze had a gloomy expression and did not seem well at all. There was no avoiding the meeting, so Xia Fei decided to walk up with a smile. Elder, are you doing well? Wistful Northgaze felt much better the moment he saw Xia Fei. Xia Fei looked somewhat similar to his son, Wistful Valley, so Wistful Northgaze could not help but feel some affection for him. Moreover, Xia Fei seemed very amiable, causing Wistful Northgaze to like him even more. There was nothing to be done, for Xia Fei's outer appearance was just too deceptive. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries and walked the streets together. The merchants in the area all warmly called to Wistful Northgaze as he walked by, and Wistful Northgaze politely reciprocated. It appeared that the Aurora clan was very welcome here. Xia Fei saw that Wistful Northgaze was worried about something and asked, Elder, what happened today? Is something troubling you? Wistful Northgaze sighed. There was a little incident in the clan last night, so this morning, the Patriarch ordered me to go to the 4 leading trading firms to discuss whether or not they can repair some of the sealed soul weapons in our clan. Xia Fei replied, shouldn't it be spiritualists who repair soul weapons? Why go to these 4 trading firms? Wistful North Gaze replied, what you don't know is that spiritualists all have weird personalities. While the Aurora clan is considered big, it's still very difficult for it to personally invite a spiritualist. Plus, this means that we'll owe the spiritualist a favor. As for the trading firms, they dabble in various fields, so not only can they repair the soul weapons, we don't have to owe any spiritualist a favor, too. This is the only way, as spiritualists are just too valuable, and when you owe a spiritualist a favor, you may never be able to pay it back. What if that person came to our door one day and asked us to kill a few people for them? Would we help or not help? Xia Fei lightly nodded. Favors owed to spiritualists were truly difficult to repay. By now, all the spiritualists knew how things worked, and if they had quarrels with anybody, they had no need at all to act personally. They would just find some clan that they had helped before and make them do the deed. One of the main reasons people did not dare to provoke spiritualists was that their connections were just too powerful. If things are as you say, the 4 trading firms are a pretty decent option. They just need money to settle matters for you, and there are no loose threads, Xia Fei commented lightly. Wistful North Gaze slightly shook his head. What I'm worried about is the money. While the 4 great trading firms don't take favors, their prices are sky high. They're businessmen, so it's not like we can make them do it for free. The mess last night involving Xia Fei and that mysterious spiritualist had left the Aurora clan patriarch Wistful Hesius unable to get any sleep. In this universe, power was the guiding principle, so he had decided to harden his resolve and repair the clan's soul weapon reserve at any cost. Wistful North Gaze managed the logistics of the clan, and so Xia Fei's great-grandfather had been tasked with this mission. Everyone understood that the clan lacked money, which was why Wistful North Gaze seemed so miserable this early in the morning. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, which trading firm does Sir plan to go to? Wistful North Gaze replied, Teal try the Heavenly Treasure firm first. I have a little connection with the steward there, Kira. If it's no good, I'll try the others. Xia Fei nodded and bid him farewell. As Wistful North Gaze watched him leave, he could not help but think about his son, and he once more sighed. Heavenly Treasure firm, the garden. Suzu Treasure and Zisur Knight were eating breakfast under a tree. Suzu Treasure saw that Zisur seemed to be deeply worried about something and asked, are you fretting over your marriage again? Zisite bit her lip and did not reply. Suzu Treasure looked around and sighed. There's no other option. Marriage between the great clans is a custom that has been going on for many years, and it's not up to us to change it. Let alone your illustrious clan, Venus of Eternal Night, even I, who have come from a mercantile family, can't avoid the fate of an arranged marriage. You'll need to find an ideal husband that's strong enough, or else. Zisur blinked and asked, Sister Suzu, what do you mean by that? Suzu Treasure chuckled. It's very simple. If your clan marries you off to a second-tier clan, but if you find a boyfriend from a first-tier clan, your clan won't make any trouble for you. After all, these transactions primarily care about status. Zisur's beautiful face suddenly reddened, and she whispered, do you know about that Xiaoxing incident that caused a stir not too long ago? Suzu Treasure asked, you're talking about that person who fought using the Xiaoxing model and went on a killing spree in the virtual soul battle system? What? Do you know who did it? Xia Fei had been in seclusion for 3 months, so he did not know that someone had made a video out of him fighting as Xiaoxing, and that video had gone viral. Everyone was speculating as to which expert had directed that Xiaoxing incident. Alas, the soul battle simulation firm had leaked nothing. So everyone could only keep speculating. Zisur's face reddened, and she whispered into Suzu Treasure's ear, it's 7th young master Xiao Xiao. Suzu Treasure was startled, and as she examined the smug look on Zisur's face, she could not help but say in surprise, stubborn girl, have you taken a liking to Xiao Xiao? Zisur neither confirmed nor denied the statement. To tell the truth, Yazishui hardly found anything enchanting about Xiao Xiao himself. Rather, she had been entranced by Xiaoxing's captivating footwork and stances, and so she had taken a liking to everything associated with him. As such, 7th Master Xiao Xiao had swiftly taken a place in her heart. Suzu Treasure frowned deeply. The Xiao clan could indeed be considered a powerful clan, but which clan did your grandfather arrange for you? Humph. Zisur's face immediately chilled, and she pouted and replied, none other than the Aurora clan, that lot of good-for-nothings. Suzu Treasure chuckled and teased, here I was wondering why you came to find me, so you wanna know about the Wist family. Xia grabbed Suzu Treasure's arm and said, Sister, don't tease me. This is a decision that will decide the rest of my life. You know of my grandfather's temper. He's been in poor health these last 2 years, and his temper has only gotten worse. If I don't think of an idea soon, I may not be able to meet you for the rest of my life. Still, that's no reason for you to get married to the Xiao clan. At least, the Wist family has an excellent reputation, far better than the Xiao clan. The Aurora clan has so many young scions, I'm sure that you'll take a liking to one of them, Suzu Treasure said. Right, the Aurora clan has been on the decline in the last few years. Why does your grandfather want to marry you off to that clan? What's the use of reputation? Yezishui huffed. The Aurora clan is too weak. I prefer someone who can hold up the heavens for me. As for why that clan, how would I know? Probably another private transaction between those old rascals. As the two of them were sighing in melancholy, Kira came over and whispered into Suzu Treasure's ear. Suzu Treasure was startled, and then she stood up and said, There's some business I need to attend to up in the front. I'll be back soon. She followed Kira to a secluded room. Suzu Treasure walked in and asked Xia Fei to sit down. She was rather surprised that Xia Fei had come to find her. Once the servants had been sent away, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said calmly, In a little while, the Aurora clan's wistful North Gaze will be paying your shop a visit. He has a batch of soul weapons that need repair. I hope that you can take that business at the lowest price. Chapter 1071, Who is stealing skills from whom? Suzu Treasure was startled, and then she replied with a smile, I'm afraid that we're incapable of such a task. It's impossible for Guard 83's branch shop to repair soul weapons. The soul weapons will have to be sent back to our headquarters for a heavenly treasure firm spiritualist to repair them. Most I can do is remove our branch's 15% commission. Suzu Treasure spoke with sincerity. Although she truly wanted to form a good relationship with Xia Fei, she did not have the ability to meddle with the prices fixed by headquarters. Moreover, this was the crucial test period for the newly appointed chairman of the Heavenly Treasure Firm's board, and Suzu Treasure could not gamble on her future career like this. Xia Fei calmly said, You don't need to let headquarters know. Take the job and I will handle it. Suzu Treasure's eyes erupted with light. She had been wondering the entire time if Xia Fei was a spiritualist, and now, Xia Fei had proven without a shadow of doubt that he was one. Even if he turned out not to be a spiritualist, he should at least have a major connection to one. All right, it's a deal, Suzu Treasure said rather excitedly. As a woman, she did not lack any decisiveness when it came to business. She saw this as an opportunity. No matter what reason Xia Fei had for wanting to help the Aurora clan, if she took the job, Xia Fei would owe her a favor, and what more wonderful thing could there be than to have a spiritualist owe one a favor? Suzu Treasure felt her confidence soar. Xia Fei had come to find her personally, meaning that he did not find her too annoying. The sharp businesswoman in Suzu Treasure saw a little hope. Tonight, I'll come to pick up the goods. I'll bring them back once they're done, said Xia Fei, putting out his cigarette. Understood. I'll wait for you in the rear garden where we talked last time. Suzu Treasure nodded. Xia Fei rose and walked out of the side door to avoid running into wistful North Gaze. As for Suzu Treasure, she hastily called Kira over and whispered a few orders to him. Kira was more astonished the more he heard, his jaw gradually dropping. Remember, starting today, the Aurora clan is the most important customer of ours on Guard 83. There is no other, Suzu Treasure said sternly, her brows gradually smoothening. Everything was clear now. The Aurora clan was being helped by a spiritualist from the shadows, and so not only would it not perish, it had a high chance of rising. Even if she was not looking to show the Aurora clan face, she needed to pay that mysterious spiritualist respect. She grinned, as happy as she had ever been since coming to this place, but when she returned to the garden, she did not see Xia anywhere. Where did that stubborn girl run off to? Xia Fei came out of Heavenly Treasure Firm from a side door, but he had barely walked a few steps onto the street before stopping and shaking his head. He sighed. I say, lady, what in the world is wrong with you? Why are you following me again? He turned his head and saw Xia Knight standing right in the middle of the street, smiling at him. In truth, Xia Knight had high etiquette and was normally very obedient, but as ladies from big clans were often raised in the lap of luxury, they usually had some temper. Xia Knight was confronting Xia Fei partly because her personality as a young lady demanded it. The street is open for everyone to walk on, and it's not like your family owns it, so why can't I follow you? Xia nonchalantly said. You're called Xia Fei, right? What sort of scandalous relationship do you have with big sister Suzu? Her first sentence was rather clever, but the rest of her words were very blunt. Xia was not the shrewd sort, so she had directly asked Xia Fei what his relationship with Suzu Treasure was. Xia Fei chuckled. If I said that I'm in a relationship with Suzu Treasure, would you believe me? Xia was startled, and then she shook his head. I really wouldn't. An insignificant character like you will never catch big sister Suzu's eyes. She's got a lot of ambition, and she's the smartest among us girls. Xia Fei turned around and kept walking, muttering, yes, too smart. Everything she does is done with a goal in mind, and she has never let anyone get too close. Xia truly did not act like a stranger, grabbing Xia Fei's sleeve and saying, so it's the same for you? You look so young, but why do you talk like my grandfather? He said the same thing about Sister Suzu. Xia Fei replied, businessmen pursue profit, so it's understandable. You believe that there's nothing between me and her now, right? Humph. Xia pursed her lips. Even if you want to have something with Sister Suzu, I won't let you. Oh. They're selling candy pictures here. She had a flighty personality, and the snacks and street performers being sold had drawn her attention. Without even asking the price, she grabbed them. However, she quickly tuned and gave Xia Fei a pitiful look. I didn't bring any money with me. Xia Fei did not have anything else to do, so he decided to take a walk on the streets with Xia Knight. Xia Fei had said that he wanted to take a look around Guard 83 when he first arrived, but he had been so busy that he had put it off until now. Xia Knight was a very guileless girl. Xia Fei found it quite amusing to keep her company. They walked the streets until it was noon, at which point, they found a random street stall to eat at. As a young lady from a big clan, Xia had never had a chance to eat street food, so a bowl of fish balls with green onions had her smiling from ear to ear. A Soul Battle Center. Xia pointed at a rather flashy sign to their right. Come on. Let's go in and take a look. It had been quite some time since Xia Fei went through soul battle training, and he was somewhat itching to try his hand at it, so he and Xia Knight went into this soul battle center. There were only around 100 simulation pods in the place. It was not that large of a center, but it was a network center of the Soul Battle Simulation Company, so it could link to all the other virtual battlefields in the universe. To preserve its profits, the Soul Battle Simulation Company only permitted its subsidiaries to operate the network centers. A Soul Battle Center like the Mammoth might have been large, but it was not a network center, so people in the center could only play with one another. Besides soul battles, there were education packages. If one paid a certain fee, they could watch various battle recordings, and a soul battle specialist would give tips as to how to raise one's combat skills. A screen was playing a video of Xia Fei's time in the Mammoth. The bizarre footwork and dashing poses drew gasps from the crowd. This is the video. I've watched it nearly 100 times, but I really don't know how he did it. If you could see through the footwork, it wouldn't be used as an example. On the Soul Battle Simulation Company's official website, this video has already set a record for the most times downloaded, and it's the hottest soul battle video of all time. It's such a pity that Xia Fei fellow hasn't appeared since then, already becoming a legend. As the crowd chattered, Xia Fei frowned. The Mammoth was on a closed network, yet the Soul Battle Simulation Company had taken this video of Xia Fei from the closed network and uploaded it for the public to watch, not giving Xia Fei even a single cent in copyright fees. Xia Fei was very annoyed by this. Xia Knight's eyes flashed as she said mysteriously, "You learned that footwork you used to avoid me the other day from this video, right? Hee. It was pretty good. I guess you're quite the excellent learner. Relax, I won't tell you to Xia Fei." Xia Fei was taken aback. This was clearly his own evolved crafty approach, so why was Xia implying that he had stolen it? Frowning, Xia Fei asked, "You know Xia Fei?" Xia looked around and smugly nodded. Haha. On the Mammoth, I happened to run into the operator of the one-armed Xiao Xing. Zing. Xia Fei grimaced and muttered, "Nonsense. I've never even met you before, so how would you know that I was that Xia Fei? The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruit Noel. Xia Fei felt very sullen. He believed that he had been keeping his secrets well, but it turned out that this girl had seen through him. Pal! Xia laughed and playfully punched him in the belly. You sure know how to crack a joke. It would be bizarre indeed if you could operate the one-armed Xiao Xing. Looking around, Xia whispered into Xia Fei's ear, that person is actually the Xiao clan's Xiao Xiao. People call him 7th Master Xiao. Xia Fei was even more confused now. He had clearly been the operator of Xiao Xing, so where had this Xiao fellow come from? I was with 7th Master Xiao on Mammoth, so not only do I know that Xiao Xing is 7th Master Xiao, I even left him a message on the Battle Simulation Center. You believe me now, right? Xia asked smugly. Xia Fei finally understood. It turned out that the girl who kept sending him messages was this Xia Knight. Smiling, Xia Fei said, all right, I believe you. As long as he was not exposed, Xia Fei did not really care about some 7th or 8th young master. Let's go. These guys are miles away from reaching 7th Master Xiao's level, but they want to master Xiao Xing? They don't know their own strength, Xia pouted and said. Xia Fei was speechless. Your learning ability is pretty good. Given how quickly you emulated 7th Master Xiao's footwork, you must have a lot of potential. Xia Fei remained speechless. Still, even if you have the potential, you can't become too proud. You should stop pretending to be 7th Master Xiao. After all, that's not footwork you developed yourself. 7th Master Xiao is good when it comes to anything else, but he's a little small-minded. If he finds out that you've been pretending to be him and comes to settle the score, you'll be finished. Haa. Xia Fei had truly thoroughly been rendered speechless. Do you have a crush on this 7th Master Xiao? Xia Fei probed. Xia's face reddened, and she whispered, who wouldn't like someone who could turn Xiao Xing into a monster? Bystanders actually found it very strange that Xia Fei was keeping Xia Knight company. Xia Fei had never cared about his clothes. His exercise clothes were losing their color, and this was the same set he had worn back on Earth. However, Xia Knight was completely different. She exuded the superiority of a rich young lady from every pore of her body. Even her handkerchief was worth 1,000 pearls. A pair like this walking the streets naturally drew stares, some kind and some unkind. Several richly dressed young men sat in a private room on the second floor of a street-side restaurant. They were all children of the Liz clan, whiling away their time by drinking as they looked out on the street for any pretty girls. When they saw one, they would whistle and share a laugh with one another. Third brother, look over there. Isn't that the only remaining resident of the Aurora clan's external compound? His name is Xia Fei. I had someone investigate, and it seems like he has no kin in the Aurora clan. He's just a guy who does nothing all day. The youth who had been called third brother frowned and stared at Xia Fei, muttering, DMN, the hoodlums from the Aurora clan's external compound came to our clan to cause trouble, but he stayed. Maybe he's the one who planned it all out. The others were taken aback, and quickly praised him. Third brother is truly wise. Why don't we teach him a small lesson? He dares to walk the streets with such a pretty girl? He truly doesn't know what's good for him. Chapter 1072, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. Whoosh! Xia Fei and Xia Knight were suddenly surrounded by 7 young men as they walked the streets. They wore luxurious clothes and bore unkind expressions. Xia frowned and instinctively grabbed Xia Fei's arm. At the end of the day, she was a girl. No matter how much training she had had in the training center, she had never actually fought someone before and was rather nervous. Xia Fei, we finally found you. When are you going to return third brother's money? A monkey-faced youth with a shrill voice said while chuckling sinisterly. The others around him all scowled. Radix saw what these guys were wearing and said grimly, they're from the Liz clan. They were all taking lessons in the school. Look at that. They're even wearing the clan emblem on their waists. Xia Fei casually lit a cigarette and spat a thick cloud of smoke at the third master of the Liz clan, Liz Yuzai. Hung Tashan, which was a cigarette brand that had little going for it besides its aroma, was actually rather stifling. Ordinary people were not used to this flavor, and only regular smokers like Xia Fei could take it. These young men, who had never tried tobacco, instantly started coughing until they were red in the face, mucus dripping from their noses. What is this? How is it even more awful than trail losing incense? A young master from the Liz clan cursed. Do you know me? Xia Fei asked indifferently. Of course, we do. You borrowed 2,000 pearls from our clan's third brother at Refined Spring Shop. You said you would return it that night, but you just vanished. Cut the chit-chat. Either return the money or come join us in that alley. Xia Fei nodded and muttered, I see. Then I will follow you into the alley. Xia Fei did not know why these people wanted to provoke, but this problem was not important. What was important was that he needed to tidy up these guys who did not know how high the heavens were. There were too many people around, making it inconvenient for him to take action. Being dragged into the alley was far more suitable for his plans. Whether it was a hidden plot or an open plot, he would mess them all up. Xia blinked. In her view, Xia Fei was just an ordinary civilian without any sort of martial skill, and he also was not that quick-witted. These people had clearly come to find trouble, and Xia Fei was following them into a dark alley. Was this not seeking death? TL go with you. Xia straightened up and blurted out. Xia Fei was surprised, not expecting for this girl to be so righteous, but her involvement would just get in his way. This is business between men. Women shouldn't butt in, Xia Fei said firmly. Xia was startled. The surrounding youths instantly felt their stomachs churning as if they had swallowed flies. Xia was very beautiful, and despite her young age, she was already showing a potential for becoming a heaven-toppling beauty. What was happening here, for Xia Fei to refuse the help of such a beauty and even scold her? Liu Zai's face turned even colder. He waved his hand and said, What are you looking around for? Iron Tiger, take him inside. 3 powerful soul hunters appeared, their leader a man with hawkish eyes. He had a weird pink scar wrapped around his head, and one could tell at a glance that he possessed an unusual cultivation. Without a word, the 3 of them picked up Xia Fei and headed into the alley. Xia Fei put up no resistance. The Liz clan's young scions now circled around Xia Knight with silly smiles on their faces. Girl, you're pretty cute. Why spend time with that good for nothing? He doesn't have money or cultivation, but our third brother is a big shot of the Liz clan. He's even a direct descendant. You saw that man with the headscarf, right? He's an expert our patriarch specifically invited from the Sebastian clan. Xia Fei might have gone in whole, but he might not be coming out in one piece. That's right, our third brother is from a renowned clan. You'll have a great future if you're with him. As these wastrels praised Liu Zai, the man himself felt very proud. Xia furrowed her brows and could not help but worry about Xia Fei. The Sebastians were not some major clan, but they were known in the Alpha universe for being rogues and outlaws. Not only did they have high cultivation, they also did not care about their lives and were rather vicious characters. Liu Zai had already been confirmed within the clan to be its successor, and he had an illustrious identity. Alas, this third master was fond of stirring up trouble, and he had always worried his clan while growing up. Thus, the Liz clan had requested the service of Sebastian clan's Iron Tiger at a high price. To serve as his bodyguard. In the distance, a dark figure lurked in the shadows, his fists clenched as he glared furiously. This was none other than Xia Knight's distant uncle, Sivitu. Xia thought that she had escaped the clutches of her clan, but in reality, the Ye clan patriarch had ordered Sivitu to keep watch of her, and he was never far. Xia's grandfather knew that his granddaughter may seem timid, but she actually had quite the personality. He worried that dragging Xia back would emotionally hurt her, so he had Sivitu protect her from the shadows while Xia worked off her stress. Sivitu adored Xia Knight, and so his body was already groaning as he sought to restrain himself. If those Liz clan youngsters tried to do anything to her, Sivitu would charge in and end their lives. The Liz clan could barely be considered a second-rate clan, so could it contend against the Venus of Eternal Night? Even if this was their successor, he would still be killed. As Sivitu was about to explode, deep in the alley, Iron Tiger's group of 3 were on their knees. They did not want to kneel, but Xia Fei had shattered their kneecaps. There was nothing to be done, for Xia Fei's disguise was simply too deceptive. Iron Tiger's group had gotten careless and taken Xia Fei for an ordinary person, so Xia Fei and his speed had managed to strike them down in one blow. The fiendish blade Nirvana hovered around Iron Tiger's neck, causing the latter to sweat coldly, but this was a rather tough man, as he had yet to say a single word. A soul weapon. A high-level soul weapon. Just because Iron Tiger was not saying anything did not mean that he could not see the fiendish blade Nirvana for what it was. The shallow wound on his neck was not obvious, but his energy and soul were being rapidly drained away. Iron Tiger had never seen a soul weapon so insidious, able to drain away everything. There was also Xia Fei's movement technique and speed, including the brutality of his actions. As someone who had danced with death before, Iron Tiger must admit that he had underestimated Xia Fei and provoked an opponent he should not have. His heart was stricken with fear. This fear quickly turned into terror. A chill that reached deep into the marrow of his bones. This was because Iron Tiger had realized that Xia Fei had used spirit energy in his attack just now. My apologies, I struck you a bit too hard and broke your bones, Xia Fei said softly with his signature smirk. Iron Tiger and his two cousins from the Sebastian clan were all sweating so much that it was like a localized downpour. Iron Tiger had believed that this was nothing more than rich good-for-nothings messing around, a street-side brawl at most, but this minor incident had caused him to provoke a spiritualist. To tell the truth, Iron Tiger did not fear death. However, he understood that death was only the smallest price one would pay for provoking a spiritualist. It could even result in the death of one's entire clan. Brother, let's. The Sebastian clan was full of tough men, but Iron Tiger's two cousins were on the verge of tears. Iron Tiger sighed and dropped his head. At this point, we brothers can only beg for our families not to be blamed. Lord Spiritualist, this lowly one was ignorant, so please let our families go. As for the three of us, we will do anything you say. Iron Tiger closed his eyes while his two cousins were filled with sorrow and rage, trying their best not to cry. These words were spoken with such sincerity that Xia Fei could not help but raise his opinion of Iron Tiger. While old Fukin did speak about how glorious the spiritualist profession was, he had never actually experienced it, but after seeing how Suzu Treasure and these three soul hunters had acted, Xia Fei truly understood how heavy the title of spiritualist really was. It seems like I really can't just use spirit energy whenever I want. Any expert with some experience will be able to sense it, Xia Fei commented mentally. Whoosh! Putting away the fiendish blade Nirvana, Xia Fei smiled and said, I have 10,000 ways of killing you, but I am in a good mood and don't wish to turn this into a massacre. Iron Tiger opened his eyes and asked anxiously, Sir, are you speaking the truth? A spiritualist has spoken, and you're asking him if he's telling the truth. Xia Fei retorted coolly. All of you should get out of my sight. I don't want to see you three ever again. In his excitement, Iron Tiger actually gritted his teeth and dragged himself to his feet with the help of the wall. A true man. It must be understood that Xia Fei had shattered their kneecaps. The three helped one another and quickly applied some pain-numbing medicine. After which, they quickly left, happiness on their faces from being spared. However, Xia Fei had not left yet, so the three of them were still very cautious. Whoosh! The Liz clan scions who were still surrounding Sir Knight saw Xia Fei come up from behind Iron Tiger's group, and they all scowled and looked in confusion at Liz Yuzai. After all, Iron Tiger's group was supposed to guard Liz Yuzai, and they had never shown respect to anyone except him, showing off his rather stubborn pride. Iron Tiger, what's going on here? It looks to me like you don't want to work for the Liz clan anymore, Liz Yuzai asked darkly. Screw your Liz clan. Pal. Iron Tiger callously gave Liz Yuzai a vicious slap on the face. Liz Yuzai had never expected his bodyguard to strike him, and this was a solid slap that instantly caused the clean white skin of his face to swell. Eek! Sir gasped. She had expected none of this, and when she saw that Xia Fei was fine, she became even more confused. After slapping Liz Yuzai, Iron Tiger looked at Xia Fei. It was very simple. Xia Fei did not want his life, so Iron Tiger needed to reciprocate. This was why Iron Tiger had risked offending the Liz clan by striking Liz Yuzai. To his surprise, Iron Tiger saw Xia Fei slightly shake his head. It was clear that the latter did not think that he was being sincere enough. Offending the Liz clan was better than offending a spiritualist. Iron Tiger hardened his heart, and the three brothers beat up these Liz clan scions, leaving their faces battered and bloodied. Iron Tiger had undoubtedly made a lifelong enemy of the Liz clan by doing this, and he felt that this would be enough, but when he turned to look, he saw Xia Fei smiling coldly. Still not satisfying. Vicious. So vicious. He wants me to kill. Iron Tiger trembled in shock. He heavily stroked his spatial ring and removed his soul weapon. You. What are you doing? Liz Yuzai went pale and cried urgently. Plush. Without a word, Iron Tiger swung his saber down. Chapter 1073, Chaos Society. Plush. With a swing of their weapons, Iron Tiger and his two cousins gritted their teeth and killed the young scions of the Liz clan right there in the middle of the streets. At this point, nobody cared about the affection between master and servant. The matter of Xia Fei being a spiritualist was suffocating Iron Tiger, and if the Liz clan's people did not die, he would be the one dying, instead. It was not a hard choice to make. Xia Knight was truly afraid, using her hands to cover her eyes as she trembled. Xia Fei lightly placed a hand on Xie's shoulder, and a stream of warmth instantly traveled over. For some reason, this small action made Xia relax a lot. This was one of the abilities of a spiritualist of healing, soul soothing. Only a little power was required to calm Xia down. This was one of the most bustling streets of Guard 83, and this gruesome massacre instantly threw the people into disarray, countless people shouting as they fled. This actually gave Iron Tiger's group a chance to run away. The trio did not dare to even look at Xia Fei, mingling into the crowd and vanishing without a trace. Iron Tiger's heart was filled with fear, and he told his two cousins, "We can't stay here. We're leaving at once. In addition, you're not allowed to say a single thing to anyone else. That Xia fellow is too vicious. He's a spiritualist, someone whom we can't afford to provoke." The cousins quickly nodded in agreement. Spiritualists were not to be provoked, particularly the vicious kind like Xia Fei. If things went as expected, they would likely not speak about this matter for the rest of their lives. Since those hoodlums were dead, Xia Fei's anger had cooled. For quite some time now, Xia Fei had been unable to fight anyone because of his injuries, but his temper had not subsided at all. On the contrary, it seemed to be getting worse and worse. Shaking his head, Xia Fei told Xia, "Where do you live? I'll send you back." Xia Knight agreed quickly. She stuck behind Xia Fei, cautiously pulling on his sleeve as they headed back to Heavenly Treasure. Radix smiled. She's a girl at the end of the day. While she's quite the loud talker, she's still afraid of blood. Radix had already developed a loathing for the Liz clan, and he was very happy to see Xia Fei spurring Iron Tiger's group into killing Liz Yuzai's gang. Since Iron Tiger had done the deed, Xia Fei could not be blamed, let alone the Aurora clan. Radix even wished that Iron Tiger had killed a few more. Sivitu had seen all of this transpire. Even if Xia Fei had not done anything, he would have gone himself and taught the Liz clan a lesson, but now that Liz Yuzai's group was lying dead on the street, Sivitu felt very confused. Iron Tiger had entered the alley with Xia Fei, but then Iron Tiger had turned around and gone crazy? Sivitu felt like Xia Fei had involvement in this somehow. If it's that young man's handiwork, then his strength and methods are far too terrifying. Sivitu frowned as he thought. He shadowed Xia Fei and Xia Knight back to Heavenly Treasure Firm. Xia entered the courtyard with her head bowed. Behind her, Xia Fei said, "Remember, you owe me 87 pearls. Remember to pay me back when you get the chance." The massacre and soothing energy Xia Fei exuded had left Xia feeling confused, but she was jolted out of her thoughts by those words. She did not think that Xia Fei had kept such a detailed account of the money she spent today and that he would even want it back. Ever since she was young, countless young masters would rush to treat Xia to a meal, but Xia Fei was asking money back for food from a street stall. What absurdity was this? Xia turned her head and angrily snorted. You're so annoying." Xia ran into the courtyard. Meanwhile, an old man looked questioningly at Xia Fei. This was no outsider, but Xia Fei's great-grandfather, Wistful Northgaze. Heavenly Treasure Firm had been very unusual today, giving Wistful Northgaze an extremely low estimate that left him feeling elated. He had immediately returned to the clan, taken out the damaged soul weapons in the storage house and sent them over to Heavenly Treasure. As he was coming out from delivering the items, he just so happened to see this sight. The meeting that Xia Fei had not wanted ended up happening, anyway, so he could only smile and call to Wistful Northgaze. When Wistful Northgaze realized what was going on, he laughed. Besides, he was in a festive mood after getting such an excellent deal on repairing the soul weapons. "Goodness! Here I was wondering why you are in such a rush to leave this morning, so you were on a date?" Wistful Northgaze said. As expected, this was a misunderstanding. Xia Fei did not know how to reply, so he just chuckled bitterly. Wistful Northgaze walked alongside Xia Fei and comforted him. "Why aren't you speaking? Women are prone to saying the opposite of what they mean, so you have to interpret their words to mean the opposite of what they say. If she finds you annoying, it actually means that she likes you." Xia Fei shrugged. He had not expected his great-grandfather to have the habit of playing the matchmaker. In truth, let alone Xia Knight, Xia Fei had encountered countless women over the last few years, but none of them had ever really pulled on his heartstrings. It was not too long ago that Xia Fei had personally driven away the unspeakably beautiful Enya of the Crane clan. Maybe Avril was not the most beautiful girl in the universe, but she had always treated Xia Fei the best. He did not care about how those people unconnected to him lived or died, but he cared the most about those people at his side. From Avril to his old brothers back on Earth, which one of them had not received his full concern and trust? Of course, getting Xia Fei's trust had never been easy. Xia Fei did not want to keep talking with wistful north gaze about Sir Knight, so he changed the subject. You were so worried this morning, so why are so happy now? Wistful north gaze grinned. I didn't expect this, either. Heavenly Treasure was unusually generous to our Aurora clan, only asking for 50,000 pearls for each soul weapon repaired. That's not a price that you can find just anywhere. This saves a huge amount of money for the clan, even enough to buy a new batch of soul weapons. How can I not be happy after encountering such fortune? Xia Fei nodded. It appeared that Suzu Treasure had handled the matter very well. It was just that wistful North Gaze did not know that the source of his fortune was really Xia Fei. After a pause, wistful North Gaze said, it will soon be time for Chaos Society's evaluation. If this job goes well, our Aurora clan may be able to keep our second-tier spot. Chaos Society? Xia Fei asked curiously. What sort of organization is that? Is it very powerful? Wistful North Gaze explained, you weren't born in a major clan, so you naturally don't understand the strength of Chaos Society. The Alpha Universe is a place that's organized on the clan level, and the Chaos Society is the one that manages all the clans. Every few years, Chaos Society will evaluate all the clans. This is a huge affair that will decide the status of the clans. The Aurorine was once a great clan of the very first tier, but we've already fallen to the second tier. There are even rumors going around that Chaos Society is planning to drop us to the third tier. If that happens, I truly won't be able to face our ancestors. Xia Fei fell silent. It seemed like Chaos Society was a loose federation in the Alpha Universe, somewhat like the Palace of Gods in the Lore Realm. The various clans restrained and balanced one another out. Anyone who made a grave mistake would be criticized by all the others, and if someone tried to conspire against a clan of Chaos Society, all of the clans would strike back as one. Sir, how does Chaos Society evaluate the clans? Xia Fei asked. Wistful North Gaze replied, first is reputation, which our Aurora clan doesn't lack. For many years now, the Aurora clan has always treated people with sincerity, and civilians in the area all trust us without a question. Second is the number of elite warriors. In this aspect, we just barely squeak by, so staying at the second tier isn't too great of a problem. Unfortunately, the Aurora clan doesn't have a spiritualist, which is our weakness, as all major clans have personal spiritualists. The third is our soul weapons, which is our weakest point. Whether or not we can stay at the second tier all depends on that. After hearing it all, Xia Fei shrugged and said casually, this Chaos Society evaluation that the esteemed elder is so worried about seems like a small fuss made into a big deal. What does it matter if you are in the third tier? If you have strength, even a tier 9 can dominate the universe. Without strength, even a tier 1 will be bullied around. I, Xia Fei, am of humble talent and shallow learning, so I don't understand such lofty principles. I only know that this universe has no principles, the one who has the bigger fist sets the principles. Wistful North Gaze was startled, and he gave Xia Fei a weird look. There was nothing to be done about this, as Xia Fei's personality was completely at odds with the Aurora clan's traditions. He was a ruthless character, while the Aurora clan was almost comically good and honest. Sighing, Wistful North Gaze said, you're quite the free spirit, alas, we have to fight for Chaos Society's evaluation no matter what. That's because when the evaluation is over, every clan will be issued a soul token according to their tier, and with soul tokens, we can go to the Spirit Star Society and freely buy soul weapons. This is simply too important for our Aurora clan. The Spirit Star Society is a gathering place of many spiritualists. I don't know what sort of deal it has with Chaos Society, but the Spirit Star Society has to hand over a large number of soul weapons to Chaos Society on a set schedule. As there are too many people who want soul weapons and the number of soul weapons is limited, the soul weapons are distributed by clan tier. Xia Fei finally understood. In the end, it was all because of soul weapons. With a high tier, a clan could obtain soul weapons, and so it could get stronger. A low-tier clan, unable to get enough soul weapons, would find it increasingly difficult to flourish. Everyone says that the Aurora clan currently only has a first-tier reputation and third-tier strength, and while this is pleasant to hear, it truly isn't what it used to be. This is why this evaluation will probably decide the clan's fate, so each of us, from top to bottom, is paying close attention to this matter, Wistful Northgaze added. He truly did not treat Xia Fei as an outsider. Even though Xia Fei was a rather barbaric fellow and held beliefs that were very at odds with the Aurora clans, Wistful Northgaze still felt very close to Xia Fei whenever he saw him, and he could not help but share things. As they talked and walked, the sky gradually darkened. Xia Fei said goodbye to Wistful Northgaze and prepared to head off to Heavenly Treasure so that he could get the soul weapons from Suzu Treasure. As for Wistful Northgaze, he was going to report to Patriarch Wistful Hesius about the good news. As the two bid farewell, Wistful Northgaze once more invited Xia Fei to be a guest in the clan, and Xia Fei simply smiled and agreed. Midnight. Xia Fei appeared at a very well-hidden cave on a sand dune 4,000 kilometers to the north of the city. He took out the damaged soul weapons of the Aurora clan from his spatial ring, lit a cigarette, and began to think. Perhaps because the Aurora clan was desperate, it had not been polite, sending over not any fewer than 300 soul weapons. Alas, they were not of a very high level, a sign of just how dire of a situation the clan was in. After thinking for a while, Xia Fei snuffed out his cigarette and created an energy bed to repair the soul weapons. This was the best way to repair a large number of soul weapons, wrapping them in spirit energy so that they could gradually recover. However, there was one soul weapon that Xia Fei quietly put back into his ring. Chapter 1074, Sudden Evaluation. At the same moment when Xia Fei started to repair the soul weapons, the personal bodyguard from the Venus of Eternal Night, Sivitu, began his report to his patriarch. Besides Xia Knight's daily routine, this report included a new name, Xia Fei. You said that his surname is Xia? Which clan is he from? Yayun stroked his beard and asked. Sivitu replied, from what I know, that Xia Fei fellow isn't from any major clan. The current patriarch of the Venus of Eternal Night, Yayun, chuckled and said, this is rather amusing. He's not from a major clan and doesn't give off any energy pulses, but he managed to order that rogue from the Sebastian clan to betray and kill his master. Forget it. Regardless, he treats Xia rather well, so there's no need to cause him any trouble. Sivitu nodded. He then frowned and asked, what do we know about the Liz clan? Yayun replied, since those Liz good-for-nothings are all dead, there's no need to seek redress from their clan. We'll just treat this matter as if it never happened, but if they dare to try anything again, I'll go and settle things with them personally. Starting from now, besides watching Xia, you are to investigate that young man Xia Fei. I sense that he will be very interesting. For 3 days in a row, Xia Fei did not appear at the Aurora clan's external compound, and both Wistview and Little Shot felt a little lonely. At least, Xia Fei was someone with a story behind him, and the three of them had fun chatting together. Wistful Northgaze had sent people to ask for Xia Fei twice in this time, this was so he could invite him to come and eat in the clan. Since Xia Fei was not present, he decided to leave behind a message, telling Little Shot to bring Xia Fei over once he was back. On the evening of the 4th day, an inconspicuous, hyperspeed warship silently approached Guard 83. A passenger on this ship found a very ordinary hotel to stay at, all of which was very ordinary and drew no attention. Just past midnight, the reception hall of the Liz clan suddenly turned its lights on. From the outside, one could see that the current patriarch of Liz clan, Lazaha, had meekly gotten on one knee in front of an elder. This elder had a very relaxed expression and was casually sipping tea. Young Zaha, there's no need to be so polite. Sit down, said the old man coolly. Lazaha, who had ruled the Liz clan for many years, had a certain level of status within the Alpha universe, but this elder easily addressing him as Young Zaha clearly showed he was a man that held an even higher status. Yes. Lazaha smiled as he seated himself and said, Grand Ancestor, you've finally come. Before he could finish speaking, the elder cut him off with a sigh. I was a good friend of your father's, so it's very uncomfortable for you to call me Grand Ancestor. Stick with the generation and call me Uncle Li. Lazaha grinned, as Uncle Li was a far more intimate way of addressing the latter, meaning that this elder was very nostalgic. This was a good sign to him, for he was very likely to succeed in that matter. Li Jindo lowered his voice and asked, so, tell me, what's the situation? Lazaha replied, yes, Uncle Li. The planet of Guard 83, which our Liz clan resides on, currently hosts 3 major clans. Besides our Luz, there is the Aurora and the Ping. The Ping clan has average strength. Be it reputation, fighting power, or number of soul weapons, it is worse than us in all aspects. We have nothing to fear from that clan. The situation with the Ororenes is very different. Although the clan is on the decline, when it comes to reputation, there's simply no way ours can compare to it. In this tier evaluation, the Aurora clan is bound to be a very difficult opponent of us. Li Jindu nodded. Yes, the Ororenes may not be a first-tier clan, but its reputation is truly first-tier. After all, that's something that they have worked on for generations. Even in Chaos Society, there is no one who doesn't know about the Ororene. In one of the major categories being evaluated, reputation, it goes without saying that your clan and the Ping clan have already lost. Lazaha sighed. Reputation isn't something that can be accumulated in just 1 or 2 generations. Ever since I assumed leadership, we've done everything we could to raise the clan's reputation, but this simply can't compare to the tens of thousands of years under the Wist's belt. However, Lazaha suddenly changed his tone. Reputation isn't the only thing being evaluated. There is also combat power and soul weapons. This is our chance. Since Chaos Society has already decided that it will only give Guard 83 one second-tier spot, we can only push out the Aurora clan to win. The reason why I sincerely requested for your early return is so that we can launch a sneak attack. His intentions were obvious at this point. It turned out that the Liz clan had caught wind some time ago that only one clan on this entire planet could enter the second tier, with the rest being evaluated as third tier or even lower. After all, this evaluation was different from the past, for it was directly related to soul weapons, and the number of such was limited. Thus, Chaos Society was planning to suppress some of the weaker clans secretly, or else how would there be enough soul weapons to go around? After learning of this news, the Liz clan naturally regarded the far more illustrious Aurora clan as a thorn in its side. Those hoodlums that had taken up residence in the external compound and the fake soul weapons sold to the Aurora clan were all the Liz clan's handiwork. Li Jindu smiled. Well, I'm here now, but success will depend on your methods. If you fail to move the mountain that is the Aurora, you can't blame me for not warning you. Lazaha said hastily, Sir, please be at ease. While the Aurora clan beats us in terms of reputation, we're equals when it comes to combat power. As for the last category, soul weapons, that's the Aurora clan's greatest weakness. I heard that they'd sent a large number of soul weapons to Heavenly Treasure in hopes of reversing their fortunes. The distance between the branch and headquarters is vast, and it will take a month for a round trip at the fastest speed. The Aurora clan is very weak, with half of its soul weapons out for repair. They are certain to suffer a bitter defeat in that area. Li Jindu shook his head. In the 3 categories, Aurora wins in terms of reputation, you draw in combat power, and you win in soul weapons. In other words, your clan has only managed to tie with the Aurora at best. You still don't have a shot at victory. Lazaha was undaunted, furtively passing Li Jindu a spatial ring as he whispered, This is why I asked for your help. Old sir, please carry out this task for my Liz clan. Li Jindu lightly brushed a finger across the spatial ring. To get the tier 2 spot, the Liz clan was truly bleeding itself out. The wealth in this ring was enough for an ordinary family to live out the rest of their life in abundance. After inspecting Lazaha's gift, Li Jindu smiled and said, Relax. As long as you can create a big enough gap between you and the Ororene when it comes to soul weapons, I can guarantee that Guard 83's soul second tier spot will be yours. Dawn. Chaos Society's branch on Guard 83 had just opened its doors when 3 energetic elders with several subordinates strode in. Call out Liu Bao. Just tell him that the evaluation team from headquarters is here to evaluate the tiers of the various clans of Guard 83. A blustering subordinate waved his hand and shouted, while the 3 elders sat on a sofa as if no one were around and started chatting. The members of the Guard 83 branch saw that these were people of some status, so they hurried off to inform the head, conversing as they did. Wasn't the assessment supposed to be 4 months from now? Why now? I don't know. Maybe some big shot upstairs had a sudden urge. It was not long before the branch head, Liu Bao, came into the reception. When he saw the 3 elders, his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. He had not believed the words of his subordinates, as the evaluation date had been set long in advance, but these 3 really were venerable elders of the supervision team. To evaluate all the clans as quickly as possible, Chaos Society had dispatched a whole 100 evaluation teams to travel across the universe. There were also 5 supervision teams, which decided whether people were following the rules or abusing their positions. These were teams possessing incredible authority. Li Jindu, Ding Qingrui, and Tong Duoduo were 3 big hots of Supervision Team 4. Only prestigious figures of Chaos Society were allowed in the supervision teams, and even a minor branch head like Liu Bao recognized these 3. Elder Li, Elder Ding, Lady Tong, why are you here? Liu Bao called their names and hastily had his subordinates prepare snacks. Of these 3, Ding Qingrui was the chief evaluator while Li Jindu and Tong Duoduo were his assistants. Ding Qingrui waved his hand and said, "There's no need for all the trouble. Hurry up and tell the clans taking part in the evaluation to come over. We're very busy and need to leave tonight." Liu Bao quickly agreed, inviting the 3 into the inner courtyard. Although the supervision team was mostly meant for supervision, there was no rule saying that they could not take part in the evaluations. There was a lot to do, and rather than complain, people would praise a supervision team if it took off some of the load, taking them to be righteous folk for helping out their subordinates. The news quickly reached the Aurora clan, and Patriarch Wistful Hesius quickly gathered the linchpin of the clan into his study for a meeting. Everyone went pale when they heard about the sudden visit from Chaos Society, particularly Xia Fei's great-grandfather, Wistful North Gaze. His heart leaped to his throat and his eyes nearly popped out. It can't be. We just sent out half of our soul weapons for repair, and now Chaos Society has come for its evaluation. What are we going to do? Soul weapons are one of the 3 categories being evaluated, and it's our clan's weakness. For this to have come so suddenly, is someone targeting us? Wistful Hesius waved his hand and said sternly, "Don't panic. We can't lose the elegance of our clan. When we arrive at the Chaos Society's office, I will explain things to the evaluator. I'm sure that they will understand our situation." Everyone fell silent, their hearts restless. When the Aurora clan had been at its peak, elegance and grace had won it a great reputation. As the Aurora clan had been strong enough, no one had dared to play tricks on them. Alas, things were different now. The Aurora clan was on the decline, and more people were beginning to coldly regard the Wist family. Trying to maintain their elegance at this time would inevitably cause them to suffer a loss. Everyone understood this, but the traditions and lessons passed down by their ancestors over tens of thousands of years could not be changed so quickly. The patriarchs of the Luz, Ping, and Aurora, these 3 major clans of Guard 83, gathered at Chaos Society's branch office. The Luz was led by Lazaha, the Aurora was led by Wistful Hesius, and the Ping was led by Patriarch Ping Xiaohu. The 3 clans waited in the outer reception hall for them to be called. Wistful Hesius was extremely elegant and graceful, his gaze unswerving and his disposition neither too proud nor too meek. The Ping clan had always been weak. Knowing that they were no match for the Aurora clan and the Luz clan, Ping Xiaohu was rather calm. As for Lazaha, he was staring at Wistful Hesius, getting happier by the minute. "A clan of elegant gentlemen, but I'd like to see how long your Wist family could keep your elegance." Lazaha cursed inwardly. Chapter 1075, Beat Down and Comeback. Chaos Society's evaluation went very quickly. In the first category, Reputation, the Aurora clan won without any suspense. The second category, Combat Power, did not require actual battle. The members of every clan had records in Chaos Society, and the clan with the more high-level warriors would win. However, nobody had expected for the Luz clan to win so cleanly, such that Aurora clan patriarch Wistful Hesius slightly frowned. In these last few years, the Luz clan had gradually come to surpass his own clan. It was clear that the other party had not been sitting idle and had been building up power all this time. Lazaha's smile made Wistful Hesius very uncomfortable. Everyone knew that the final category, Soul Weapons, was the Aurora clan's greatest weakness. The situation was taking a very unfavorable turn for them. However, Wistful Hesius did not know that Guard 83 could only have 1 second-tier clan, so he was still very optimistic, feeling that his clan had not fallen so far as not to be able to maintain its second-tier position. At worst, they would be on par with the Luz clan. Li Jindu, Ding Qingrui, and Tong Duoduo conversed quietly, and then Ding Qingrui turned to the 3 patriarchs and said, "Next is the last category, the soul weapon evaluation. This is an important matter that concerns the tier of each clan, so don't hide any soul weapons and take out everything you have." Ding Qingrui shot Wistful Hesius a profound glance. Li Jindu was protecting the Luz clan, but the other 2 did not have such thoughts. It appeared that the illustrious Aurora clan was about to lose its second-tier evaluation, and Ding King Grui could not help but try and signal Wistful Hejus just how important this evaluation was. Wistful Hejus smiled. I wanted to inform the three of you about this. Several days ago, our Aurora clan sent off nearly half of our soul weapons for repair, and they have yet to return. I hope that all of you can be a bit understanding of my Aurora clan's situation. Ding King Grui sighed and grumbled, what an unlucky coincidence. Unfortunately, we can't hold up the evaluation just for your clan. Since we're already here, we must give a proper report. Li Jindu suppressed his delight as he coldly chuckled. Patriarch Hejus, are you worried that we'll find out about the secret treasures of your clan, so you hid all your soul weapons to prevent us from looking at them? These were rather hurtful words, and Wistful Hejus's expression chilled. Everyone knew that the Aurora clan's soul weapon storehouse had been robbed, yet Li Jindu was still making fun of the clan. Even his two colleagues could not watch this, the two of them shooting him resentful gazes. Of the three evaluations, the soul weapon category uses the most time. I'll give you 30 minutes to prepare. When the time is up, you will have to open your boxes for our inspection. Ding King Grui waved his hand and said. The Guard 83 branch office of Chaos Society had already prepared a room, which contained 3 treasure racks. The 3 clans would place their soul weapons on the racks and then let the evaluators judge them. The 3 patriarchs began to take out soul weapons from their spatial rings and place them on the racks. The Ping clan had always been the weakest of the 3 major clans, so after putting up about 200 soul weapons, it stopped. The Aurora Wist had about the same number. While Wistful Hejus and Peng Xiao had stopped, Lazaha was far from finished. He was putting more and more soul weapons on the rack, the number going past 500. Li Jindu had said before that if he wanted to win a clean victory, he needed to win by a large gap in the soul weapon category, so Lazaha held nothing back, taking out every soul weapon the clan had. 785. Tong Duo frowned and said in surprise. The Liz clan had not simply taken out a lot of soul weapons, these were also graded, not like the Aurora and Ping clans, which mostly had gradeless weapons. Lazaha chuckled as he took out another soul weapon from his spatial ring. Sorry, it's actually 786. The lowest is grade 1, while the highest is grade 4. 1. I'm different from these fellows who took out even lousy goods just to fill in the number. If one didn't know, they might take this place for a street market. Whoosh! Wistful Hejus and Peng Xiao both scowled. It was clear that Lazaha was making fun of their clans for being weak. As a former first-tier clan, the Aurora Wist clan naturally had some foundation. Putting aside everything else, Xia Fei's White Dragon's Screech alone was a peerless treasure. Forged from dragon bones, it was unsurpassed in the universe. Alas, past glories still belonged to the past. Ever since they were robbed, the Aurora clan had been unable to replenish its reserves. Since all the clans have taken out everything they have, shall we begin? Li Jindu asked. He was anxious to end this evaluation to avoid any unexpected mishap. Ding King Grui said solemnly, all right, then. Duo, soul weapons are your speciality, so you judge. We will support you. Tong Duo nodded. While she was not that old and still was not married, she was a professional at judging soul weapons. The Tong clan had held important positions in Chaos Society for generations, but in her generation, there were no boys, so she had taken over her father's duties in Chaos Society, and she handled matters as smoothly as ever, a sign of how powerful and rich the Tong clan was. Tong Duo nodded and swept her gaze on the 3 treasure racks. Elder Ding, Elder Li, the difference in the number of soul weapons between these 2 clans is very large, and even the quality isn't on the same level. In my view, there's nothing to compare here. The result is obvious. Tong Duo was well known for her sharp tongue, and this was when she was already being generous to the Aurora clan and Ping clan. Lazaha was very smug, but Chief Evaluator Ding King Grui frowned and asked, Duo, is there really no need to do a proper evaluation? Tong Duo smiled and shook her head. Patriarch Peng Xiao was very calm. His clan, which had always been the weakest of the 3 major clans, had no plans on fighting with the Liz and Aurora, but Wistful Hejus felt very sullen. He had taken out everything his clan had, but Tong Duo did not even bother to look at them. This was just too hurtful. The 3 evaluators began to talk. With nothing to do, Peng Xiao stood next to the window and admired the blooming plum blossoms. He was a side character regardless, so he was particularly relaxed. Smiling, Lazaha came up to wistful Hejus and bowed. "Brother Hejus, let me congratulate you." Wistful Hejus was startled, asking, "Patriarch Luz, what is there to congratulate me about?" Lazaha looked around, and then he softly whispered, "Patriarch Hejus, do you still not know? Our Guard 83 only has one second-tier spot. Your Aurora clan will fall into the third-tier clan circle. Isn't this something worth congratulating about? Such an insidious and petty person." Lazaha narrowed his eyes, his scornful attitude and petty expression was something that no ordinary person could stand. Crack! Wistful Hejus clenched a fist, the joints cracking, and his eyes instantly turned cold and harsh. As a member of a clan known for being good people, Wistful Hejus rarely got angry. As the patriarch, he should be the most refined member of the clan. The Aurora clan had never revered martial strength, and it chose only the best behaved of its descendants to be patriarchs, but Wistful Hejus's attitude just now seemed to be slightly different from how the patriarchs of the past acted. Lazaha cared only about his little victory and failed to notice this detail. He continued to jeer. "Are you unhappy? Everything has already been settled, though. Are you going to bite me?" Zing! His eyes spitting flames, Wistful Hejus had truly gotten angry this time. In the Aurora clan, anger was something extremely rare, it was so rare that even Lazaha felt surprised. He had interacted with Wistful Hejus no small number of times, and in each of those instances, he had always been quiet and polite. He had never imagined that this man would also have a savage side. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside, "Logistics Manager Wistful Northgaze of the Aurora clan requests an audience for an urgent matter." The three conversing evaluators raised their heads. Ding King Grui asked, "What's so urgent? Why come now?" Wistful Northgaze responded, "The soul weapons that the Aurora clan had sent out for repair were done and are now waiting outside." Everyone was surprised. In only a few days, the 200 or so soul weapons had all been repaired. It seemed like that spiritualist had a pretty good cultivation. Li Jinda frowned, worried about this unforeseen development. "Elder Ding, Duo, the testing time has passed. Isn't sending over more soul weapons at this point against the rules?" Ding King Grui frowned. He himself had said that he would give the three clans 30 minutes to prepare, but before the time was up, he had begun the evaluation. Moreover, the evaluation had also ended quickly, with Tong Duo deciding things with a glance. It truly was hard to accept additional soul weapons at this point. This truly won't do. Adding more soul weapons after the evaluation time has passed is unfair to the other two clans, Tong Duo said. Though she was a woman, she was extremely sharp when it came to reading people and immediately voiced what was on Ding King Grui's mind. Suddenly, Lazaha chuckled and said, "Lady and gentlemen, I think that it's best to accept the Wist family's request, or else they won't be able to accept the result." Ding King Grui found this amusing, asking, "So you're saying that you don't mind the Aurora clan adding more soul weapons after the fact?" Lazaha nodded. It would be quite interesting if the Aurora Xiao clan could turn the tables like this. I truly want to see what else the Aurora Wist can take out. Patriarch Hejus, please don't disappoint me and the evaluators. Lazaha already knew everything that the Aurora clan had. He had agreed to allow Wistful Northgaze to bring in the soul weapons so that Wistful Hejus would accept his loss. Lazaha had been made very unhappy by Wistful Hejus's brief show of anger. For so many years, the Aurora clan had beaten down the Laz clan, and now that the Aurora clan was about to die, Lazaha was happy to dance on the body. Li Jindu's face turned cold as he mentally cursed Lazaha for bringing himself trouble, and Lazaha shivered and did not dare to look directly at him. As for Ping Xiaowu, he did not care about the result, so after some brief discussion, the Aurora clan was allowed to bring in the soul weapons. Interesting. Very interesting, Ding King Grui stroked his beard and said. All right, take out your remaining soul weapons and let Duo have a look. The Aurora clan soon added 200 some soul weapons to the treasure rack. They were extremely ordinary in both grade and form, but for some reason, when these soul weapons were taken out, the room became filled with a warmth that everyone could sense. Lazaha frowned and looked at Tong Duo, whose eyes were getting brighter and brighter, her jaw dropping so far as to reveal her canines. This is a soul weapon of your Aurora clan. Tong Duo trembled in shock as she asked in a raised voice.